The story behind the song. Dr. Samuel Gridley Howe of Boston was distinctly a liberal. He loved liberty himself and admired in a great measure those who sought personal and political freedom with sufficient zest even to fight. It wasn't strange, then, that liberty-loving 23-year-old Julia Ward, upon meeting Dr. Howe, should fall in love with him and subsequently marry him, even though he was 20 years her senior. It was during 1861 that the Howes, with their friends Reverend Dr. James Freeman Clark and Mrs. Clark, journeyed to Washington, D.C. on government business. As they sped through the night, Dr. Howe broke the silence.
Well, I'm afraid we're going to be in for some excitement.
Why,
Dr.
Sam,
Howe.
what do you mean?
There's war in the air tonight. I feel it.
Well, after all, Dr. Howe, the nation is at war.
I know, but there's something imminent here, near the Capitol. Look out the windows. Those bivouac fires of the pickets, all along the railroad right away. Something's up.
Oh, Sam, you're letting your fears run away with you.
Perhaps, my dear. Perhaps.
The next day, the party rode a few miles out from Washington to witness a series of military maneuvers under the command of Union General McClellan.
Well, Dr. Howe,
General
Mrs.
McClellan.
Howe, Mrs. Clark, Dr. Clark.
How do you do, General?
Glad to see you. Come right over here. We're waiting for you.
Be careful of that step.
All right, Colonel. Give the command for the review.
Yes, sir.
Pass in review.
Column squads right.
Squads right. Squads right. March.
Oh, this is thrilling, isn't it?
Certainly is. Look, there's a rider coming up from the other direction. Do you see him, General McClellan?
Yes. Yes, I do.
General McClellan, sir.
Yes? What is it?
Captain Ransom's complement, sir. He's been surrounded by Confederate troops and needs reinforcements at once.
Where is he?
In a small woods about 5 miles south, sir.
Colonel Brady, stop the review. Command a detachment of 2 battalions to follow this man to reinforce Captain Ransom.
Yes, sir.
Major Nicole.
I'm very sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen.
Second battalion.
But war is war.
I knew it. I said last night something like this would happen.
The worst of it, I'm afraid you're going to be delayed in getting back to Washington. I couldn't allow you to endanger yourselves while the skirmish is going on.
Well, that's all right. Let's go back to the carriage and just wait. I think with a brigade of Federal soldiers about us, we'll be quite safe here.
You're a very brave woman, Mrs. Howe.
Oh, not at all. Well, here we are. You first, Mrs. Clark. And Dr. Clark?
Thanks.
All right, Julia, I'll help you. There. Why don't you sing something, Julia?
Sing? Oh, no.
Why, yes, that's a splendid idea.
Please, Mrs. Howe. Say, I've heard you sing up in Boston.
Well, all right. I'll start it off, and then you boys, everybody join in. John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave.
John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave. His soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
I'm so sorry.
Mrs. Howe, I read some of the beautiful verses you've written to your husband's paper, the Boston Commonwealth.
Oh, yes, Dr. Clark.
Why don't you write some new words for that inspiring tune you just sung? Words worthy of the stirring melody, worthy of this occasion.
Oh, no, Doctor. I don't feel equal to the task. It would take a far greater mind than mine to compose fitting words for that tune.
You owe it to your country, Julia Howe. You do. Why don't you try it?
Well, all right, Dr. Clark. Perhaps I shall.
That night, the excitement of the day passed. In the stillness of her hotel room, Julia Ward Howe lay thinking. Her mind seemed to be on fire, aflame with the glory of creation. Words, words, words were marching row on row across her mind's eye, as the Union troops had done the day before. At last, she arose, walked softly to the small desk, took up a pen in the dismal gray of the breaking dawn, and began to write. With feverish speed, the words dripped from her pen. Entirely unaware of her surroundings, of the fact that her husband had been awakened and was watching her intently, unaware of the time she sat there writing, she finally paused, picked up the sheaf of paper scattered about her, and turned so that the roseate light of a new day could help her to read.
Julia,
Oh, yes, Sam.
what in the world are you doing?
Sam, I've written some words to that tune, as Dr. Clark suggested yesterday.
Oh?
And, Sam, I like this better than anything else I've ever written. Now, I can sleep.
Upon returning to the North, Mrs. Howe took the poem to her friend James T. Field. After reading the verses, it was he who suggested the title for them. And in the February 1862 issue of the magazine, of which Fields was editor, the Atlantic Monthly, the nation read for the first time the heroic words of Julia Ward Howe's immortal epic, The Battle Hymn of the Republic. Like the mad, boisterous flames sweeping rampant across the tender grass of a prairie, the new song swept across the North. Everywhere, the powerful measures of the Battle Hymn of the Republic were raised to the heavens by the voices of men, women, and children. Then, when the last watchfire in the last circling camp had burned itself low, when the last row of burnished steel had marched into the annals of time, when the last trumpet that shall never call retreat had sounded the call for cessation of hostilities, there gathered in the nation's capital a large audience to hear the stirring tales of combat from the lips of fighting Chaplain McCabe. Sitting upon the platform was the president of a once more unified nation, Abraham Lincoln. And as McCabe concluded his speech,
22nd Ohio Volunteer Infantry. It was a glorious regiment, but we finally met defeat. At Winchester it was. And I, with a great number of my fellow soldiers, was captured. We were taken to Libby Prison. Oh, the horror of those days of waiting, of dismal silence within the walls of the prison, waiting for some word from the outside. We didn't know how the war was going. Finally, a little colored mess boy came up to me. His face broadened into a happy grin. Well, sir, Parson McCabe, the Union Army done won the Battle of Gettysburg. At that moment, I knew the tide of war had turned. Then I faced my prison mates and spread the great news to them. As one man, we lifted our voices in the glorious triumphant hymn, Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on.
Chaplain, let me shake your hand for that story.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why, Mr. Lincoln, there are tears streaming down your face.
I know. Yes, and I'm not ashamed of them. Not one bit. I just wish I could have been there in Libby Prison that day to sing that song with you.
Years later, when asked for an opinion by the author, Julia Ward Howe uttered these words.
The wild echoes of that fearful struggle have long since died away, and with them all memories of unkindness between ourselves and our southern brethren. But those who once loved my hymn still sing it. I hope and believe that it stands for what our whole country now believes in. That is, the sacredness of human liberty. My poem did some service in the Civil War. I wish very much that it may do good service in the peace, which I pray may never more be broken.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the painful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
He has sounded forth a trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
Washington, May 30th, the 904th day of the war. Raymond Graham Swing reviews history on the march. A friendly service from your mobile gas dealer at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
I dislike to think of any of you being cast on a desert island, but let's just suppose you were. Now, if you were able to rescue a limited number of pounds of food, naturally you'd choose the most nourishing kind. Food that would stretch out over the greatest number of days until relief arrived. Now, that's the principle guiding millions of motorists nowadays in the selection of gasoline. They want the kind that will stretch out over the greatest number of days. That is, give them the most mileage possible. Here's a fact to mull over. Today, when mileage counts for so much, mobile gas is America's favorite gasoline. I can tell you a lot of other fine things about mobile gas, but this fact is so significant that if anyone wants mileage, he should drive in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. And now, from the nation's capital, Raymond Graham Swing.
Good evening. This is Memorial Day at the first American military cemetery established in Britain, in which many American flyers have been buried since it was opened last December. An order of the day from General Eisenhower was read. It serves well as an appropriate text for this day. We of the United Nations, it said, must live and work together without regard to race or nationality, creed or service, uniform or rank. Supported by our homelands, we must fight side by side, relentlessly at sea, on land, and in the air, so that we shall win together a better world, secure and free for all men everywhere. Appropriate to the day, too, was the news that leaders of the great powers are to meet in Washington to discuss the security of the better world to which General Eisenhower referred. Secretary Hull's announcement last night that Britain, the Soviet Union, and China are to be approached, and later members of the United Nations, as to plans for a security system, was followed by prompt action today. The British, Russian, and Chinese ambassadors were called in, and it was announced that special envoys from London and Moscow are to come to Washington for what are called informal talks. It is to be assumed that an envoy from China also will be invited. This informal talk in Washington might be called the Spadework Conference, at which the details of a security system are to be worked out. It will not be informal in the sense that hard and telling work will not be done. It will prepare the draft of an agreement for which a formal conference will be called, and that one will polish up the final text and end in the flourish of signatures under Klieg lights. It was learned that plans for this next Washington conference were laid at Moscow when the four-power declaration about a post-war organization was drafted. But it was not disclosed today who will be coming to Washington. It is certain that the conference will not be on the foreign secretary level, as was the Moscow conference. However, the spadework is not to be left to the ambassadors already in Washington. Special envoys are to come. And since they will be less than foreign secretaries and more than ambassadors, the range of choice is narrow. For Britain, it may be Alexander Cadogan, the permanent undersecretary for foreign affairs. And for the Soviet Union, Vice Commissar for Foreign Affairs Wyszynski. An American draft for a post-war organization will be laid before them. They will make counter-proposals. And when enough progress in harmonizing these drafts has been made, the spades will be laid aside and fountain pens can be substituted. Then, presumably, the foreign secretaries will meet as they did at Moscow. The informal meeting is expected to begin by midsummer. Below Rome, the Germans grimly defended their temporary anchor at Valmontone, and thus gave their lines to the east and south time to pull back. But the late dispatches, both from Allied headquarters and from London, ring with the tone of coming triumph. General Clark, at a Memorial Day ceremony, declared that before many days have passed, Rome will be liberated. From Allied headquarters in Naples tonight comes the word of mounting signs that the Germans intend to abandon Rome in an attempt to withdraw intact for a new stand in North Italy. The Nazi divisions southeast of Valmontone are striking off through the hills from the Via Casilina along secondary roads that would carry them well to the east of Rome. American tanks are pressing upon Albano, only 13 miles from Rome, and village after village was taken today. Important gains were made on the Velletri-Valmontone road after the repulse of a heavy attack of the Hermann Goering division, in which enemy casualties were heavy. London experts said that Kesselring already had lost a quarter of his 200,000 men in Italy, and it was predicted, perhaps over-optimistically, that 30 to 40,000 German prisoners will be taken in the current phase of the campaign. So it is doubted that the 10th and 14th German armies can make a stand south of the Po. On the Romanian front, the lull since April 11th was broken by a heavy German attack near Iași, which the Russians admitted made some gains, described as insignificant. The Germans, striking first, obviously are trying to throw off balance an expected Russian offensive, and this German attack can be read as the prelude to the renewal of the great Russian campaign. The air war today, it is stated, brought 6,000 bombers and fighters over Axis Europe, attacking 8 aircraft plants and 7 aerodromes in Germany and Austria, as well as rail centers and coastal fortifications in France, Belgium, and Yugoslavia. Perhaps the most unsatisfactory reporting of the war is about this war in the air, and perhaps it can't be done to anyone's satisfaction. News accounts of the sorties by the thousands have worn out their power to awaken the imagination. The temptation is to try to prod the imagination by adding more planes to the total, but the numbers have ceased to convey much meaning. When the information about air operations is given out in London, the exact figure of the planes participating is not known. What is known is the number of planes which would take part from chosen formations if all planes of those formations were able to take part. That's the maximum figure. And then there's the true figure, which may be as much as 25% less. The maximum figure, however, gets into most of the news agency accounts as the real one, and sometimes even that is exaggerated. So we sometimes have an untrue picture of the number of planes participating. That of itself isn't as deceptive as one might think. The effectiveness of bombing at this stage of the war is so much greater than it was a year ago that the higher figure of planes doesn't suggest a wrong idea of the damage done, which is what matters. But it is next to impossible to translate that damage into terms which can be communicated. I was speaking with an air officer about this and found that he was trying to find better terms. He'd been reading over the record which showed that 30,000 tons of bombs had been dropped on Europe in 2 weeks. That's like dropping 1,500 statues of liberty, he said. Well, that may make it somewhat more vivid, but even that doesn't tell the story, which is not the weight of bombs dropped, but the damage they do. And here official secrecy places a screen over the operations because technical improvements now have made bombing far more accurate, particularly the Pathfinder technique for night bombing. And the blockbusters grow heavier each month, it seems, and spread their ruin over a widening area. But until the air forces feel like telling about their new techniques and devices, the story of the damage done can't be intelligible. There's another side of the story, of course. Defense has improved along with attack. The fact that Berlin manages to carry on a routine kind of life testifies to that, for Berlin has frequently had 5 times as many bombs in a few minutes as London ever received in a whole night. And then dispersal of industry must have been reduced to something like a science in Germany by now. The British introduced it early in the Blitz, with the result that production in Coventry was cut down not more than 15% by the great attack on that city, and then only for 2 weeks. The answer to dispersal is pinpoint bombing of the smaller plants, and this is being done in Germany, but the results are not announced. The most eloquent evidence of the effectiveness of bombing is the propaganda now being conducted and on a large scale by the Nazis. Last week, the Nazi radio served notice that protection for downed Allied airmen from the infuriated German public could no longer be guaranteed. Now the Germans have launched accounts of the lynching of 5 American flyers who bailed out over Germany. And the Nazi radio is stirring up hatred for American and British aviators, which is an incitement to the violence which the Nazis say they're not going to control. No official information about the 5 reported lynchings has been received, and the source of the story, a German agency in Sweden, is highly unreliable. That's not the case of the story last week of the shooting of 47 United Nations airmen while trying to escape from a German prison camp. There now is official confirmation that they were shot. London has their names, and Secretary Eden has filed a strong protest. But there still is no reliable statement of the circumstances of that shooting. The German propaganda as to the treatment to be expected by Allied aviators so far is no more than propaganda. It is devised to scare airmen, which it won't do, and their families, which it may. It may not remain propaganda, however, and the Germans may be ready to adopt the practices of the Japanese and go them one worse by officially inspiring lynching. However, there's another possibility. The Germans may be covering up the awkward fact that the Allied bombings have whipped civilian resentment into such a frenzy that the German authorities have lost control over their own population. But the more likely explanation is that the German authorities are trying to hurt the morale of the Allied flyers, and they are so excited that they forget that they themselves ever bombed Britain or any other foreign country. Otto Krieg, German commentator, said over the Berlin radio, "The world has had to take notice of the fact that the German people have now reached that stage of hate in which justice is no longer determined by the letter of the law, but solely by facts. The limitless, murderous lust of American and British air gangsters," he continued, "makes it impossible for the sound instincts of people to continue treating a criminal like an honorable soldier. About this point, there is no longer any doubt among the German people." During the Blitz over England, the rage of British civilians against German aviators was high, but the British officials never tried to incite it or exploit it. That German civilians should hate the Allied flyers is inevitable, but the propaganda campaign is a kind of official exultation at the prospect of dragging the official conduct of the war to a lower level. This is how the Nazi mind works, and one can be sure that the cornered Nazi leaders will not submit to defeat without resorting to every conceivable means of destruction, regardless of law, ethics, or decency. And now a friendly message to wartime America.
Thank you, Mr. Swing. If you had a valuable diamond, you'd pay a few cents to protect it against loss, wouldn't you? Yet you have valuable possessions that you may lose if you're not careful. That winter suit you look so smart in, that overcoat your husband wears with pride, those fluffy woolen blankets, they're moth bait. This summer, moths can ruin 'em and enjoy every mouthful. So protect 'em against moths. Pack 'em away in bugaboo moth crystals that destroy moth worms before they become destructive. And to rid your home of moths, flies, ants, mosquitoes, and other household pests, use bugaboo insect spray. This fragrant insecticide kills 'em right now. When sprayed, it will not stain fabrics. And use bugaboo garden spray for garden pests. Ask for it at your department or hardware store or your mobile gas dealer. Listen tomorrow night to Raymond Graham Swing at this hour over this station. Gasoline powers the attack. Don't waste a drop. This is the Blue Network.
By the rude bridge that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled, Here once the embattled farmer stood and fired the shot heard round the world. The foe long since in silence slept, alike the conqueror silent sleeps, and time the ruined bridge has swept down the dark stream.
You are listening to the voice of Helen Hayes reading the Concord Hymn by Ralph Waldo Emerson, a page from this Sunday's edition of Anthology. This is Fleetwood. Each Sunday at 1, WRCA, in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YM and YWHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan, brings you transcribed Anthology, a selection of readings from poets past and present, and the music to accompany their poetry. This week, poetry for Memorial Day, 1955. Our guests, Helen Hayes, Walter Houston, and Claude Rains. Tomorrow, America celebrates Memorial Day 1955. Originally called Decoration Day, the holiday was inaugurated on May 30th, 1868 by General John J. Logan, commander of the Grand Army of the Republic. Since then, it has grown greatly in importance, in national feeling, until today, Memorial Day is a day upon which we pay tribute not only to our honored dead of all the wars on the battlefields of the world, but to the heroes of the air and the men who gave their lives in the name of liberty upon the seven seas. Today, on Anthology, we'd like you to listen to a series of poems solemnly dedicated to our common belief that these dead shall not have died in vain, and to the nation for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. Miss Hayes opens our program with a beautiful and touching poem by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Here is the Concord Hymn.
By the rude bridge that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled, here once the embattled farmer stood and fired the shot heard round the world. The foe long since in silence slept, alike the conqueror silent sleeps, and time the ruined bridge has swept down the dark stream which seaward creeps. On this green bank by this soft stream we set today a votive stone, that memory may their deed redeem when, like our sires, our sons are gone. Spirit that made those spirits dare to die and leave their children free, bid time and nature gently spare the shaft we raise to them and thee.
Each war has given to our nation's anthology of great poetry a poem which seems to stand as a living symbol of that tragic era. One of the best known and best loved of all memorial poems was written by Walt Whitman as a tribute to the death of Abraham Lincoln at the close of the Civil War, a poem which even today still retains its original beauty and pathos. Walter Houston reads, "O Captain, My Captain," in which Whitman compares the nation to a ship tossed upon stormy seas, and Lincoln as the captain who has brought the vessel safely to shore, only to die before he reaches port. Here is Walter Houston.
my captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every wreck. The prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting, while follow eyes the steady keel, the vessel grim and daring. But oh, heart, oh, the bleeding drops of red, where on the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold, and dead. Oh, captain, my captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung. For you the bugle trills. For you bouquets and ribboned wreaths. For you the shores are crowding. For you they call, the swaying mass, their eager faces turning. Here, Captain, dear father, the arm beneath your head. Is it some dream that on the deck you've fallen cold and dead? My captain does not answer. His lips are pale and still. My father does not feel my arm. He has no pulse nor will. The ship is anchored safe and sound, its voyage closed and done. From fearful trip the victor ship comes in with object won. Exult, O shores, and ring, O bells. But I, with mournful tread, walk the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold, and dead.
We'll return to our special Memorial Day program of poetry in just a moment with Builders of America, a patriotic cantata based on the poem by Edward Shenton, narrated by Claude Rains, with music composed and conducted by the late Harl MacDonald. Since the official debut of Monitor, NBC's spectacular new weekend radio program, is Saturday, June 18th, Anthology's final program will be the week of June 12th, 2 weeks from today. Next week, as a complete departure from our more serious verse, we invite you to enjoy the comedy and the delightful music of Archie and Mehitabel, a back-alley opera with words by Joe Darien, music by George Kleinsinger, based on the poetic vignettes of Don Marquis. We can promise you a thoroughly enchanting 30 minutes with Eddie Bracken as Archie, Harold Channing as Mehitabel, and David Wayne as your narrator. That's next week on Anthology, Archie and Mehitabel. For the final week of our program, we'd like to repeat the poems which you have enjoyed most during our Anthology series. Just jot the titles down on a card, send them to us, and we'll be happy to include your selections on Anthology for Sunday, June 12th. One word of caution, however. Remember the time limits of our show. Since we'd like to play more than one of your favorites, we can't possibly schedule such long narrative poems as The White Cliffs of Dover or the Spoon River Anthology. There are, I'm sure, many shorter works, though, which you've remembered from our series and would like to hear again. So just drop us a line, Anthology, in care of the station to which you're listening, and tell us the poem or poems you'd enjoy hearing on our final program, the week of June 12th. In his cantata, Builders of America, the late Harl MacDonald has created a superb setting for the simple, moving words of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. This stirring composition is highly appropriate for the solemn holiday which we shall celebrate tomorrow, since it's a heartfelt reminder of the lofty ideals for which Washington and Lincoln and all free men have fought and died. Builders of America was inspired by a poem by Edward Shenton, which originally appeared in the Saturday Evening Post. It was at Mr. MacDonald's suggestion that they collaborated on the cantata. The text was expanded and the narrative added to bring the work to its present form. As the major selection on our Memorial Day program, here is Harl MacDonald's Builders of America, narrated by Mr. Claude Rains, with the late composer conducting the Columbia Chamber Orchestra and Chorus.
The hearts, the minds, the hands of these two men, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, held the love of humanity, vision of freedom, and strength of bone and sinew which conceived and built this great republic. Listen, vast plains and prairies, massive mountain ranges, wide rivers, oceans and inland seas, forests and deserts. Listen, proud towered cities, small crossroad towns, lonely farms, village and hamlet. Listen, descendants of those who came first to this prophetic land, English, French, Dutch, Swedes and Spaniards, and all those who followed, Germans, Irish, Scotch, Italians, all nationalities from every country on the earth. Hear, all you Americans, the words of the man who founded this nation. George Washington said, "Unhappy it is to reflect that the once happy and peaceful plains of America are either to be drenched with blood or inhabited by slaves." But can a virtuous man hesitate in his choice? He said, "As the Congress desires, I will enter upon the momentous duty and exert every power I possess in their service for the support of the glorious cause." Washington said, "Having finished the work assigned me, I close by commending the interests of our dearest country to the protection of Almighty God." George Washington and Abraham Lincoln spoke with the voice of eternal truth, and their words, like the cry of the eagle, come to us over the years on the great wind of time. Hear, all you Americans, the words of the man who preserved this nation. Abraham Lincoln said, "I'm not ashamed to confess that 25 years ago I was a hired laborer mauling rails, at work on a flatboat, just what might happen to any poor man's son. I want every man to have his chance." He said, "Let us have faith that right makes might, and in that faith, let us to the end dare to do our duty as we understand it." Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, said, "I leave you hoping that the lamp of liberty will burn in your bosoms until there shall no longer be a doubt that all men are created equal." We, the living, inheritors of this great nation, reaffirm the faith of our immortal dead, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Listen. These are the words of liberty. Freedom from want. Freedom from fear. Freedom to worship. Freedom of speech. Spoken for all men, of every race, color, and creed, to the ends of the earth, for all time.
Next week on Anthology, Archie and Mehitabel, a back alley opera by Joe Darien and George Kleinsinger, starring Eddie Bracken, Carol Channing, and David Wayne. Anthology is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WRCA by Draper Lewis. This is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
Against the Storm.
Gee, he was 18 like your brother Joe. How old would he be now if he hadn't been killed in the Civil War? Well, let me see. Today is May 30th, 1894.
Jason McKinley Allen remembers a day from his own and Porky Mason's country childhood. Today in Against the Storm. We bring you another chapter of Against the Storm, written by Sandra Michael and presented by the makers of Ivory. Now, today is the last time this week I can remind you about the marvelous special offer new Double Quick Ivory Flakes is making. So please jot down on your calendar that today's the day to send in your order. Now listen, we're offering you a wonderful opportunity to get a pair of beautiful Boulevard brand pure silk crepe stockings at a truly tremendous saving. Yes, and we've selected these fine three-thread crepe stockings with an eye to all the new fashion points, an eye to long-wearing qualities and beauty, too. They're full-fashioned, all silk from top to toe, and made by a famous hosiery maker. They're knit inside out, so you get that wonderful smooth dull finish on the outside. And that dull finish makes these stockings very flattering to wear. And the color, it's called Tiara, a lovely suntan shade that goes with every color in the rainbow. And now about long wear. Well, listen, these stockings have a heel and foot that are designed in a different way. No side seams where a mean little runs so often start. And say, if you'll remember to take care of these stockings with new Double Quick Ivory Flakes every night, well, it'll help you get wonderfully long wear. Lady, are you going to be thrilled when you see these stockings? Why, women just rave about them. We showed them to hundreds of women, and most of them said they thought these stockings were worth at least half again as much as we're asking. In fact, dozens of them said they thought they should cost $1 or more. Oh, but look, here's how easily and thriftily you can get 1, 2, or 3 pairs of these Boulevard brand stockings for yourself. For each pair you want, simply send 50 cents and 1 Ivory Flakes box top, either size. Address Ivory Flakes, Cincinnati, Ohio. Stockings come in sizes 8.5 to 11, and be sure to include your stocking size. Remember, simply send 50 cents with your name and address and 1 Ivory Flakes box top to Ivory Flakes, Cincinnati, Ohio. Allow about 2 weeks for delivery. And hurry, friends, because this offer is limited. Good in the United States only. Professor Allen is standing on the porch this morning, thinking, or at least feeling, that this is Sunday. But today, instead of churchgoers, he sees a group of children, 6 or 7 of them, walk briskly past, around the corner and off beneath the sunny trees. Some of them carried flowers. All of them carried small, rather inflexible flags. The sight awoke some vague suggestion of a very old memory in the professor's mind. He was trying to get hold of whatever it was when he heard the screen door open.
Margaret? Ah, good, it is you.
Oh, well, now. Who did you think it might have been? Nobody else at home this morning.
Really? The girls and Penny all go to church?
No, they've gone to the song festival at the Soldiers' Home.
Song festival? Oh, my word, I was thinking this was Sunday.
Seems like it. But it's Memorial Day.
Memorial Day, of course. That's what those children reminded me of.
What children?
Oh, a group of youngsters went by here a minute ago. Flowers and flags.
I suppose they were going out to the cemetery.
No doubt. I knew they reminded me of something of my own childhood. One very particular day when Porky Mason and I brought flowers and flags out to the Civil War graves in the country cemetery at home. Goodness, Margaret, I can see that old place so clearly. A gentle slope of ground to the south of the church, with big old trees here and there, and the gravestones leaning a little this way and that, as if to make themselves more comfortable. It was really a very pleasant place, friendly and peaceful. Porky and I enjoyed sitting there talking that day. It was one of those warm, cool days, you know.
Very much like today, I imagine. And there were irises in the bouquets and bleeding hearts, and perhaps a few early peonies.
There were. And we had quite a time there at the church, running back and forth to the pump and down to the veterans' graves, filling vases and matching them up to be sure the bouquets were all fair and equal. When we were all finished, we sat down to rest in the shade.
Kind of warm, ain't it? You're kind of fat. I guess that's why you get warm when you work, Porky. Yeah, I guess. I don't care, though. Think we got 'em all about fair and even, Porky? I guess. I put an extra peony on that one over there, though, Jason. Seems kind of lonesome out there in the corner by himself. Looks that way. But I don't think you're lonesome when you're dead. Oh, gee, I would be. Nobody to go fishing with and nobody to talk to. Well, if you're in heaven... Yeah. Uh-huh. What? Well, I'd rather be alive, though. Me, too. George Jeremiah Hewitt. Born August 1st, 1845. Died September 27th, 1863. September 21st, 1863. Is that what it says? Oh, yeah, 21st. Aged 18 years, 1 month, 20 days. What's it say underneath the dove? Flowers are in the way from here. Says, died that others might live. He was a soldier. Well, sure, ain't that why we decorated his grave? Gosh, he was just about as old as your brother Joe, Porky. 18. That's not very old. How old would he be now if he hadn't been killed in the Civil War? Well, 1863 to 1894. How long is that, Jason? Oh, 63 to 93 is 30, and 1 is 31. Gosh. Dead for 31 years. It's a long time. Kind of funny, isn't it? He got killed and some didn't get killed. Like your one grandfather and my uncle's. Grandpa's 2 brothers got killed. I know it. I'm glad Grandpa wasn't killed. I'm glad there aren't going to be any wars anymore. Pa says there always will be. Of course there won't. Don't do any good to kill people, Porky. And it's a sin, too. Can you imagine shooting anybody? Course not. Why should I shoot anybody? You have to in a war. Grandpa shot a man at the Battle of Atlanta. He wakes up sometimes at night, crying. Your Grandpa Mason? That swears? Sure. He cries because he has a dream about the man he shot. The man wasn't dead right away, and Grandpa gave him a drink of water from a stream, and the man smiled and said thanks. When Grandpa remembers that, he cries. You know what my father says? What? He says, instead of people going out in armies and killing each other to see who wins, they ought to get up teams and play baseball to see who wins. Your father's a good joker. I like him. But he wasn't joking. He means it. He says, it doesn't prove you're better than somebody else if you can beat them playing baseball. But it doesn't prove anything if you can beat them killing people either. And playing baseball, at least nobody gets killed. Well, if you get to be a senator or the president of the United States, you can put up a law like that, Jason. I'm not going to be president. Maybe you are, though. Not me. I'm going to run a livery stable and get myself a team of the fastest grays you ever saw in your life. Oh, golly, how sleepy aren't you, Jason?
I think we both fell asleep, sitting there beside the grave of George Jeremiah Hewitt.
Aged 18 years. Died that others might live. Oh, Jason. And your beloved friend, Porky?
Poor old Porky. He got his livery stable all right and turned it into a garage eventually. And in 1917, he died in France. That democracy might live.
Did he have any children?
Porky? Yes, boy. I suppose he must be 26, 27 years old.
What would you say now if Porky could tell you over again, there'll always be war?
I'd say what I said then, with more conviction, Margaret. It's just as absurd to say that wars have to be as it would have been to say we'll always burn witches at the stake. Heaven knows we still do our share of a different kind of witch burning, but we do less of that than we used to, too. It may be that man's fellow feeling has been slower to develop than his mechanical and scientific skill, but we're learning.
I hope we are, Jason.
Be sure of it. A new world, a younger world should come.
A younger world. That's what we need, isn't it? The honest vision of childhood. The same kind of unspoiled vision you and Porky had, looking at the follies of the world from a country graveyard. Sitting among the young dead who never should have died as they did. Oh, Jason. Then, perhaps someday that inscription really will come true in a sad, paradoxical, roundabout way. They died that others might live.
Friends, send in this very day for new double quick ivory flake special bargain offer. We offer you one pair or several pairs of beautiful Boulevard brand crepe silk stockings at a marvelous saving. These stockings are pure silk from top to toe. They're knit inside out to give you that smooth, dull finish that's so flattering. So send for yours and then take care of them with new double quick ivory flakes. And see how this nightly washing care helps you get wonderful stocking wear. Now remember, these stockings are available in sizes from 8.5 to 11, and they're made by a famous hosiery maker. You'll be crazy about them once you see them. So get your order in the mail today. Now, here's all you do. For each pair of stockings you want, send 50 cents and one Ivory Flakes box top, either size. Address Ivory Flakes, Cincinnati, Ohio. 50 cents with your name and address and one Ivory Flakes box top to Ivory Flakes, Cincinnati, Ohio. Be sure to include your stocking size. This offer is good in the United States only. Monday, Peter Alden, the young subject of all of Christie's and Philip's discussions, appears to his real father, but in an unusual dream. Monday in Against the Storm. This is Richard Stark, wishing you a pleasant weekend for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Ivory. 99 and 44 100% pure.
Guard! Up! Hey! Hey! Hey there! Halt!
They're burying an American soldier, fallen in the cause of freedom.
I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die.
Arm for volley of fire! Up! Ready! And fire!
Unto Almighty God, we commend the soul of our brother departed, and we commit his body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection.
Living, 1948, brought to you by NBC and its affiliates, and this week ushered in by Memorial Day, on which we honor our war dead, holds up its radio mirror to reflect the heritage and responsibilities of the living in a drama document entitled
Freedom is a Homemade Thing.
Your narrator, Ben Grauer. Into a hard-earned immortality have marched the dead of all our wars. Their lives an installment upon our freedom and security. For this by now we've learned, if nothing else. Their sacrifice alone cannot assure us these goals, but only the privilege of continuing to work the soil that nurtures them. In short, from the dead the mantle passes to us, the living. And ours becomes the ever-present duty of sustaining the heritage they helped pass on. If we fail in this, we fail not only them, but all who helped give that heritage birth. This is a fitting hour, then, inspired by Memorial Day and by the proclamation of our President, that we unite in prayer for peace, to look upon that heritage so deserving of their blood and of our eternal concern, to know what it is, what it means, and our duty to it. Oddly enough, today, this very minute, the whole picture is brought sharply into focus by a single train. Listen as we tell you about it.
Somewhere in the nation today, plunging diesel-driven over land once known only to Shanks' mare, horseback, and canoe, moves a traveling shrine, the Freedom Train.
train a-comin', comin', comin'. It's that freedom train a-comin', comin', comin'. It's that freedom train a-comin', comin', comin'. Get on board, oh, get on board.
Godfathered by the U.S. Department of Justice, sponsored by the American Heritage Foundation, the Freedom Train bears a proud burden.
100 documents, more precious than any earth-mined treasure, beginning as we begin with Columbus and pausing with the Charter of the United Nations, to mark, as never has been marked before, man's struggle to wrest from destiny the right to walk the earth with dignity.
As this freedom train, in these grave days in the wake of war, stops, as it will, in all the states there are, millions of you will march through its 3 exhibit cars and marvel at what you see. And that is good. But remember, here is not a circus to be received with huzzas and then forgotten, but a lesson, an inspiration, in 3 cars and 100 documents.
It has saved a many a thousand. It has saved a many a thousand. It has saved a many a thousand. Get on board, oh, get on board.
And so, as we join the freedom train on its journey over the face of this land, built with the ideals and practices of democracy, let us discover how some of us, in unnumbered, small, but important ways, are inculcating our youth with the independent spirit, with self-reliance, vision, courage.
Northward roars the Freedom Train from Philadelphia, past newly planted fields not so long ago consecrated by the blood, bones, and flesh of men who fought for freedom. And as it rolls, the wheels seem to chant for all to hear the list of documents they bear.
A letter from Columbus.
The Magna Carta.
The Pennsylvania Charter.
The Declaration of the 9 Colonies.
Through New Jersey, boasting Forge and Trenton, rumbles the Freedom Train, until at last it comes into sight of skyscrapers that would have astonished the most visionful pilgrim, and roars into the nation's most teeming city.
Hey, come on, Daphne. I'll beat you skating down to Izzy's corner. Ah, in a pig's eye. I couldn't race a turtle now. So what's the matter, you stupid? Look at my skates. The crazy wheels come off. Oh, for crying out loud. Why don't you buy some decent skates when you buy them? Is that my fault? Do I buy my own skates or does my father buy them? Hey, there's your old man now. Yeah. Hey, Pop! Pop, my skates broke.
Oh, your skates broke. So?
So fix it.
Oh. How old are you?
Oh, you know how old I am.
13 years old. And you come running to Papa to fix everything.
Well, all I asked
Did I raise a dumbbell? She can't do nothing for herself. Look at the skate. What's wrong with it?
What's the matter? You blind. The wheel come off.
Sure. The wheel come off. So when something happens, there's got to be a reason for it, don't there?
Okay, so I lost a metal clip that goes through this hole here and keeps the wheel on. So what could I do about it?
You got another clip?
No, where would I get another?
All right, already. So you haven't got another clip. So what do?
What?
You tell me.
Well, I guess I gotta find something else that'll hold the wheel in.
Right, she is, after all. Now, what's almost as small as the clip that'll go in that hole on your skate?
A nail.
So what are you wasting my time for?
Well, I don't have any nails.
Think again. Where can you get a nail? What do nails come off of?
Boxes?
Boxes. That's one thing. Good. Now, who's got boxes?
Izzy. Down to Izzy's store. Izzy's a good guy. He'll give me a nail and I can fix the skate myself.
Sure, that's the idea. Darling, don't come to Papa for everything. Use the noodle. Or when you grow up to be a lady, you'll have to run to everybody to think for you. I don't want no daughter that can't think for herself.
Yeah, okay, Papa. Hey, Violet, come on. I'll run you down to Eddie's to get a mail. Oh, okay.
It will save a many more thousands.
A small thing, you say? Teaching a child to fix a skate for herself? Of such small things is self-reliance made. Of such small teachings is a thinking, independent woman, invaluable to any future body of citizens made of the raw stuff we call a girl.
Get on board, oh, get on board.
Into New England now, alive with the green of a new spring, plunges the Freedom Train, carrying to the land of those who gave them birth the mementos of democracy.
Paul Revere's commission as official messenger to the Committee of Safety.
The Mayflower Compact.
The Bay Psalm Book.
The Crisis by Tom Paine.
This, then, is New England.
So, Father, I've decided not to study law.
Not to study law?
That's right, Father. I know you're not going to like it, but I'm going on to do what I want to do.
But, Jonathan...
I'm going west and study radiobiology.
Never heard of it. Won't hear of it.
Now, Samuel, give Jonathan a chance to...
Young man, every male in this family for the last 3 generations has gone to Harvard, studied law, and taken his place in the firm. Do you mean to tell me...
I do, Father.
Now,
Please,
Samuel...
Please, dear, I'll attend to this. Doesn't a tradition that has been sustained for 50 years mean anything to you?
Well, not when it interferes with something that means more.
Oh, Jonathan doesn't mean to be disrespectful, dear. It's just
Mother's right, Dad. There's nothing wrong with law or your firm.
How generous of you.
It's just that... Well, I don't want any part of anything my heart isn't in.
I see. What do you suppose your great-grandfather Silas would say to that?
He'd probably say, go to it.
Grandfather Silas?
Well, why not? If you'll remember, Grandfather Silas's father wanted him to be a sea captain like he was.
Who told you that?
You did.
Oh. Well, I wish I hadn't.
Grandfather Silas wouldn't have any part of it. He didn't want to be the 5th generation to go to sea. He wanted to be the 1st generation to study law.
What is this thing you want to study?
Radiobiology. It's a new field, Father, that's come out of the studies of atomic energy.
Radiobiology.
Samuel, this is an important step for John. Maybe he's not making the choice you and I would like to see him make. But I think, don't you, dear, that he has a right to decide on how he wants to spend his life, regardless of how you or all the other Willards decided to spend yours.
Well, Father?
Well, imagine having a radiobiologist in the family.
It has carried us to freedom.
Freedom of thought. Freedom of action. Freedom to challenge even tradition itself and put it to the test. Only by instilling such qualities in our children can democracy grow in this world of living values.
Get on board, oh, get on board.
West now on the path of the pioneers roars the Freedom Train, heavy with simple meaning.
The Federalists. Washington, farewell address. The Northwest Ordinance.
Virginia's ratification of the Bill of Rights.
Once over the rugged Appalachian backbone of the East, the train, wandering among the rolling Ohio hills, comes to a stop in small-town America.
Why, Judy. Judy, dear, what's the matter?
I didn't make it.
You didn't make what, dear?
The school orchestra.
Why, I didn't even know you were...
I had my heart set on it. I practiced the piano every day.
But I thought...
Just so I could make it. Just so I'd be the one they chose. But they chose Gladys Wiggin. Oh, Mom, I'll never play the piano again.
Oh, Judy. Judy, dear, look at me.
I don't want to look at anybody.
Look at me. Now listen.
What?
You failed.
I know it. That's what hurts.
But did anyone ever tell you could fail forward?
Fail forward?
Exactly.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you ask anybody that ever got anywhere. They failed lots of times. But each failure moved them one step forward. And do you know why?
No.
Because each failure was like a finger post that pointed to the right path.
Oh, You mean that...
You failed today. But in failing, you learned why you weren't as good as Gladys Wiggin, who won.
Oh.
Now you can sit around and weep, or you can remember what you've learned and...
And you can fail forward.
Yes, dear. As someone said, the only time you don't fail is the last time you try something and it comes out all right. Well, where are you going?
Oh, gosh, I got some time before dinner. I think I'll practice a little bit.
That's a good girl.
To teach that success comes not full-grown as a miracle, but painfully into being. Here is a lesson upon which sound futures are built. For only upon sturdy wings can democracy soar.
Now, stretching before the freedom train, the great plain lies with crops abourning. Corn, wheat, oats, barley, fattening hogs, solemn cattle, and farmhouses where once stood houses of log, born of the very papers aboard the speeding shrine.
Washington's letter entitled, "To Bigotry, No Sanction."
Lauren's attack on slavery.
The 19th Amendment extending the right of suffrage to women.
Yes, here too the freedom train brings again the spirit of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Lee.
To the men who husband our soil.
George done yet?
Yes, Dad. Cattle are in, hogs fed.
Fine. Now let's us put on the feed bag.
Okay, Dad.
What's bothering you, son? Anything wrong?
Oh, it's just that, well, I've been thinking, Dad.
Well, there's no law against that.
I don't want to stay with you on the farm.
What, sir?
I want to get me a hold of a harvester and go south.
I'm surprised, son.
Look, Dad, I figured it all out. I got some money put away, what Uncle Lem left me.
Yeah, but that's for when you're ready to settle down, son.
With what I can borrow, that'll get me a harvesting machine. I can hitch it to our Jeep, if you let me borrow it, and follow the harvest. By the end of the summer, I'll bet I can make what I paid for it twice over.
Yeah, but look here.
Do that a couple of summers, and I'll have all the money I need to go to agricultural school.
Then what?
Then I'm going into it in a big way. Have my own farm, but also 5 or 6 harvesters and the whole crew, and
Go on.
No, I guess I'm just dreaming, Dad. You'll need me here next summer.
Son, never be afraid to dream big dreams.
Dad.
Don't blame me for not being satisfied with what I got to offer you. Trouble with me is, I dreamt big dreams just like you're doing now, but just never did nothing about them.
You mean?
If you're willing to be bold, son, if you really mean to do something about your dream, instead of being satisfied just with the dreaming of it like I was,
Dad.
count me in.
Oh, Dad, you're wonderful.
Right now, I'm a hungry man. Come on. Mother's waiting supper.
To dream big. To have the courage to match their dreams. If we raise children like these, then truly we've raised men to match our mountains.
Now over the challenging desert, into the lowlands pockmarked with cattle and sheep, into the looming Rockies, the freedom train hastens westward, and the towering sequoias that saw the trek of the pioneers look down at their written monuments passing.
Theodore Roosevelt's promise of a free Cuba.
President Truman's proclamation of the independence of the Philippines.
The first inaugural address of Woodrow Wilson.
The United Nations Charter.
High among the Douglas fir, the freedom train rests for the night. And not far off, a girl speaks into a telephone.
Well, you can tell whoever's in charge of the rules that if the sorority is too good for Natalie Bronsky, it's not good enough for me. I resign.
Well, what's going on here?
I just resigned from the sorority.
What?
They wouldn't let me put up my girlfriend Natalie's name for membership.
How come?
Oh, 'cause her family wasn't born here, probably. That's the real reason.
What reason did they give you?
Some rule, they said, is in the charter about you have to come from a family with standing in the community.
Oh, I'm disappointed in you, Mary.
But, Daddy, you wouldn't want me to belong to a group like that, would you?
Oh, I'm proud of the way you feel, but I'm not proud of the way you acted.
What do you mean?
Why, you just quit, that's what you did. I never did go for a quitter.
What else could I do?
Fight?
Fight? How?
Just because a thing is so doesn't make it right, Mary. Where would this country have been if we all believed that?
You mean...
You think Natalie's as good as anyone else?
Well, of course.
So do I. And if it were I wouldn't let any stupid rule like that try to tell me I was wrong. I'd do my darndest to change it.
Change it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm a member of the Rules Committee. We never really had anything to do.
So?
I could make them call a meeting of that committee.
Sure.
Force them to give the whole thing an airing, put it to a vote, and amend the charter. I'll show them.
Sure you will.
Just because a thing is so doesn't make it right.
Now you're talking like my daughter.
That seed, too, we can plant in young minds. Nothing in life, as Lincoln Steffens once said, has been done the way it should be. The whole world is full of things to do over. Only with such planting can America reap an unlimited harvest.
Was that I see yonder coming, coming, coming?
Onward flies the freedom train, on and on, bearing foremost among others one simple message.
That a continent spanned is not enough. That a nation born of freedom can only grow if the spirit of freedom is the prime heritage of its future.
Get on board, oh, get on board.
Today, as our American concept of democracy stands challenged as a vital force by nation after nation, as we unite to heed the call of the Congress and the President to pray for everlasting peace, the survival of this great heritage for which more than 300,000 Americans so recently gave their lives in the battlefield depends more than ever before upon what you do in your home, at your fireside. Do not only to keep alive the spirit of our hallowed documents yourself, but to plant the seeds of freedom in your children.
Plant ideas like think for yourself. Plant a will unafraid to challenge and to test tradition. Plant personal courage. Plant vision and the strength to match it. Plant a questioning mind in the cause of justice.
For freedom doesn't really reside in documents, nor is guaranteed alone by those who die to sustain them. Rather, it lives in those who apply them. Indeed, freedom is everybody's job. This, then, it appears to us, is the gist of what rides embraced on the freedom train between the letter of Columbus and the UN Charter.
Freedom is a homemade thing.
Yes, freedom is a homemade thing. Through our everlasting awareness of this single fact, our dead will live forever.
It's that freedom train a-comin', comin', comin'. It's that freedom train a-comin', comin', comin'. It's that freedom train a-comin', comin', comin'. Get on board that freedom train.
Living 1948 is prepared and presented for the University of the Air by an NBC Public Affairs staff under the supervision of Wade Arnold, with scripts written by Lou Haslam, technical advice by Jane Tiffany Wagner, music conducted by Milton Catums. Your narrator was Ben Grauer. Songs were arranged and sung by the noted American folk singer Tom Glazer. The program was directed by James Harvey. We invite you to keep abreast of the issues facing us in this election year by joining us next week when we'll make time available for another of the declared candidates for the presidency, Henry A. Wallace of the New Party. This program came to you from our studios in Radio City, New York. Robert Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, do the men in your family think flavor is the most important virtue of the food you serve? Well, you homemakers know that nutrition is equally important. And that's why Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft, is so popular with so many American families. For Parquet margarine is a wonderful red ration stamp value in both flavor and nutrition. It requires just 5 red ration points a pound, and it has a delicate, appetizing flavor that really satisfies. As a spread for bread and a seasoning for hot-cooked vegetables, I think you'll agree that Parquet flavor is just about tops. Cakes and cookies taste better when made with Parquet margarine, too, because it's a real flavor shortening, and you like it for pan frying because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. What's more, Parquet is highly nutritious. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve, and it's a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So for flavor, for economy, and for good nutrition, ask your dealer for Parquet, Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, on to Summerfield and the Great Gildersleeve. It's the last day of May, just 4 weeks before his wedding day, and Gildersleeve is a busy, busy man. This morning, while others make preparations for the Memorial Day exercises, the great man is in his study, straightening out his affairs and clearing the decks for matrimony. So we find him now with pen in hand, laboring over the composition of a mighty document.
I, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, being of sound mind and body, do hereby devise and bequeath...
Uncle Mort, excuse me.
Yes, Marjorie?
Come out and see it.
Come out and see what?
The flag. He's got it out.
Oh, well, a little while, my dear. Right now, I'm very...
Come on. You aren't doing anything, and it looks so pretty.
Not doing anything, my dear young lady. I happen to be engaged in one of the most solemn duties of a man's lifetime. Do you know what I'm writing?
Oh, fool. Anybody think it was your last will and testament? Now, come on.
But, hey, let go.
Come on.
Well, let me put down my pen first. I don't know what there is such a rush about anyway. I've seen the flag before.
Well, we found a new place for it, and we want you to see.
Oh, where?
We hung it from the roof.
How did you ever get it up there?
And Leroy climbed out the attic window. Come out in the yard and tell us if you like it.
Well...
We want the place to look nice when the parade goes by.
Oh, and Leela's coming over, too.
Good. So's Ben. And Bertie's planned a wonderful lunch. There. Do you like the flag, Jeff?
How does it look to your artistic eye, Unc?
Well, it looks fine, Leroy. Only for heaven's sakes, be careful up there.
Don't worry.
Isn't it pretty? I think ours is the prettiest house on the street, don't you?
Yeah, but I wish Leroy would get down off that roof.
Hey, I'm a tightrope walker. Look, everybody. A great concolino. Leroy!
Leroy, get off of that railing.
I can't look.
Young man, you get in off that roof before I come up there after you.
Are you kidding?
Leroy, you heard me.
Okay, I'll break down.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Be careful now, my boy. That crazy kid.
Honestly, what comes over, boys?
I don't know. It's a wonder to me he's lived as long as he has. Oh, that reminds me. I got to get back to work. Call me when it's time for the parade.
Oh, we won't be along for an hour yet.
Parades, tightrope walkers, more interruptions. People just left me alone till I get this will finished. Will. Leroy's the one who should make the will. The great concolino. Oh, brother. Let me see now. I, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, being of sound mind and body, do hereby devise and bequeath to my lawfully wedded wife, no, to my dearly beloved wife, my dearly beloved wife. Come in, beloved.
Hi, Gildy.
Yep. Hooker. What do you want? What on earth are you dressed up for? An admiral?
I'm leading the parade today, Grand Marshal. Just stopped over to ask if you wouldn't join us.
In the parade?
Yeah?
You mean march?
Yes.
On foot?
Well, I suppose you could go on your hands and knees.
Oh, no, Judge. I'm not much on marching. My feet.
You've got to, Gildy. All the younger men are gone this year, and we want them to have a nice turnout.
Well, I guess I can certainly keep up with you, you old goat. I'll tell you, I'll do it on one condition.
What's that?
If you'll help me with my will.
You're drawing up a will?
Sure. Got a little start on it right here.
That's it. I, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, being of sound mind and body. Gildy, mind if I ask a question?
What?
What makes you think you're of sound mind?
Huh?
And look at that body.
Never mind the priceless wit, Hooker. You don't want to help me, don't.
Now, Gildy, I should be delighted to draw up your will for you at any other time. Right now, I've got to get down to City Hall. How about this afternoon?
Well, all right, then.
See you down at the parade. Oh, Gildy, there's one thing that just occurred to me.
Yes?
On second thought, you might prefer to have another attorney handle your will for you.
Why, Judge?
Well, I don't like to bring this up, but we're old friends, aren't we, Gildy?
Yes, we are.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we?
Yes, we've been through all that before, too. What's on your mind?
You may not be aware of this, but under the law, it is illegal for persons witnessing or drawing up a will to be beneficiaries. I merely mention this.
Why?
Well, we're such old friends, and we've been through so much together. I just thought, if you should want to leave me some slight remembrance.
Judge, I'm going to leave you a lock of my hair.
About time you were starting for the parade?
Keep your shirt on, my boy. Parades never start on time. Isn't that right, Ben?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. I thought we were just going to watch it go by the house here.
Well, you are, but I'm going to march in it.
Oh, I didn't know that. What war were you in?
I was in World War I, Ben.
Oh, sure. Did you get to France, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I should say I did, my boy. Paris. I wonder if you'll get over there.
I suppose I might.
Yes. Well, if you do, I wonder if... Leroy, will you go help your sister for a minute?
Help her what? She ain't doing anything.
She's not doing anything.
But that's what I said.
Never mind. Go away. Go upstairs and bring down that picture of me in my uniform so I can show Ben.
Okay.
And tell Marjorie to hurry down here. Ben will walk out on her.
Yeah, fat chance.
What was I saying, Ben?
Something about France, I think.
Oh, yes. If you should get to Paris, my boy, I want you to go to a certain number on a certain street and ask a certain party if she remembers Monsieur Gildersleeve. Beau Yank, she used to call me. Will you look her up, Ben?
Sure, Mr. Gildersleeve, only I can't speak any French to speak of.
Well, when I first met her, I couldn't either. But inside of a week, comment ça va, parlez-vous français, l'amour toujours l'amour. You get the idea?
Oui, oui.
Oh, she was a lovely creature, Ben. And her mother. Oh, boy, how she could cook. I think you'll like her, Ben.
Oh, sure.
She's a blonde, just 28 years old in 1918. Let me see. That would make her...
53.
It's not possible. Oh, my goodness, how time flies.
Here's a picture, Unc. The boy commando in person.
I don't care to see it now, Leroy. 53. Poor Mimi. I can't believe it.
Gosh, Unc, what's the matter?
Nothing. Go help Marjorie.
For Pete's sake, aren't you through talking about Paris?
Leroy, you're getting too fresh. Oh, that's Mrs. Ransom. We have a little signal. In here, Leela.
Hello, everyone. everybody.
Good morning, sweetheart.
I think the flag out in front looks just beautiful.
Leela, I've got a surprise for you. I'm going to march in the parade.
Why, Throckmorton, how exciting. Would you like to see his picture in uniform, Mrs. Ransom?
Leroy, give me that.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, I want to see it. Oh, why, you were cute in your uniform.
Cute?
Wasn't he, Ben?
Well, just let it go, my boy.
Well, I don't understand the insignia on your uniform, Throckmorton. Beauregard used to have Leachy on the shoulder.
Leach? Oh, well, I didn't go into the Army at the top. I went in as a private and won my promotion the hard way.
How'd you come out, Unc?
Corporal. Well, I got to get started if I'm going to be in the parade. The boys are assembling behind the courthouse at 11. Goodbye, Leela. I'm off to the war.
Oh, wait a minute, Throckmorton.
What's the matter?
You're not going to march in the parade in just that little old business suit, are you?
What else?
Well, your uniform, silly.
Oh, I couldn't, Leela.
Oh, but you'd look so distinguished.
It would look out of date, Leela. The uniforms today are entirely different.
Oh, Throckmorton, you never do anything I ask you.
I do, too, Leela. I just don't know where my uniform is.
I know, Unc. It's up in the attic.
Leroy.
Oh, good for you, Leroy. Please, Throckmorton, for Leela.
All right. Leroy, you come with me. Little sharp eyes. Well, which trunk is it in, Leroy?
This one over here, Unc.
That one? I haven't got the key to that. I guess we'll just have to let the uniform go.
Don't worry, Unc. It's open.
Mothballs. Come on, Leroy. Fish it out of there. I haven't got all day.
Here's the pants. Gosh, they look a little small, Unc.
Yeah, well, this stuff shrinks, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah. Besides, mothballs will shrink anything, Leroy. Well, I don't find any puttees in here. Maybe we just better let the pants go.
Okay, here's the coat.
Blouse, Leroy, blouse.
Oh, blouse. Well, anyhow, it looks as if the mothballs cut that down, too.
What did I tell you? Well, I think maybe I can get into it, though. Here, hold my coat.
Okay.
Probably be a little tight, but it'll sort of give a military effect. See? I got it on.
Yeah. Yeah, but can you button it?
Oh, of course. You ought to remember that when I was in France, I weighed several pounds less than I do today.
Are you kidding?
By George, it feels good to get back in the old uniform. Come on, Leroy, let's show the ladies. Well, folks, what do you think of it?
Throckmorton, what in the world happened to the trousers? They were shut off.
Leroy, quiet. No puttees, Leela. Can't wear them without puttees.
Oh, well, the coat looks awfully military. I think you'll be the handsomest man in the whole parade. I honestly do.
Oh, well, that's all I wanted to know, Leela. Well, I'm off. I kiss your hand, fair lady.
Oh, don't bend over.
Well, I'm glad I didn't try to wear the pants.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Meanwhile, instead of saying more about Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft, I'd like to say right here and now, hats off to the man who sells Parquet, your neighborhood grocer. If point rationing is causing you occasional headaches, remember that rationing is a major problem for your grocer hundreds of times each day. In fact, he deserves real credit if his disposition isn't tattered and worn, what with getting to work so early in the morning to arrange his stock for you and working far into the night every night to sort his stamps and plan his ordering. He has endless records and reports to fill out, too. Yes, your food dealer is an important workman on the home front, and he merits the help and the cooperation of all of us. You see, most of the foods he buys and sells are rationed to him, too. He has to budget his ration stamps in order to buy many of the things you buy from him. So why not help yourself and help him at the same time by planning family menus several days in advance and by shopping early in the week and early in the day. Your friend the grocer will appreciate it. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Clad in the conservative business suit, he's marched valiantly in the hot sun, and now he's arriving at his home to claim the soldier's reward. In this case, a share of the delicious lunch which Bertie's promised. But our hero's a little late, and the house seems strangely quiet.
Marjorie! Leroy! Where is everybody?
Is that you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Of course it's me, Bertie. Where is everybody?
Well, they waited for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. They waited about 2 hours before they had lunch. You've been marching all this time?
Oh, yes, Bertie. I marched so far, my feet are killing me. And I'm so hungry, I don't care.
Well, you just sit down and take your shoes off, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I'll warm up a nice lunch for you right away.
Thank you, Bertie.
How did you march so long, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, it wasn't all marching, Bertie. We stood there in the park for a couple of hours listening to the speeches. But it certainly was impressive. Makes a man think, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to be remembered by everyone as a man who did something for the city.
Well, sir, you're the head man at the waterworks.
Well, I'm Summerfield's 16th water commissioner, yes. But a few years from now, who'll know it? That's what I've been thinking about, some sort of a monument for, Bertie.
You mean like a statue?
Well, I don't know. You think that'd be good?
Oh, no, sir. I don't care much for statues. Now, you take them 2 statues in the park. Every time I walk past Abraham Lincoln standing there, I feel sorry for him.
Why?
Because he's been standing there so long.
Yes. What about the statue of General Fremont? Don't you like that?
No, sir. Every time I go past that, I get mad.
But why?
Because he's got a horse and I'm walking. And he ain't even going nowhere.
Yeah, you're right. I'm afraid you just don't like sculpture, though, Bertie.
Oh, yes, I do, Mr. Gildersleeve. You know what I like?
What?
That fountain in front of the courthouse with the water spraying down and the goldfish swimming around down below. I like that.
So do I. By George, a fountain, Bertie. For a water commissioner, what could be better? With a little bronze plaque on it. Not too little. Let's see. This fountain presented to the city by Summerfield's 16th water commissioner, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Then maybe some short, dignified statement like, he served his fellow townsmen well.
Sounds mighty pretty, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, sir. I can hear the water splashing in the fountain right now.
So can I. Oh, my goodness, the gravy's boiling over.
Yeah. Gravy? Bertie, I'm starving.
Well, hang on, Mr. Gildersleeve. You can't starve to death till you get that monument.
Yeah, you're right, Bertie. I'm going to have Judge Hooker put in that fountain in my will right now.
Throckmorton, let me ask you something. Why are you suddenly in such a sweat to make a will after letting it go all this time?
Well, for one thing, I think it's a man's duty to make a will, for one thing.
Yeah? What else?
Well, Leela mentioned it once or twice.
Oh.
And anyhow, I think it's a man's duty. You can't tell. Things can happen. Here I am about to get married.
Gildy, it strikes me that you're preparing for marriage as if you were preparing for the next world.
Now, see here, Hooker. That's not true.
All right. Sorry. True, but I shouldn't have said it.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If I'm to draw up this will, I'm going to require certain information.
Such as what?
Well, to begin with, how much money have you got?
Don't you wish you knew?
Well, I've got to know.
What for?
Gildy, if you want me to help you with your will, you've got to take me into your confidence.
Well, all right, Judge. What do you want to know?
I ask you, how much money have you got?
None of your business. If I tell you, you'll tell everybody in town.
Gildy, what passes between a lawyer and his client is strictly confidential. You know that. Come on now. How much have you got?
Cash?
Cash.
Well, in the neighborhood of $500.
In the neighborhood?
Yes. Small neighborhood, isn't it?
It's all right, Gildy. We're neighbors.
Oh, you too?
I'd be lucky if I could put my hands on $300 right now.
Well, to be perfectly frank with you, Judge, I've got just $275. And that's not counting the bills that'll be pouring in tomorrow.
Isn't it terrible?
Terrible, the way things are. A man's lucky if he can stay out of jail.
Now, let's see. The insurance. Now, what about the rest? What about Leela? Of course, she has her own money.
Yes. I'll tell you what I thought, Horace. I thought it'd be nice to endow a small memorial.
Memorial?
Yeah, a fountain, perhaps. A memorial fountain.
Memorial to what?
Well, to the two of us. Me being water commissioner, I think a fountain would be kind of appropriate, don't you? You know, with water coming out.
Throckmorton, may I ask what you propose to endow this fountain with?
Well, with my residuary estate. With the $275. Don't you think you could buy a fountain for that?
Wouldn't be any Niagara. I think you'd be lucky to get a bird bath.
Oh. You do, huh? Well, you know, Judge, you may think you're joking, but a bird bath isn't such a bad idea.
Oh, now, Gildy.
I mean it. I've always been fond of birds. Birds like me, too. They come right up to me sometimes. And Leela's crazy about birds. She's got a little bitty wren that's building a nest in her front porch right now. Every morning she goes out and peeks at it. Yes, sir, man could do worse than have the birds remember him. Birds are man's truest friend.
I thought dogs were man's truest friend.
I'm not building any dog bath. Horace, how soon could you get this will drawn up?
Well, that shouldn't take much time. Of course, we need witnesses. I guess I'd get my secretary for one.
Oh, and Peavy. Peavy do it. I know he's open this afternoon because Leroy's working for him. Do you think you could get it ready?
What's the rush?
Well, I'd just like to have it, Judge. I'm going over to Leela's tonight, and I'd sort of like to surprise her with it.
You'd surprise her, all right.
Hi, Unc. Hi, Judge.
Hello, Leroy. How's the drug business?
Pretty quiet. The chief is out in the prescription room, and you know what that means.
What? Leroy, that's no way to talk about Mr. Peavy. I'd like to see him for a moment, please.
Oh, gosh, Unc, can't I wait on you? I never get a chance to sell medicine. But with you, it wouldn't matter if I made a mistake.
I disagree, my boy.
Oh, just try me, Unc. I can find you anything in the store, practically.
Then find Mr. Peavy.
Honest, Unc, the chief doesn't like it if I bother him about something I can handle myself.
Leroy.
What?
Wake up the chief.
Oh, all right.
Maybe we shouldn't bother Peavy if he wants to sleep.
What nonsense. Peavy sleeps 24 hours a day anyway. Oh, hello, Peavy. I hope we didn't interrupt anything important.
No, I'll just take care of you, gentlemen, and then I can get right back to it. How are you, Judge?
Fine, thank you, Peavy.
I saw you, gentlemen, in the parade this morning. Thought you both looked very dashing.
Well, glad to do our bit, Peavy. How does it happen you weren't marching? Someone told me you were an ex-soldier.
Yes, sir. I was in the artillery. 49th Field Artillery, USA.
Well, I'll be darned. Were you a gunner?
No, I wasn't a gunner. I was in what you might call the transportation end of the artillery.
Oh, what's that?
I commanded a platoon of mules.
You? That's hard to believe, Peavy. Why, the mule is the stubbornest animal known to man.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Although a mule has a mind of his own, I'll admit. But they're hard workers.
They are?
Yes, they're hard workers. And they're loyal. Every mule in my platoon was just as loyal as a jackass could be.
Gildersleeve, can't we get down to business here? I haven't time to listen to Peavy's military experiences.
I'm sorry, Judge. I just rang on. What can I do for you?
Well, you won't make a penny on it, Peavy. We just want you to witness Mr. Gildersleeve's will, if you don't mind.
Glad to, Judge. Glad to be of service. Oh, Leroy.
Yes, Chief?
This is the type of service I was telling you about yesterday. Institutional type.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got the document with you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right here, Peavy.
Get away, Leroy. This is none of your business.
Unc, did you leave me anything?
You've been amply provided for. Sign right here, Peavy.
Unc, will you leave me your pistol that's in your bureau drawer?
No.
Oh, please, Unc.
Now, Leroy, remember lesson 1. The customer is always right.
Oh, sorry, Chief. I forgot.
All right. Now, here, Judge.
That's it.
Richard Peavy. Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I hope your will gives you the same lasting satisfaction as mine has given me.
Well, I hope so, too.
I executed my will in 1913, naming my wife as sole beneficiary, and I've never wanted to change a syllable of it. Neither has Mrs. Peavy.
Well, I can imagine. Well, much obliged, Peavy. We got to be running along now.
No, I'm going to close it up here myself in a minute. Leroy, you want to go along now with your uncle?
Are you sure you can spare me?
I think so.
All right, I'll see you
Good night, little beaver.
But soon there'll just be two of us. Soon you and I will borrow the moon for just the two of us. Sweetly and so discreetly, we'll be completely alone. No other world, only our own. Now we must be contented with schemes about the two of us. Yes, we can have our sweet scented dreams that will come true of us. For presently and pleasantly, our hearts will be in tune. So soon, maybe not tomorrow, Leela, but soon. Leela.
Yes, Throckmorton.
I made my will today, Leela.
Oh, did you, darling? How nice.
Yeah, have it right here in my pocket. Leela, you know something?
What, darling?
Guess who's in my will?
Oh, I couldn't.
Go on, Leela. Guess, will you?
Oh, I couldn't possibly. I'm too happy to guess. I'm too happy to care about anything.
Well, then I'll tell you, darling.
Yes, you tell me.
You know that little bird that has a nest in your porch? You know the one that sings under your window every morning?
Oh, Dickie Bird. I call him Dickie Bird.
Yeah, Dickie Bird. Dickie Bird has been provided for, Leela. It's all right here in the will.
Oh, Throckmorton, that's just like you to remember little bird.
See? It's all written out right here.
Oh, darling, you have to explain it to me. I don't understand about wills and complicated things like that.
Oh, well, sweetheart, in memory of both of us, I'm leaving money for a municipal bird bath.
Oh, really, Throckmorton? You're the most thoughtful man. Now, did you say bird bath?
Yes, dear.
You're leaving your money for a bird bath?
That's right, honey.
All of it?
Well, not all of it. All that's left after taking care of the children.
You mean to stand there and tell me you've made a bird your residuary legatee?
Leela, I thought you didn't know anything about wills.
Well, I wasn't married to a lawyer 7 years for nothing.
But, sweetheart, I thought you liked birds.
I do, Throckmorton, but you're nothing but a cuckoo.
Leela gets all upset over a bird. Leela, can't you take a little joke?
You mean you were joking?
Of course, darling. I'm not going to build any bird bath. Tell me, how would you invest the money?
Well, when I'm in doubt about a financial problem, I always ask myself, what would Beauregard do?
Beauregard? Well, have you asked Beauregard what I should do about this?
No, but I think I know what he'd say.
What?
He'd say, Leela, child, you'd look lovely in a mink coat.
Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen in again next Sunday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You women are looking for extender recipes these days and all kinds of ways to make the less plentiful foods go further. Well, do you know about the product called Kraft Dinner?
All by itself, a package of Kraft Dinner gives you a swell macaroni and cheese main dish fast. Enough macaroni and cheese for 4 people. And for it, you put out just one single red ration point. Now, if you have a little meat or some leftover chicken or seafood, you can extend it by adding it to the Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese. Or you can mold the hot Kraft Dinner into a ring and in the center serve your small amount of meat or what have you, creamed. Each package of Kraft Dinner holds a quick cooking macaroni and some Kraft grated to put cheese flavor through and through the fluffy macaroni in a jiffy. Get some soon so that you can cook a macaroni and cheese dish in 7 minutes or use it as an extender of less plentiful food. Remember, it's Kraft Dinner. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Between Americans, starring Orson Welles.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. The Gulf Oil Companies and your good Gulf dealer are proud to present a dramatic picture of this, our America. Here is your host, Roger Pryor, to tell you about it.
Good evening, everyone. We welcome you tonight to one of the most timely programs ever heard on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Our production of Norman Corwin's script, Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. Broadcast at any time, we believe this program would make every American's heart beat a little faster. Make him hold his head just a little higher. But since the tragic and foreboding news that came today, this program, Between Americans, now becomes an American odyssey. In just a moment, our story will begin. But first, here's Bud Heaston.
Right. And here's an easy way to change from a pessimist into an optimist. If you're wondering now how long you may have to keep your present car, and wondering, too, if it will last, if it will stay in good condition, just look on the bright side of the picture. Remember, when you give the wearing parts of your car good protection, that helps it stay young and act young a long, long time. So give your automobile the modern method of lubrication, Gulflex registered lubrication. Here's why. First,
the expert Gulflex operator works from a master chart of your model car, thus protects each wearing point in the chassis and body.
Second,
the Gulflex man uses not just 1 or 2 greases, but 6 special lubricants, especially developed by lubrication authorities.
And third, here's proof of how good these lubricants are.
In recent tests by Gulf engineers, Gulflex chassis lubricant, for instance, stayed in the shackles 30% better and lubricated nearly 100% longer than the average of competitive products tested.
So get Gulflex registered lubrication, a much better than usual grease job at no extra cost. Remember, too, that your good Gulf dealer is also ready with splendid motor oils and gasolines, such as Gulf No-Nox gasoline, the extra value gasoline that has been especially designed to stop harmful pounding and hammering inside your engine. Make it a habit to stop regularly at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, your headquarters for making your car last longer.
And now, Oscar Bradley's music introduces Orson Welles, who will talk Between Americans.
This program is Between Americans. That's where the title comes in. We hope you like it, but you don't have to. At any rate, nobody's going to make you stick around and listen to it. That's one of the advantages of being an American. Now, tonight we're doing something quite foreign to the type of thing usually presented by the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Instead of telling a story about 5 or 6 people, we're telling a story about 100 million. This happens to include you, listener, whatever your name may be. As a matter of fact, names don't bother real Americans very much. Not when we've got states named after French kings and English queens are lifted right out of the Latin language like Montana, or out of the Spanish like Nevada, and towns
You know, if you were to hold a convention of all the people who live in foreign-sounding American towns, we could fill quite a sizable stadium. Among the delegates registering on the first day would be...
Me, I'm the delegate from London, Minnesota.
I'm in from Dublin, New Hampshire.
Flew in this morning from Cairo, Illinois. Huh? Whose turn, me? I'm from Canton, Connecticut.
I'm from Paris, Texas.
I came all the way from Shanghai, West Virginia.
Warsaw, Georgia.
I'm the delegate representing Moscow, Kentucky.
My town is Toronto, Kansas.
As for me, Lisbon, Maine.
Delegate from Madrid, Alabama reporting.
I'm from Stockholm, South Dakota.
Drove down this afternoon from Bombay, New York.
Hitchhiked here from Baghdad, Florida.
All right, delegates, now that you've registered, you may all be seated. Now, that's all the preliminaries there's going to be tonight. We're through with the introductions, the overture, and the official registration. So now we can get down to the text, which is, roughly speaking, this. Today, particularly, people are thinking about their country pretty hard. Some of them for the first time in their lives. People are wondering where we're headed. Men are being called on to get ready to defend America. A lot of them are thinking in terms of what is there to defend. Well, now, America means a lot of things to a lot of people. Most of them are solid patriots, only they don't know it. They don't have to wear a red and white and blue button in their lapels to prove it. They don't have to agree with or even listen to people like this.
My fellow citizens, in this great state of blood and plethora, we can fix it on squirtle your taxes. Our great country is grimly bolted on and can wackle tablewicks, and your Langanoi Rillera, Harrington forever!
We got a good hunch most people prefer the quiet kind of speaker, like the fellow who got up on a platform in a Pennsylvania town one day and said,
"The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here."
That was the Gettysburg Address he was referring to. As a matter of fact, he didn't get such good reviews the next morning. Take, for example, the write-up he got in the Harrisburg Patriot.
We pass over the silly remarks of the president. For the credit of the nation, we are willing that they shall no more be repeated and thought of.
If you think that's bad, listen to what the Chicago Times had to say.
The cheek of every American must tingle with shame as he reads the silly, flat, and dishwatery utterances of the man who has to be pointed out to intelligent foreigners as the President of the United States.
Of course, the rival paper in Chicago took the opposite point of view. Rival papers often do.
The remarks of President Lincoln will live among the annals of man.
That paper gave it 4 stars, and they were right. The Gettysburg Address did survive. But that business of calling a president a ham is really something to be proud of. I mean, the right to print a piece saying a president makes us sound like dishwater. Nobody dragged the editors off to jail, even if they were wrong. That's important. Comes under the heading of free press. As soon as anybody starts gagging the press, any press, watch out. Americans don't like that. And by the way, we got a nerve to be calling ourselves Americans all the time when we're really only United Staters. We're a little selfish about that. It's America down there in Chile, too. All the way down the spine of the Andes. If any of you folks are hearing this down around Mexico or Honduras or Salvador or Argentina, or even if you're an Eskimo in the Arctic, we hope you'll overlook our calling ourselves Americans as though we were the only ones in the hemisphere. We do that just because it's so much easier to say than anything else, and also because it sounds so good. By the way, before we leave the subject, what about the original Americans? The Indians? There's a forgotten race for you. How about the Indian on the nickel and the buffalo who roamed the back of the great American jit? Seems a shame. No 2 ways about it. We have forgotten those 100% Americans who went down to quarantine to meet the Mayflower. We don't see them around in person very much these days, but their ghosts are still with us. Maybe the red men are forgotten. Maybe not. But between you and us, it's said that near Boonesboro, Kentucky, on certain nights in November, by the light of the waning moon, some very peculiar ghost meetings go on in the woods south of the river. Also in certain parts of the Alleghenies, between the hours of sundown and the coming of the morning mist. Yes, if you happen to be listening to this in a car, driving along Highway 99 in Wyoming, that man you passed walking down the road a few miles back wasn't a man at all. Seriously, they were brave people. The Indians fought a losing fight against great odds. Wanted nothing more than to keep their land and their way of life. Fighting the fight so many people of all races have had to fight since. The fight to keep free and independent. The fight to stop men from the outside who want to civilize somebody their way. You ever asked yourself what America means to you? Does it mean 1776? Columbia, the gem of the ocean? Big business? The Bill of Rights? Uncle Sam? Chances are it means none of these things. Chances are it means something very personal to each of you. Something close to your heart which you'd miss like the very blazes if you were stranded abroad. Might have nothing at all to do with quotes from Madison or acts of Congress. It might be just the feeling about the crisp autumns in New England and the smell of burning leaves. It might be the memory of the way they smooth off the infield between the games of a doubleheader. It might be a thing as small as your little finger. You ever been abroad and run out of American cigarettes?
Hey, speak English, mister?
No, senor. Solo hablo español.
Well, anyway, do you carry cigarettes?
Ah, cigarrillos. Sí, tenemos bastante aquí.
No, I just want cigarettes. Here, I'll take these. How much?
20 centavos.
Here, keep the change. Hey, got a light there, senor?
Sí, como no, senor. Un momento.
Hey, what is this? Soft, cold soup? Tastes like an old shoe. Here, you can smoke the rest of them. Boy.
There you are. America might mean a tight-packed cigarette, which tastes good. Might mean the way a hot dog man slaps mustard on a Frank. Might mean going with your wife to the movie on bank night. Or taking your girl to the annual barn dance and social at Tuckerman's Barn. Plenty of you listeners know what I'm talking about. You hear people speak of home defense? This is the home to be defended. This square dance down the Glen a piece, in old man Tuckerman's barn. This is the America of all the couples dancing there tonight. That's what the nation means to Butch and Fred and Jenny and Elvira. And this is America to all the boys and girls from Malvern County and their folks at home waiting for them. What do you suppose America means to that auto repair man in the grease-caked dungarees who works in the garage in the corner of Willow and Elm Street? It means, quite likely, crawling under the 1936 Buick and dragging an electric light bulb on a long extension after him.
Hey, Joe, hand me that wrench.
What wrench?
The wrench at your feet. I got to finish this apprentice job.
Why don't he sell that jalopy and get a new boat?
Hey, you want to talk us out of business? As long as he keeps his car, we get a repair job once in a while.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Sure. That's America to Pete and Joe. Piston job, transmission job, valve job, jack it up, change the tire. New fan belt, check the pump. On Saturday night, take the girl down to Joyland Dance Park. Means repairs to those boys and cans of oil and carburetor mixtures. And to Jack Prentice, who owns the Buick that Pete is fixing and who lives down on the beach near the Coast Guard station, America means the sound and the sight and the smell of high tide under the full moon. Occasionally the melancholy note of the bellboy drifting up when the wind's blowing in from the ship channel. Means the age-old sound of the sea. The same sound folks are hearing this very minute up around Penobscot Bay and Winthrop Beach and Chincoteague Inlet down by Calabogue Sound and on Boca Chica and then clean over to the other coast by Guadalupe, Carmel. Yes. Wind and wave and sand and rock and riptide and undertow. That's America to Jack Prentice and the hundreds of thousands of folks settled on the coastlines between Eastport and Key West, Point Isabel and Birch Bay. America is all things to all the people. Prairie to Nebraskans, coal to Scranton miners, cameras and raw celluloid to the picture boys in Hollywood, the stink of crude oil to the men who work the wells, relief checks to the unemployed, a mic and a stopwatch to a radio production man, a BMT Express to Brooklyn office workers. Sure, that's the way it goes. Or isn't it? What does this country mean to you? It might mean anything. Anything at all. It might mean a course in highfalutin poetry at Harvard.
Today, gentlemen, we will consider the influence of Whitman on the development of poetry in America. And by 1870, after 12 years of incessant attack against squeamish over-refinements, Whitman really began to create an active distaste for literary affectation.
Or else it might be an argument between two baseball fans as to which is the better team, the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Yeah, but look! The Yanks are a bunch of old men and cripples.
Yeah.
They won't last. I tell you, they won't last. Well, it gets good and hot around the middle of July.
Yeah.
Wait till doubleheaders begin piling up.
What are you talking? Listen, DeMaggio's having the best season he ever had. He's an old man, huh? Keller hitting a dozen homers. I'd like to be a cripple like that. New home run record for the club. Won't last, huh? Who's the Red Sox got as good as DeMaggio? Name one guy. Name one.
Name two. Ted Williams.
Oh, good hitter. No getting away from that. What you say, better than DeMaggio?
Pitching.
Wait a minute. Do you say...
Or it could be a poker game in Charlie Ferreter's law office upstairs over the 5 and 10 cent store on a rainy afternoon. Or a meeting of the Kiwanis Club in the Mansion House on Thursday. Or the news store. Or a great symphony concert sent out over everybody's air, playing the music of all the world's great composers, regardless of their race or nationality. For instance, something by a great German Jew named Mendelssohn. Something you couldn't play in certain countries on the other side. Now let's stop a minute and figure this out. Is it an accident that makes just being a citizen in this comparatively young country so attractive to so many people? To the world's greatest skater from Norway? To the world's greatest mathematician from Germany? To the world's greatest orchestra conductor from Italy? Is it an accident that 1,000 million people all around the world would give everything they own to be in your shoes? A free citizen of this country, right this very minute? Is it the weather here? Let's ask some of the natives. You from New York, how's the weather out your way?
Oh, I like it all right, only the summers give me a pain, sticky and hot. And then we usually get a stretch of terrible overcast weather around April and November. Sometimes 10 days go by without the sun coming out once.
And you, miss, from Miami, Florida.
Oh, our climate's fine. Except you have to watch out for sunburn.
A gentleman from Kansas?
Well, summers get pretty hot. Winter's pretty cold. Tornadoes raise a ruckus every once in a while.
Los Angeles. You?
Ah, wonderful climate. Magnificent.
Don't you ever get tired of all that sunshine?
No, sir. Not a bit.
Never rains?
Well, a little precipitation maybe, but no rain.
No earthquake?
No, just little ones. Are you interested in some real estate?
No, thanks. And you from San Francisco, how about it there?
Best climate in the world, top.
Lots of sunshine?
Lots.
Lots of fog?
Lots.
All right. Then it's not the weather which makes us so attractive. Is it maybe our wine, women, and song? Let's ask the experts. You there, expert on women.
American women are beautiful, certainly. But we've never produced any classic or historic beauty. We've no legendary figure to compare with Helen of Troy, or with any of the Greek or Roman Venuses, or with Egypt's Cleopatra. As far as fiction is concerned, we can offer nobody to stand up against Italy's Juliet, or Germany's Isolde, or France's Roxane. Certainly not Scarlett O'Hara.
Certainly not.
No, indeed.
All right, that's fine. Thanks very much. Now, what about our wines? Is that what makes America so attractive from the outside looking in? How about it, wine expert?
American wines are excellent, but then, of course, meaning no offense, have you ever heard of French champagne, Burgundy, Librame?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can it be our song? Maestro.
America can well be proud of its composers and of its wealth of folk music. But the fact of the matter is that we have yet to produce a single world-great symphony, whereas Finland has produced 7, Germany and Austria, half 100, the Russians about 12, the French 2 or 3, England 2 or 3, Bohemia...
Not song, then. Neither wine, women, nor song. So what is it, then? Well, it's this. Come right down to it. It's the spectacle of nearly 150 million people trying to live up to the expectations of a handful of great men who lived and died 150 years ago. Men who were so fed up with the kind of government they'd been getting, they sat down and wrote a new constitution for themselves and their children. A democratic constitution that's been added to, but never been topped before or since.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press.
Or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances.
No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
The right of trial by jury shall be preserved.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Or on account of sex.
Those are pretty good sentiments to be kept alive and flourishing in the world today. Of course, there are other things that makes our union a good one to belong to. It's a beautiful country, even though it has a lot of incorrigible badlands and corrigible slums. Aren't many countries have as much in them to look at and wonder about as this one. This can be a rather fierce country, too. Ever see the way its mountains frown down sometimes? Know what they're frowning at? Some rumors they heard about petty intrigue, about political bosses and shysters and fakers and grafters and men who make a business of gypping the people. Ever see the way the sky suddenly gets black and the thunder roars and the lightning starts throwing itself around? Ever see a storm whipping it up across the Great Lakes? That's how the American winds feel about anybody who denies anybody else a fair trial, or free speech, or the right to assemble, or the right to worship as one sees fit. Well, then, in the final analysis, there can be no analysis. Many great thinkers and poets have attempted it, but the country's too big for any one man. There's Walt Whitman and Carl Sandburg and Tom Wolfe, and they all felt the magnitude and magnificence of the nation that got put together piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. They felt it and wrote about it in unforgettable ways. But still, it's bigger than any of them, or any of us. Whitman hit it on the nose when he said it was bigger than the president and the cabinet and the District of Columbia. It's not Park Avenue, or Broadway, or 42nd Street, or the Loop, or the Golden Triangle. It's other things. Many, many, many other things.
Mill towns.
Steel towns.
Tobacco towns.
Mining towns.
Oil towns.
Cotton towns.
Farmhouses.
Railroad sidings.
Statues on the common.
Tourist houses on the edge of town along the state highway.
Swimming holes.
Gas stations. Strollers on Main Street.
Kettles of sorghum molasses.
Sunday papers.
Season tickets to concerts.
Auctioneers.
Night courts.
Radios, parades, toothpaste, shaving cream, dogs, cats, skyscrapers, subways, cornfields, offices, hotel rooms, airports, hospitals, factories.
Oh, we could go on for weeks with this, never come any closer to a working definition of America, or to any real understanding of its total meaning. Look, how can you add up all the red and yellow neon signs, the smell of all the eggs and bacon frying in the morning, the bargain specials, the lessons learned, the cows let in from pasture, the mileage clocked up on automobile speedometers, the rainfall and the snowfall, and the wind drifts? It's much too big for you, or me, or any of us who happen to stand alone or in small groups. It's much too great for any person or any party. Too much loved by all its people. Loved in spite of and because of its faults and virtues and its past mistakes and future promises. America is not a map, a poem, an almanac, a mural, a building in the heart of Washington. It's a territory possessed by people, possessed by an ideal. Well, that's all, listeners. Just wanted to talk between Americans for a half hour of a Sunday evening. No big finish here. No brass section bringing down the curtain. Just a little music to follow a friendly little chat. Good night, Americans.
You've just heard Orson Welles talking between Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles has just spoken to you as one American to another. And incidentally, do you remember when Orson mentioned the hundreds of thousands of Americans working in those oil towns and gas stations? Well, those Americans make up a great industry that's a vital part of America, the oil industry. There are about 400,000 gasoline dealers helping traffic flow along the highways, making possible business trips, visits to your friends, the stores and movies, pleasant rides in the country. That's only part of the oil industry's contribution to making the American way of life the grand thing it is. And to keep it that way, to safeguard our way of life, well, the industry's helping there, too. It's supplying fuels and lubricants for factories busy turning out materials for our defense. In addition, the oil industry is supplying all the gas and oil needs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And for the vastly augmented Air Force planned in the future, Gulf and other oil companies are building enough 100-octane aviation fuel plants to take care of the increased demand. That's only a glimpse of what the oil industry, of which Gulf is a part, means today to the American people and the American way of life. Well, next week, We really have a show that'll put you into a great humor. The RKO hit My Life with Caroline, starring those top favorites, William Powell and Ann Sothern with George Barbier. Music by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good golf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Orson Welles appeared tonight through the courtesy of Lady Esther and is currently making the magnificent Ambersons at RKO. Don't forget our date next week when the Gulf Screen Guild Theater brings you William Powell, Ann Sothern, and George Barbier in My Life with Caroline. Bud Heaston speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Story behind the song. Toward the close of the Second War with Great Britain, the War of 1812, just following the raid of the British upon the city of Washington, we see a young man hurrying along the streets of Baltimore, Maryland, a look of earnest intent upon his face, determination in every vigorous stride.
Francis Key.
John Skinner, greetings.
What's the reason for this haste?
Have you heard of the plight of old Dr. William Beans?
Dr. Beans? No, what's happened?
He's under arrest on board the British flagship.
Good heavens. What for?
Well, doubtlessly acting from patriotic motives, he placed a pack of British camp followers under arrest and clapped them in jail for disturbing the peace in Upper Marlborough.
He's magistrate there, isn't he?
Yes, but that didn't seem to impress the British Navy. I've been assigned the task of trying to save the old doctor from hanging.
Hanging?
I'm quite sure it's just a threat that we must keep our hands off any British sympathizers henceforth.
You're going to the British flagship?
I am, right now.
But, man, isn't that dangerous?
Dangerous? Of course it's dangerous. You can't walk into the hands of the enemy without danger.
I'll go with you.
What?
Yes, I'll go with you. You'll need someone to help you.
Well, very well. Thank you, John. Come along.
Francis Scott Key and John Skinner embark upon a small boat which takes them directly to the British flagship on the morning of September 6th, 1814, and are ushered into the quarters of Vice Admiral Sir George Cockburn.
Well, well, gentlemen, this is indeed an honor.
Thank you, sir.
My quarters are small, but ample for my needs until I return to England. Pray be seated. Be seated, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, you are Mr. Francis Scott Key?
I am, sir.
And of what service can I be to you, sir?
We seek the release of an American citizen, one Dr. William Beans, whom your forces took captive some days ago.
Oh, so that's it.
It is.
It is it? Well, well, well. I can't say that I'm surprised, gentlemen. Very well. We shall see. Lieutenant?
Aye, sir.
Bring the prisoner Beans to me here.
Aye, sir.
He's an irascible old chap, isn't he? I fear he'd make a poor naval man.
In what way, sir?
Well, he doesn't like the food, nor his bed, nor his guard. Indeed, you would have thought the Prime Minister himself were aboard the ship. The manner in which we cater to the old doctor's whims. Ah, the doctor himself. Come in, my good friend.
I'm not your good friend. And I demand this outrage cease at once. I demand my release.
Oh, now, Doctor, you must be patient.
Patient? Patient? Do you realize, sir, that you are detaining a citizen of the United States of America?
I realize, sir, that now I am detaining 3 citizens of the United States of America.
What?
Do you mean that you're holding Mr. Skinner and myself as prisoners?
Not as prisoners, gentlemen, as enforced guests.
Ah, this is an insult.
No, not an insult, my good doctor. I am paying all of you a most generous and gracious compliment.
I do not understand.
I shall explain myself, Mr. Key. In a few days, our fleet sails under battle orders for certain maneuvers, which, if known in circles of the American Army or Navy, would doubtless fail. I know, of course, that you gentlemen are patriots of your own country and would not hesitate to reveal any secrets you might have learned while aboard this ship. So, I detain you as guests of the British Navy.
And where is the compliment, if you please, sir?
Ah, the compliment. Yes. Quite simple, Mr. Key. Instead of allowing you to return to your homes and chancing that you withhold the information, I invite you to remain here, because I know that you are patriots.
For a week, the 3 Americans are held aboard the British ship until, on the night of September 13th, we find them on deck, talking among themselves.
I have heard news, Key.
What is it, Skinner? Quickly.
Yes, man, the suspense.
One of the sailors told me the British are attacking Fort McHenry tonight.
Fort McHenry? Then that is our destination.
I have heard, too, that while the fleet attacks the fort by sea, General Ross will be attacking North Point by land.
And Major Armistead with a handful of men at the fort. Small wonder Sir George detained us with such information floating about.
Yes, and here we are. 3 able-bodied Americans, helpless to lend assistance to our country. I'm going below. I will not stand here to see my country fired upon without being able to lift a finger in defense.
Poor Dr. Beans, still the militant.
Oh, the night is black. I wish we could see.
All we shall see, John, is the fire from these cannons and the answer from Fort McHenry.
Until dawn.
Yes, until dawn.
Oh, when will it begin?
Not impatient, John.
No. Just uneasy. This waiting.
Wait no more, John. It's beginning.
Oh, what will they do at Fort McHenry?
Probably return the fire. Yes. There. Skinner, can you see anything at the fort?
No.
You cannot see the flag by any chance, can you?
No. Wait. Yes.
Yes, I see it too.
What are you doing?
Writing.
On an old envelope? What are you writing?
A little verse.
I didn't know you were a poet.
No, not a poet, John. Just a writer of verses.
Oh, how can you write under these conditions?
Let the thought suit the inspiration.
What? What do you mean?
Wait. I have another line. The rocket's red glare. Oh, yes. The bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night our flag was still there.
Through the night, the 2 Americans stand watching. Then, toward dawn...
Oh, this awful night.
It's most over, I think, John. Yes, look. There in the east, a faint glow of light.
Where? Oh, yes. I see it.
We shall soon know the fate of those poor devils at the fort.
Yes, soon. Let us hope they withstood the fire.
We'll do more than hope. We'll pray.
Do you see anything yet, Francis?
My eyes are weary from watching. At times, I think I can see, and then I realize it's just imagination.
Look. Is that imagination?
No. By heaven, you're right. Armistead has held them off. The flag is still there.
A few days later, after the 3 enforced guests had been released from Admiral Colburn's flagship, Francis Scott Key was in his study when the door burst open and his 2 friends, Skinner and Dr. Beans, rushed in.
Francis, look. See what they've done.
Yes, it's wonderful, young man. You've done the country a service which the people can never forget.
What do you mean? Sit down.
Sit down, he says. I couldn't sit down now if my life depended upon it. I'm thrilled.
Well, what in the world are you talking about?
Look.
Why, it's my verse. Printed.
Yes. I hope you won't be angry with me, Francis. But I showed your poem, the copy you made for me, to the editor of the newspaper. He had it printed, and thousands of copies of it have been distributed all over Baltimore.
I'm highly honored, John. My thanks to you.
But this is far greater than any of us can realize now, Mr. Key.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I mean simply this. There's not the slightest doubt in my mind but that this poem of yours will cement the faltering hopes of the people. You know how the public mind has been wavering as to the wisdom of this war. I thought to do my share by my rash act a few days ago, but I was going about it with malice in my heart. You, young man, you have looked out over the bitter forces of this horrible war. You've scanned the horizon far above the hate of conflict and have seen aright. Francis Key, you have created the masterpiece which will inspire the American people to go on, to fight the war to the end, to strive with more vigor for the great final victory we must win.
I didn't create this poem, gentlemen. It was born of the union of pity for those who have fallen and my innate love for my country. If the people can be brought closer together by it, I'm happy. I've not been able to enter the war actively, and if this can be of service, if the people will remember it, I shall be immeasurably happy.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
Hollywood, California, Monday, April 5th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue in The Farewell to Arms. Lux presents Hollywood. Our players, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's renowned star, Clark Gable, and Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue. Our guests, the eminent director of A Farewell to Arms and many other hit pictures, Frank Borseghi, and Courtney Riley Cooper, famous writer and criminologist. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. Before raising our curtain, we acknowledge with gratitude the award of the Women's National Radio Committee, who, as representatives of 15 million club women, have just named this program first on the air in the field of dramatics. And now, from our stage on Hollywood Boulevard, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap greet you and extend a cordial welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. Lovely Jean Parker tells you this. Try a Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath next time you have a date to keep. It protects daintiness, makes you feel sure of yourself. May we add just this to Miss Parker's statement. Yet Lux Toilet Soap itself costs so little that any girl can buy it. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years ago tonight in Washington, a group of weary statesmen left the council chambers of the nation, knowing that when they returned, they must seal a declaration no longer avoidable. On the following day, April 6, 1917, word went round the world that the United States had entered the war. There were those who had not waited. Among them, 19-year-old Ernest Hemingway, who had joined the Italian army. He emerged at the struggle's end with 4 possessions. On his chest, 2 medals for valor. In his shoulder, a silver plate replacing what steel had carried away. In his mind, a story that cried out to be written. Basing the tale largely on what his war-weary eyes had seen, he labeled it A Farewell to Arms. The world accepted it as one of the most graphic, true, and tender accounts of the conflict. Lawrence Stallings adapted it for the stage, and it came to still greater glory on the screen. For many months we've aspired to bring A Farewell to Arms to the audience of the Lux Radio Theater, but patiently waited until we could announce the stars whom we present tonight. Clark Gable as Lieutenant Henry, Josephine Hutchinson as Catherine Barclay, Adolphe Menjou as Rinaldi, the same role he played in the picture, and Jack LaRue as Father Romano, the part he created for both play and screen. In his story, I don't think it was Mr. Hemingway's intent, nor is it ours, to point a finger at how the war began, nor how it ended. After 20 years, we've forgotten a lot. Perhaps it's just as well. But tonight, at least, let us remember brave men and lost lovers, as we dedicate this tale to those ordinary human beings caught in war's relentless circumstances. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue in A Farewell to Arms. Military road in northern Italy. Not far from the battlefront, a pitted road twisting down toward a plain. 3 ambulances freighted with wounded growl unsteadily forward. Frederick Henry, in the uniform of an Italian lieutenant, his steel helmet half down over his face, dozes beside Bonelli, the driver of the last ambulance.
Accidente, you hungry guns. You still aground.
Get off my lap. You're drunk.
Tenente Frederico, wake up.
Buy me a dark one. I don't want blondes. I like brunettes.
Please, Tenente Frederico, wake up.
What's that? Oh, Benelli. Are we at the hospital yet?
No, Tenente, but you were sleeping and you thought.
Oh, did I? Well, what did I say?
What did you... You Americanos find pleasure no matter where you are. You haven't been dreaming about the girls again.
Oh, then I show good sense even in my sleep. Well, what else is there to dream about? Think war all the time, Benelli, and you'll blow out your brains.
Those men in the back, why do they not keep it quiet?
Find out what he wants.
What is the matter with you back of that? I'm getting you to the hospital as fast as I can. I can't stop, but not to here. The brakes won't hold.
Poor devil, he's dying. He's well off, but he doesn't know it.
See, Tenente.
Don't hang on to those brakes. Throw your engine wide open. When we crash, it won't make matters much worse.
What, Tenente?
Drive faster. We can get down there in no time. Then you can help a man meet death.
You have an order, Tenente.
Well, what'd you stop for?
We have run off the road, Tenente.
Get back there and see if you can help that fellow.
Si, Tenente.
Hey, you. You over there with the fence.
See.
Which way's Gorizia?
Back 1 mile. Return to the left.
What's the matter with you? Sick?
See.
Where's your regiment?
Up there where you come from. Into the line again.
In what way are you sick?
I hurt my leg, Tenente.
Oh, yeah?
Destroyed. It pained me to walk.
Yes, if you're walking toward the trenches. But if you were walking away from them, you could walk all right, couldn't you?
Please, Tenente. Be merciful. Take me back to the hospital. I can't go up there again. Oh, Mother Mary, I can't.
I don't blame you. It's tough luck, soldier, but there's nothing I can do for you.
I won't go. No, I won't. Not if they shoot me.
Keep away from the Tenente.
Oh, no, he's all right.
He's crazy. The Tenente can shoot him if he wants to.
But I don't want to. I know how he feels.
Tenente, please help me.
Well, there's only one way I can help you. Benelli, the man who was dying, how is he?
Dead.
He's lucky. All right, soldier, turn around.
Turn? Head up? See, Tenente.
Now.
Tenente, you club him on the skull with your revolver. Look, he's bleeding.
Sure. We can take him back this way. Get rid of your dead man. Put this one in his place.
Tenente, that is why you hit it.
War's a rotten business, Benelli. Come on, put him in the back.
Tenente, we get here. That Red Cross look good, see?
Just about perfect. Come on.
There will be pretty nurses here, Tenente.
Brunettes?
They are always brunettes.
Yeah, I'll believe that when I see them. Hey, orderly.
Yes, Lieutenant?
We have wounded out there.
But we are English, Lieutenant. I'll inform the Italian unit. It's in the other wing.
Thanks. Hey, Benelli. Look at that girl going down the hall. See her?
But she's not brunette.
Oh, she's darn pretty, though. What the devil is she crying about?
I go see about the man, Tenente.
Yeah, okay. Oh, nurse. Nurse. Hey, tell me something, will you? What's the matter with that girl going down the hall crying?
Well, if you must know, they're sending her back home.
Home? Well, people don't generally cry when they're sent home, do they? Would you
might,
cry?
If I were in her place. She was married just a few days ago, and they found out about it, and they discharged her.
Oh, that's different.
All war is different, isn't it? Things happen that never could happen except in war.
Right.
She's worked like a slave, day after day, giving every ounce of her strength. She won't go to hell for finding a few minutes of happiness. Why couldn't they let her stay for a while?
Regulations.
Precisely. She married him, so she has to leave him now. Go back to England and leave him here to die by himself. Without comfort, without...
Nurse? Back to your post, please.
Yes, Miss Smith.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
That doesn't matter much when a girl's heart is breaking. Does it?
It matters to me. First of all, you're brunette. What's more important, though, you're real.
Nurse! I'm coming.
I'll see you again.
Will you?
Nurse?
What is it, Miss Smith?
Hey, baby!
Rinaldi!
You
old sawbo.
I am very happy to see you. Finally you turn up, eh?
Hey, listen, Rinaldi. Who is that nurse just turning into that ward?
You still recognize a beauty.
Who is she?
Miss Catherine Barclay. I like her myself.
Did you bring me some good cases, baby? She's a regular. Were you under fire? I have worried about you.
Barkley. That sounds English.
7 operations today, baby, and one of them was beautiful. I took the heart out.
A nurse, but still human.
The heart lay in my hand. It was lovely. Soon, Rinaldi will be the best surgeon in all the corps, then in all the army. Someday in all of Italy.
What's that?
The best surgeon in all Italy.
Well, why not in all the world?
Why not?
You haven't changed, have you?
Nothing changes in these days except the front line trenches. You will like it here, baby.
I've started to like it already.
Miss Catherine Barkley,
She's gorgeous.
The English nurses are always gorgeous, but she is more beautiful than any of them. I am in love with her.
Oh, does she know it?
Not yet. Have you any money?
What?
Oh, a little. Well, it will be enough. Lend me 50 lire.
What for?
Well, I must make on Miss Barkley the impression of a man of sufficient wealth.
Now, wait a minute.
But I must convince her that the great Rinaldi, who will one day become the greatest surgeon in the world, is even greater than he really is. You are my good friend and financial protector.
Rinaldi, you're crazy.
Well, but you lend me the lire.
Oh, Lord, what else can I do?
The last detail is perfect. Now we can eat and drink, and then I have an idea. Tonight at the mess.
I won't be at the mess.
But you will when I tell you. A special occasion. Song, wine, a beautiful girl. I will see that you...
Hey, it's an air raid.
They bomb us. Watch out for yourself. I see my patient.
Steady, everyone, steady. Miss Barkley, where are you?
They bomb us. May their souls sweat you.
Miss Barkley! Here you are, come on.
Father, me now.
You've got to get out of here.
Please, I...
But you've got to think of... Miss Barkley, where are you? Where are you?
Buonasera, Father Romano. You come to the mess hall tonight?
Yes, Rinaldi. Look at that soldier. That's so close. Yet he sings.
He has no idea how close he is to death because of his singing.
It is well you can laugh, Rinaldi.
Well, if we fail to laugh, poof, we go mad. Ah, here comes the baby.
Hello, Father Romano.
Oh, Federico, you're back safe. I am glad.
Yes, I'm not sorry.
Father Romano prayed for you while you were away, Federico. Every time you go up, he does the same.
Oh, I pray for you all.
And behold, here you are. Come, Federico. I promised you something this evening. They are outside.
Oh, suppose we stay in here. I'm tired. Father, are there any reports on who was killed by the bombs?
And the good father was with us.
No lives lost?
Not one.
Wounded?
A few.
Was one of them a nurse?
No, Federico.
So you see, baby, there is no need to be so sad. Besides, we are going outside.
All right. I'll see you later, Father.
I will be here, my son.
Federico, look. Over there by the door.
Miss Barkley.
And Miss Ferguson, Federico. They are waiting for us. Come.
Hey, Rinaldi, what's the idea?
Well, you gave me 50 lire. We have won the big time, eh? Good evening, Miss Barkley.
Good evening, Doctor. How are you, Lieutenant?
I'm glad to find you're safe.
And Federico, this is Miss Ferguson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Ferguson?
That tenor is off on another excursion. Let us all go in the garden.
You're not fond of tenors, Dr. Rinaldi.
There are tenors and tenors. Like I say. Hey, where is Ferguson?
Well, I thought she came with us.
I see you two don't know, Fergie.
You mean she stayed inside?
There are such things as orders.
The devil take orders. 3 of us cannot go wandering about here in the garden. Orders or no orders. Federico, you go find that nice Miss Ferguson.
What? She's your guest, not mine.
What?
But, Dr. Rinaldi, you did invite her.
Very well. I will get her, but I come back. She must not disappoint Federico.
So you're the one Ferguson mustn't disappoint.
That's how Rinaldi planned it.
You want it that way?
No.
Then I'm glad Fergie walked out.
And I'm glad you helped send Rinaldi after her.
Did I?
I'd like to think of it that way.
I'm afraid it's a fact. It wasn't very kind of me.
It was perfect.
Oh, I refuse to argue with you. It'd spoil everything. Oh, it's a wonderful night.
You helped to make it even more wonderful.
You know how to use words. And we do seem fated to meet one another, don't we?
Yes. Thank my lucky star. Oh, but Rinaldi will come back and bring Ferguson with him.
Suppose they don't find us.
Great. Babes lost in the woods.
Yes.
Babes who don't want to be found. See, that's an idea. We'll walk off into the darkness.
And hope we find light?
You ready to start?
Yes, I may be an idiot, but I'm ready. Late. Don't you think we ought to get back now?
Why? No one will find us here.
You seem to have found this place without difficulty.
Well, I was guided. I've never been here before, honestly.
I want to believe you. I want to believe all the things you've been saying to me.
I meant every word.
Somehow, I'm not sure I know exactly what it is, but you're not like the others.
What do you mean?
Well, just having you near me. People who don't know war would call it foolish, I suppose. But war does make a difference.
It makes things happen, Pastor.
You do understand.
There isn't time to delay when lives hang in the balance.
No time for delay. That's it. You're an American, aren't you?
Yes.
What are you doing in the Italian army?
Oh, it's not really the army. It's only the ambulance corps.
But why did you do it?
I don't know. Why did you?
I think to forget. But it hasn't worked out as I hoped it might. I don't seem to forget.
Can you tell me what?
I've never told anyone.
What is it you haven't been able to forget?
The man I was to marry.
Oh, well, where is he now?
Dead.
I'm sorry.
He was killed in the Somme. We grew up together.
And why didn't you marry?
I didn't know then what war was like. If I had it to do over again,
You would have married him.
Yes. When I joined up, I remember I had the silly idea that he might come to the hospital where I was, with a saber cut, I suppose, and a bandage on his head. Something picturesque.
This is the picturesque front, not France.
He didn't have a saber cut. They blew him to pieces. What are you thinking about?
You.
I'm glad, Frederick.
No one could be close to you like this without feeling the wonder of it.
Doesn't seem as if war was within 100 years of us.
It isn't.
It doesn't seem to be any yesterday. No tomorrow. Nothing but just this one moment.
And that's all that counts. Catherine.
Please, don't.
But I'd like to.
No, please.
But I want to kiss you. Thanks.
I didn't mean to slap you like that. I'm sorry. I just couldn't stand the nurse's evening off aspect of it. Did I hurt you?
I think you rather helped me.
I'm ashamed of myself.
But you are beautiful. And I'm mad about you. Tomorrow morning I go up to the front. If a shell got me and you never saw me again.
No. Don't say it.
Why not?
Because I love you, too.
Then
I love you, Frederick.
While we are waiting for Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou to go on with the next episode of A Farewell to Arms, let us take you with us for just a moment down Hollywood Boulevard a few blocks to Grauman's famous Chinese Theater. The line is forming already to see Lloyd's of London. Let's listen in on Dot, who planned to meet Margie before the show.
Gee, Marty, you must have been here ages to be so near the beginning of the line. Guess who I saw way back near the end?
I don't know. Who?
Evelyn with Jack.
No.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't that beat all?
Oh.
I mean, he kind of stopped seeing her, you know.
Yeah?
Well, Evelyn's got on a pink dress tonight, and she looks wonderful.
Listen, I'll tell you a secret about Evelyn. You know, ever since she got that job as an extra at RKO, she's been paying some attention to her complexion. They have Lux toilet soap in all those dressing rooms, and she took the hint.
Well, it certainly worked. Honest, your skin looks grand. Going great guns with Jack, too. Looked like a real romance.
A real romance. Any girl whose complexion is lovely can expect one. Here's where Lux toilet soap comes in. Its active lather thoroughly removes dust, dirt, stale cosmetics, guards against unattractive cosmetic skin. Use gentle Lux toilet soap before each application of fresh makeup, before going to bed at night. Remember, 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use Lux toilet soap. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Back to our play, A Farewell to Arms, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou. It's early the following morning. In a corridor of the hospital, Rinaldi, dressed for the operating room, walks quickly toward an open door. As he's about to enter, Frederick bars his way.
Rinaldi,
Baby, why did you return?
I forgot something.
1 hour ago, I wished you Godspeed from my window, and here you are back again.
Where's Catherine?
Catherine, I see now. You were making progress while I was hunting for that stupid Ferguson.
Well, I drove off without saying a word to Catherine. I can't go that way. I don't want to. Where is she?
She's on duty.
I'll find her.
Such things are not permitted. Oh, come now, baby. You know that.
Well, I'm going up to the front, Rinaldi. I may come back and I may not. They may cart me into you so you can take my heart out, hold it in your hand, and tell someone how beautiful it was.
Do not talk like a fool.
Oh, we don't know what will happen. I'm going to... Oh, there she is. Catherine. Catherine.
Frederick, what's wrong?
Miss Barclay dropped a tray with the patient's breakfast on it. That is all that is wrong at the moment.
Catherine, you're all right, aren't you?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, I came to... I thought that... Well, you see, I'm going to be away for a while, and I didn't want you to think that I'd just gone away.
No.
What I mean is that, I'd hate to have you think that it wasn't important to me about us. I don't exactly know how to say it.
You said it very nicely, dear. Thank you. Will you be gone long?
Only a few days. There's going to be an offensive up above the Piave. Nothing much, I guess.
An offensive? Oh, you'll be careful, won't you?
I won't get hit.
But you ought to have something to protect you. I'd like you to have something of mine. Here, take this, Frederick.
Your locket?
It's a St. Anthony. They say a St. Anthony will guard you from harm.
I'll take care of him for you.
Take care of yourself, Frederick.
Darling,
Not here. Goodbye, dear. I'll be waiting for you.
Goodbye.
Baby, you are a fool.
So long, Rinaldi. If my heart must be cut out, I hope you'll do it.
Get out, you wild devil.
Frederico.
Oh, stop worrying, Benelli.
But they lay down the barrage.
It isn't going to harm us any. I have St. Anthony with me. Her St. Anthony, Benelli. I won't get hit.
Please come into the dugout. You are driving me crazy. Please, for her sake.
All right. Go in yourself first.
It is getting a little nasty here. I dropped the tent flap. It blows out some of the sound. There.
Hey, we better eat something. There won't be much time once the attack starts.
Try this spaghetti, Tenente.
Thanks.
It does not taste so bad when you wash it down with some of the wine, eh? Drop that flap and come in, Piano.
Ah, something to eat, eh?
Have they started to move up yet?
Si, Tenente.
Who's attacking?
Bersaglieri. Oh, what does it matter? Whoever goes, they never come back again.
Have some wine.
If no one would attack, the war would be over. But someone always attacks. It starts now.
Hey, that was a big one.
420.
Oh, you are a fool, Bonelli. And you never get anything right. It was 305.
Sounded like a Skoda to me.
Skoda? That's what I...
Hey, they're finding their range. That one was close.
I think we had better leave.
And when we leave? Go where?
There's nothing can harm us. St. Anthony. Benelli.
Tenente, are you safe?
Benelli, they got me. There's a joke to go this way. And I just said, I won't get hit.
Lieutenant Frederick Henry, lacerations of the scalp and possible fracture of the skull, multiple superficial wounds of the left and right thigh, left and right knee and right foot, profound wounds of right foot and knee, incurred in line of duty.
How do you feel, baby?
Who's that?
You do not know me? Look.
Oh, Rinaldi. What are you doing here?
The major let me come. No one shall hurt you, baby. No butcher is going to touch my war, brother. Only Rinaldi can take you and not hurt you. You must forgive me for talking so much, baby. I am very unhappy to see you wounded.
Did you take my heart out yet?
Not yet. Maybe soon. Nurse, you fixed those instruments?
Yes, sir.
How did it happen, baby?
I will see that you are decorated for bravery. Perhaps we can get you the bronze medal. Did you carry someone on your back? If you did, I will get you the silver one.
Oh, no, I didn't carry anyone. I couldn't move.
But there was something heroic. Tell me what you did.
Was blown up eating spaghetti.
Well, it does not matter. I will get you the silver one anyway. Nurse, the ether.
Shall I administer it?
Yes. Now.
Wait, Rinaldi. Where is Catherine?
Don't worry, baby. I will fix you so you will be as good as new. You will see. Every day I learn to do things smoother, quicker.
Catherine. I want Catherine.
Breathe deeply. You will soon be asleep.
No, I tell you, Rinaldi, I want Catherine. I won't be able to get well unless I have her. I tell you.
Do not try to sit up. Where do you think you will go from here? To the Italian hospital where they have male nurses with beards? Oh, no. I am your friend.
Rinaldi, tell me where Catherine is.
She has been transferred to Milano.
Well, then nothing matters to me.
But it must matter, baby. You are going to get well. I have arranged it. You, too, go to Milano.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yes.
Turn on your ether.
I will be left here all alone with the war. Breathe deep, baby. No one to lend me money. And you there in Milano.
Catherine.
More ether.
I'll be seeing you, darling.
All right. We are ready. The scalpel. Well, my boy, how are you?
Better, Father. It was good of you to come.
I heard they brought you in Milano. You like it here?
Well, it's a lot quieter. Sit down, Father.
Oh, I cannot stay long, my son. They warned me not to tire you out.
Oh, don't worry about me. Rinaldi said he'd pull me through, and he did. You seem tired yourself.
I am tired, but I have no right to be.
You have the war discussed.
Oh, no, my son, but I hate war.
I don't enjoy it.
You do not mind it. You do not see it. Oh, you must forgive me. I know you are wounded. Still, even wounded, you do not see it. I can tell.
Come in. Hello, Catherine.
Hello, darling. Good evening, Father.
Miss Catherine, you do not think I am tiring him?
Oh, no. He's strong. And he's got such a lovely temperature. It's always normal. I'm awfully proud of his temperature, Father.
Yeah, maybe all our children will have fine temperatures, too.
Our children will probably have beastly temperatures.
Oh, my daughter. My son.
Oh, don't mind us, Father. We're in love.
Oh, I know. I could see it in your faces, but you spoke of children. Without war, you would live married in the grace of God. Is it not so?
Why, yes.
And you, my dear?
Yes, Father.
Then you shall be married. Now.
Father. Frederick. Listen.
Father, are you... Is that the marriage service? Of course you understand that Army regulations prevent us from marrying. They'd send Catherine home. Oh, but why shouldn't she go home? She'd be far better off. Shh. Poor cat.
Our marriage, Frederick.
It's a crazy marriage, darling.
It's real. And at least I'm in white.
No orange blossom?
I can smell them.
No organ music.
I can hear it plainly.
And do you, Federico, take Catherine for your lawfully wedded wife?
I do, Father.
And do you, Catherine, take Federico for your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
Then I pronounce you man and wife. And from my heart I can say, bless you in his name.
Thank you, Father.
In times such as these, man-made rules are not as important as the laws of the Father. Let me look at you, Catherine.
I'm happy, Father.
I see that in your eyes. Goodbye. I will come again next time I am in Milano.
Give my regards to everyone, Father.
I will.
Goodbye, Father.
God have mercy on you.
Catherine.
Married. You and I. Married.
You love me?
I adore you.
I love you. So nothing else matters. There's nothing in the world can keep us apart now. Who the devil can that be? It can't be the Father.
Get behind the door.
But if anyone found me...
No one's going to find you. Come in. Well, Ferguson, welcome.
You don't need to try any of your blandishments on me. Has Catherine been here?
I wish she would come here.
She's a fool when she's near you.
Now,
An absolute
Fergie.
featherbrain. The more she has to do with you, the less good will come of it.
Fergie.
And let me tell you one thing more. War or no war, let Catherine alone. If you don't, you'll have me to answer to. Now, I hope you sleep well with that on your mind.
Poor Fergie.
Oh, she'll live through it all right. You know, it's a lot of fun teasing her. Her nose does such weird tricks.
Oh, good night, dear.
Good night. No.
But I've got to go back to quarters.
Oh, just a little while, please. Come on, sit close to me.
Frederick,
Yes.
how many other girls have you loved?
None.
How many? Really?
None.
You're lying to me.
Of course.
It's all right. You just keep right on lying. That's what I want you to do. Were they very pretty?
No one in the whole world but you is pretty.
But what were they like?
I don't know anything about it.
And I don't care anything about it. You're just mine. That's true. Mine.
Darling.
And you never belonged to anyone else. But I don't care if you have. I'm not afraid of them. But don't tell me about them. Ever.
You wish something, Signora?
A ticket to Switzerland, please.
But to where, Signora? What town?
The nearest one to Italy.
That would be Brissago.
Then that's the ticket I want.
Catherine! Catherine Barclay!
Fergie. Oh, Fergie.
What on earth are you up to?
I hoped you might come.
Oh, you knew darn well I would after I found your letter. What do you mean by leaving instructions that no one was to tell that fool ambulance driver of yours that you'd run away?
Well, he's up at the front again, Fergie.
That's nothing new. He's been there for months.
I didn't want to worry.
Don't bother your head about that. War doesn't make men worry about anything but themselves. Do you mind telling me what it's all about?
I'm going away.
So I gathered, but where? Why?
I'm going to Switzerland so my baby can be born without guns all around him.
Your... Catherine? Your baby?
Our baby.
Oh, I said that no good would come of
But,
it.
Fergie, he's my husband. And now war hasn't even cheated us out of a baby.
And you're going alone?
Oh, I'm not afraid. Bringing a baby into the world isn't anything. Well, millions of other women have had babies. But he mustn't know. Yet. I'll write to him from Switzerland. You won't tell him yet. Promise.
The train leaves, Signora.
You're running away?
But I'm running away to happiness, Fergie. The greatest happiness I've ever known. Goodbye, Fergie.
Catherine!
Goodbye.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue pause in our presentation of A Farewell to Arms, and we hear now from the man who directed the notable screen version, Mr. Frank Borzage. Starting his theatrical career at 13 as a utility boy with a road company, he became a leading man in Hollywood prior to turning director 20 years ago. His succession of hit pictures began with humoresque and include Desire, Street Angel, Little Man, What Now, the Academy Award winners Bad Girl and Seventh Heaven, and his current achievements, Green Light and History is Made at Night. Yachtsman, aviator, polo player, a friend to everyone. It's an honor to present one of Hollywood's greatest directors, Mr. Frank Borzage.
All of which finds me very grateful, C.B., and very embarrassed. Apparently you've never seen me sail a boat, fly a plane, or fall from a pony. But it does my heart good to be here listening to such a faithful and genuine production of a story that made my pet picture.
Well, thank you, Frank. Our problem tonight, as every week, is to convey by sound alone what you and I do on the screen with a camera. And since we're talking shop, you and your pictures have a unique quality of sending an audience out of a theater crying with emotion, while sometimes the rest of us send them out crying for their money back. You do something to our innards that we can't quite equal. Just what is it?
Now I'm on the spot. Well, let's put it this way. Some of us sell our stories by appealing to the sense of humor. Some by magnificent spectacles, meaning you, Mr. DeMille. Others by sheer beauty and through clever psychological twists. I believe in trying to reach the heart. I think tenderness, simplicity, and little human touches are essential in making an audience live and believe what you have to tell them. That's what I strive for. Whether I succeed or not is another matter.
Like monuments, your pictures prove you do. Tell us, Frank, did Mr. Hemingway work with you on A Farewell to Arms?
No, but we were fortunate enough to obtain a technical advisor, a Lieutenant Charles B. Griffin, who knew him in Italy during the war. Lieutenant Griffin showed me a letter Hemingway had sent him shortly after he was wounded. The letter had been scrawled out from a stretcher and said, "Have 9 pieces of shrapnel in me. Not dangerous. Don't notify family. Everything molto bene." But with such stars you have here waiting tonight, it's time for me to get back to the audience. You've got a great show, CB, and a great product in Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a pleasure to be associated with both. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, and farewell. A Farewell to Arms continues, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou. Months have crawled by since Catherine entrained for Switzerland. Months during which she's written daily letters to Frederick, but has received no answer. We find the American in his quarters near the front. In the garish light of a kerosene lamp, he sits at a crude table, writing. Rinaldi paces back and forth impatiently.
Hurry, baby, hurry. It is time to go.
Go where?
What I told you before, the Villa Rosa. Ah, you will find things there to make you forget the war. New girls, all brunettes. Everybody is going.
Not me.
But, baby, you must. It will be a fine party. Besides, I said you would go.
I can't. I want to finish this letter.
To your frozen English girl in Milano who never answers? Every day, nothing but letters. You might as well be married.
That's my business.
Oh, baby, how you have come back to me. Serious, like a shopkeeper, and with a liver. Where is my ward brother who used to be so gay with me and go to the Villa Rosa every night?
Oh, leave me alone, will you?
Why, is she not just a girl?
Keep her out of this.
So, a sacred subject. Believe me, baby, sacred subjects are not for soldiers. Be like me, all fire and smoke, but nothing inside.
I said I wasn't going.
Come on, baby.
I said to leave me alone. You can call me your friend. Why in heaven's name can't you let a friend alone when he asks you to? Now clear out.
So, I do not like that, baby.
Then let me alone.
I think that is a good idea. Next time you are wounded, I will take out your liver and put you in a good Italian liver and make you a man again. I will teach him a lesson. No woman can come between friends. Orderly.
Signore, Capitano.
What is it that you have, the mail?
Si, signore, it just came.
Let me see. Tenente Frederick Henry from Switzerland. So, hand me the stamp.
Si, Capitano.
Return to sender, rejected by censor. Send it back.
Capitano.
Send back all letters for Tenente Henry from that address. Sacred subjects are forbidden.
Si, Capitano.
They give aid and comfort to the enemy. Stop staring at me. Send it back. Send it back.
Sit down, brother. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you, my boy. Oh, but you have changed so. You are not my Federico. Is there anything wrong?
No word, Father.
From Catherine?
Not a line. I've wrote every day to the hospital in Milan. She's never answered me.
Oh, that's very strange.
Something has happened to her. I know it.
Have you tried?
I've tried everything. I can't get any information at all. I've got to find her myself. I'm going to Milan.
Oh, but my son, leaves of absence are forbidden since the battle began.
I'm going anyway.
But that is desertion.
I don't care. I'm going.
But you will be caught. Oh, Federico, you must not do this.
What does war mean to me anymore? What does anything mean but finding her? You remember that night in the hospital?
I remember, my son.
You married us that night, Father.
But Federico, consider...
I consider her only. Something has happened to her, something serious. She needs me. I'm going to Milan, and no one can stop me.
Oh, may the kind Father protect you. When do you go?
Now. The others are at dinner. By morning, when they miss me, I'll be halfway to Milan.
And so, beloved, before very long, I will have wonderful news for you. God protect you and keep you. I do wish you would write. Come in. Oh, is there any mail, Rudolph?
Fresh soup. Good, warm soup. My wife made it for you.
That does smell good.
There is no better soup maker in Switzerland, though I myself say so.
Just put it here on the table. And bread.
She made that, too. The soup. It is right?
It's delicious.
There's more where it comes from. How long since you eat?
Oh, I haven't been hungry.
Because your stomach says so, or your purse. You have lost 20 pounds since you came to us.
Well, I lose weight in winter.
You do not lie well. Some things go badly, no?
It isn't always easy.
The heart can be so lonely.
Yes.
It is the way, Signora. My wife was the same way, singing with the happiness of a bird one moment.
That's it.
Black as a pit the next moment.
Yes, and pits can be so black. But I won't have to wait very much longer. A day, 2 days, perhaps 3. Then happiness.
Yes.
All the wonder of life for my very own. I'm a little bit frightened sometimes when I think of it.
Please, you eat the soup.
All alone, waiting for someone to come to me, wondering what he'll be like, a little afraid that...
the trouble is you do not know. You should be strong, and you are not as strong as a newborn baby. You who are to bring one into the world. Oh, pardon. It is your business, not mine.
Thanks.
An old fool can be a very great old fool when his tongue is not watched. Look, here are your letters.
Letters? You brought me letters?
Yes.
But why didn't you tell me?
See, a great package of them. They were tied in a bundle.
Oh, let me have them, quick.
Now there's light in your eyes. At last his letters reach here. I told you they would come.
Oh.
Signora, what is wrong?
These are my letters.
What?
All mine. Returned to sender, rejected by censor. My letters. Nothing but mine. He hasn't received one.
We will send them again.
Suppose he sent them back.
No, he could not do that.
Well, Ferguson said war made men think of nothing but themselves.
You're making things up out of your mind because it is tired. War has a way of playing evil jokes, Signora. It is like a jealous person who takes from us...
Takes. That's what it's done. Taken. That's why he hasn't written. That's why my letters come back. There's no one to receive them. There's no one to write to me. He's gone. Gone. He's dead.
Signora. Oh, Martha, come up here. Signora has fallen.
Where have you been, baby? 2 days you disappear like a smoke. I look for you. Where is baby, I say? Where is he gone?
I went to Milan.
Oh, so?
She wasn't there. I asked everyone. They don't know where she is. Or if they do, they're not telling me. She was going to have a baby. Fergie told me that much.
A baby? Too bad. Well, tomorrow we move up front again. That will make you forget for
I'm
a while.
not moving up front with you, Rinaldi. I'm through with war.
But you cannot just stop and say I am through with war. They will not let you do it. If they arrest you, no one can say...
I realize all that.
They will shoot you.
Get this through your head. I'm not going back. I'm going to find Catherine Barkley. She's going to have a baby. My baby. I'm going to find her. And nothing you can say will change that.
But suppose that she is no longer in Italy.
What made you say that?
Well, because...
You know where she is?
Yes, baby.
Where?
Switzerland, Brissago.
How do you know that?
Believe me, baby, it is true.
Brissago? About 35 kilometers.
There will be sentries at the frontier.
I know.
And you will have to watch out for patrol boats.
I'll make it.
Here. You may need this money. Take it.
You're a good egg, Rinaldi.
No, I am a bad egg, baby. But I did not know you felt this way about her. You see, baby, I knew all the time where she was.
What?
I saw by the postmark on her letters, the ones I sent back to her.
You fool, Rinaldi. You poor, blundering fool.
I am sorry, baby. I did not...
Shut up! I ought to strangle you. But I'll take your money because I need it.
I will be lonely without you, baby.
You?
You will write to me.
Oh, sure. Maybe my letters will come back, too.
Goodbye, Federico. Don't forget. He will never come back. Never. Curse all wars and women.
Who is it? Don't break down the door. This is Switzerland, not war. Well, what do you want?
Miss Catherine Barclay, where is she?
I don't know. She's gone. That's all I can tell you. She ran away when we wanted to help her.
But this is where she lived. Ferguson told me it's where she lived.
Who are you?
What business is it of yours?
So, the soldier who never took the time to write.
Where is she gone?
Letting her sit here alone, growing weaker and weaker.
Shut up! There's a hospital here.
8 squares to the left and then 3 to the right. She might be dead now.
No, she's not dead.
She
She's
may
not
be.
Dead.
She may, for all you...
Well, what do you want?
Miss Barclay.
Do you realize you're dripping water all over the floor?
What difference does that make? Is Catherine Barclay here?
Yes, she is. Why?
I'm her husband. You don't have to look at me like that. I came here as quickly as I could after I found out where she was. How is she?
Dr. Peters will tell you. He's in with her now.
I'll wait until he comes out. But she is all right, isn't she?
We don't know yet.
But people don't die in childbirth nowadays.
Some do.
She won't die. She's just having a bad time. After it's all over, she'll say it wasn't bad at all.
Well, that's what we all hope for.
But what reason is there for her to die? It's just a child that has to be born and makes trouble and is born, and then you look after it and get to love it.
Nurse.
Oh, doctor, this is the husband.
Is there any danger, doctor?
She's very weak.
Weak?
Yes.
The baby?
A boy. But he was dead.
Oh. But she'll be all right.
It's not in my hands any longer.
Don't let her die. Oh, God, please don't let her die. I'll do anything for her if you don't let her die. You took the boy. That was all right. Oh, please, God, don't let her die.
You wish to go in?
Please.
All right. Through this door. Now be just as quiet as you can.
Catherine.
Frederick. You did come.
Don't try to move, darling.
I knew you were coming.
You'll be all right, Catherine. I know you'll be all right.
When my letters came back, I thought you were dead. I kept on thinking you were dead until last night. Then I knew you were coming. I kept calling to you.
It was all Rinaldi's fault. He didn't know. He took your letters and sent them back again. Every one of them.
So that was the reason.
Yes, I didn't receive one. It wasn't until 2 days ago he told me where you were. And all the time I'd been writing to Milan, and my letters had been coming back. Because you weren't there.
It's all very clear when you understand everything, isn't it?
Yes, dear.
You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
You love me just as much as you did that evening back in the hospital when the good father married us.
There hasn't been a moment since then when I haven't loved you.
Frederick.
Yes, darling.
Stopped raining, hasn't it?
Yes, darling.
I hoped it would. Please open the window. But don't stay away from me very long. I want to share every minute there is with you. It's nice with the window open and the outside coming in.
Yes.
I liked it so much. Living, I mean. Oh, this is just a mean trick. It comes just at the time when I hoped we would... Darling.
Catherine, what's the matter? Look at me. Catherine.
Don't be afraid, darling. And don't ever forget. Don't ever forget.
Catherine. Catherine. Oh, my darling. You can't leave me this way. You can't. Catherine.
Death is an angel with two faces. To us he turns a face of terror, blighting all things fair. The other burns with glory of the stars, and love is there. We have concluded a farewell to arms. But we have not said farewell to Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou. They'll return to us in a moment. 19 years ago, the World War ended. But today in this country, we're engaged in another war. The war on crime. An underworld army of over 3.5 million thugs rolls up an annual crime cost of $15 billion. One of the leaders in the fight against the enemy within our gates is now our guest. Head G-Man Hoover calls him one of the greatest authorities on crime. He's also a writer of distinction and worked with me on The Plainsman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Courtney Riley Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And here's an interesting angle to those figures you just mentioned. They mean a tax of $120 a year for every man, woman, and child in the United States. But that isn't the worst of it. I'm just trying to cheer you up, you know. Government figures show that unless a person dies young, 3/4 of our entire population, directly or indirectly, will be victims of major crimes, like burglary, or holdups, or manslaughter, arson, or murder.
You're quite a sunbeam, aren't you? Can't something be done to clean up this terrible mess?
Well, the most hopeful thing about the crime wave is its magnitude. Because at last people are beginning to awaken to what it really means, and its terrible cost in money, in lives, in property. And when the American people wake up to a situation, they usually do something about it.
Knowing the rackets as you do, Mr. Cooper, you must be a tough person to victimize.
You mean I'm public victim number one? I was robbed 3 times in the last year.
One more question. Who was America's most dangerous criminal? John Dillinger?
Not at all. It was a woman, Kate Barker. She reared 4 sons to be murderers, bank robbers, kidnappers, and herself died with a machine gun in her hand. Perhaps you remember the battle at Lake Weir, Florida, about a year or so ago. Ma Barker and her son, Fred, fought off 15 G-men and died with their boots on. But in doing so, they helped the war against crime, for it is things like this that arouse decent, law-abiding citizens to a true realization of what's going on. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I'm sure we're all with you. At this point, our stars return to speak for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille, and thanks to you all who took part with us in tonight's play. There's just a word or two I'd like to say about Adolphe Menjou. The story of A Farewell to Arms is nothing new to him. During the war, Adolphe served in the Cornell unit of the United States Ambulance Corps. He was with the first contingent of American troops to land in Italy and really lived the story as Hemingway saw it. He served at Bassano, Montetombo, and Genoa, rose from private to captain, and took his detachment over the Alps for the drives in the Argonne and at San Miel. Did I get the facts straight, Adolf?
Yes, this play brings back many memories. I well recall the hospital where Lieutenant Henry met Catherine. It's in a little town just outside of Genoa, and I was stationed there for several weeks. Now let's see what tonight's Catherine has to report. You look as if you had something on your mind, Josephine.
Oh, no. I was just standing here admiring Clark's lovely sideburns.
Oh, well, I admit they require a little explanation. Well, you see, I'm playing the part of Charles Stewart Parnell in the picture Parnell, and he lived when sideburns flourished. The studio prefers the homegrown variety, so there was nothing that I could do about it.
They certainly are beautiful, Clark. Beautiful. By the way, they tell me you're a handy man with a rope.
Yes, I understand they're calling you Buck Gable. You bring 'em back alive. Everything from calves to mountain lions.
Rope, mountain lions, what's this all about?
No. Really nothing at all, Josephine. You know, I just get a big kick out of trying to rope calves. You know, a regular drugstore cowboy. Most of the time, the calves win. And that business about getting a mountain lion is technically correct, but it was only a 60-pound youngster. I gave him to a trainer, and you may see him in the movies one of these days.
Well, if he's going to be a regular picture star, you'd better acquaint him right now with Lux toilet soap. But seriously, though, I know of nothing that's kinder to one's complexion than Lux soap. It's richly earned its right to be called the beauty soap of the stars. And I'm just as happy to pass that word along as I am to be here tonight. Many thanks, and goodbye.
Good night. Good night. Good night to all three of you. Good night.
Thank you, Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Another banner evening in the Lux Radio Theater awaits you next Monday night, and Mr. DeMille tells us of it shortly. Our cast tonight included Doris Lloyd as Nurse Ferguson, Lionel Belmore as Rudolph, Martin Provenson as Dr. Peters, Lou Merrill as Bonelli, Justina Wayne as head nurse, Norman Ainsley as Piani, Frank Nelson as a railway clerk, Cornelia Osgood as the Italian nurse, and Ruth Easton as the Swiss nurse. Clark Gable appeared through courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios and will be seen next with Myrna Loy in Parnell. Mr. Borzage, Walter Wanger Productions. Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he's in charge of music for Wake Up and Live. As announced last week, today, April 5th, marks the beginning of a very important week to all housewives, National Retail Grocers Week. Be sure to go personally to your grocers during this week. You will be well repaid. Splendid values will be featured generally over a wide list of products you use regularly. Incidentally, you will find in the great majority of stores from coast to coast special values on Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. And now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Our production next Monday night is taken from the Sidney Howard adaptation of a story that met with phenomenal success as a novel, a play, and a motion picture, Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. And we're proud to announce that the title role will be filled by the same brilliant performer who created it on stage and screen, Walter Huston. With him from the original Broadway cast will be his wife, Nan Sunderland, as Edith Cartwright, and Fay Bainter as Fran. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter in Dodsworth. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm Jeffrey Lyons, hoping you enjoyed AMC's Lux Radio Theater presentation of A Farewell to Arms, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou, originally broadcast over CBS Radio April 5th, 1937. This broadcast was based on the 1932 film version of A Farewell to Arms, which owes as much to the shimmering house style of Paramount Pictures as it does to the highly acclaimed adaptation of Ernest Hemingway's 1929 novel. Now, if Hemingway purists can get past the romanticizing of the novel, the film offers its own glittery appeal. On the Italian front in World War I, an American ambulance driver, played by Gary Cooper, falls hard for a nurse, played by Helen Hayes. Cooper was, in real life, a close friend of Hemingway, and later played the hero of Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. Directed by Frank Borzage, A Farewell to Arms received Oscar nominations for Best Picture, Best Art Direction, for Cinematography and Sound. It won for Best Sound and for ace cameraman Charles Lang's brilliant cinematography. Lang's lush black and white could skillfully capture the glow from a cigarette as it played across Cooper's darkened face. And the jaded battle scene showed the influence of the hit film All Quiet on the Western Front, especially in the gripping montage depicting Cooper's progress alone through the war zone. A quality remake followed in 1957, starring Rock Hudson and Jennifer Jones, directed by Charles Vidor and produced by David O. Selznick.
Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen of the Catholic University of America will now deliver the 15th in his series of 17 addresses on the general subject, peace. His discourse today is entitled, Prayer in Wartime. I present Monsignor Sheen.
Friends, in this, as in all previous broadcasts, we plead with the Jews and Protestants of the United States to spend an unbroken daily holy hour in prayer and meditation, according to the light of their consciences, for victory and for peace with justice. And we ask our fellow Catholics, in the fullness of their faith in the real presence of our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament, to make a daily holy hour including Mass and Communion. To aid in this national prayer, we renew our offer to send a Holy Hour booklet free to anyone who asks for it. The basic reason for this appeal is that our enemies have the devil on their side. And unless we get on God's side, we will never defeat them. Man is no match for the devil. Unless we pray and are converted to the God of justice and the salvation of Jesus Christ, we must envisage the possibility of defeat. Hence the importance of prayer. In order to understand the meaning of prayer, it may help to make three observations concerning its nature, two of which are negative. Firstly, the essence of prayer is not petition. The important word here is essence, because petition is a legitimate form of prayer. We live in a conditional universe, and many favors are granted on condition that we pray for them. Our Lord himself said, "Ask, and you shall receive." There are many favors hanging from the vault of heaven's blue on silken cords, and prayer is the sword that cuts them. What we are here emphasizing is that we must not pray on the constant assumption that the purpose of prayer is to get something. For if we identify getting with goodness, then when we do not get, we may begin to doubt the goodness of God. We must not identify the goodness of God with his readiness to do whatever we ask. St. James tells us, "You ask and do not receive, because you ask amiss, that you may spend it upon your passions." Many a man in the United States is living with only one eye or one finger simply because his parents gave him exactly what he wanted on the 4th of July. I am sure that God has never answered and will never answer a bald-headed man's prayer for hair. And a woman could pray from now until the crack of doom, but God will never take the wart off the end of her nose. Think these reflections through, and you'll understand why not all prayers are answered. God is omnipotent, yes. He can do all things except one thing. He cannot please everybody. And what a terrible world this would be if God answered the selfish prayers of everyone. We who think we could rule the universe better than God. And furthermore, when we pray, we forget that in prayer God supplies our needs, but not always our wants. Our Lord multiplied the loaves and the fishes and gave to every man all that he needed. Suppose, however, that our Lord, instead of multiplying bread, multiplied gold bricks. How many do you think would have been satisfied with one gold brick? Gold is a want. Bread is a need. God satisfies our needs, not our wants. And our divine Lord said on one occasion, "Your Father knows what you need before you ask Him." The problem is, then, do I want what He knows I need? Suppose our dear Lord did come to us as we prayed for something and said, "I will give you anything you want. Choose it." Would we not rather abandon our will and, counting on His infinite goodness, ask Him to do the choosing? At Christmas, when someone asks what we want, do we not say, "You choose," knowing full well that His generosity will be greater than our daring? Why not begin prayer that way, trusting in God because He knows what is best? Secondly, prayer is not an insurance policy, or a bomb-proof shelter, a bulletproof vest, or a germicide. This observation for those who think that God should suspend the operation of His natural laws every time they get in trouble. Did He on Calvary suspend the law that a nail hit on the head by a hammer would pierce a hand or a foot? The very ones who in time of peace think the business of God is to ensure prosperity are the very ones who in time of adversity think the business of God is to grant immunity from harm. Some prayers are nothing else but selfish expressions of the self-preservation instinct. Did not our Lord say that the sun shines on the just and the wicked? Therefore, may we not expect bombs to fall on the wicked and the just? If this world were all, if man had no immortal soul, if the scales of justice were not balanced beyond the grave, if the loss of physical life were a greater evil than sin, then the goodness of God could be identified with good health, fat bank deposits, and our freedom from wounds. But since this world is the proving ground of character, it must never be assumed that catastrophe is a special sign of sin. Our divine Lord never spoke of perishing in the physical sense, but in the spiritual. When the Pharisees asked, "Rabbi, who has sinned, this man or his parents, that he should be born blind?" And our Lord answered, "Neither this man sinned, nor his parents, but the works of God were to be made manifest in him." The best lives, therefore, are not always saved in battle. Otherwise, the heroes who die in battle and whose names we inscribe on our war memorials would all be wicked men. A St. Francis Assisi in a front-line trench would have no guarantee that God would deflect a bullet to protect his life. But this much we could be sure of. No matter what would happen, nothing could ever turn St. Francis away from God. For as St. Paul says, now we know that for those who love God, all things work together unto good, for those who, according to his purpose, are saints through his call. Please do not misunderstand me. It is right and it is just that we should pray for the safety of our loved ones. But we must not think of prayer always in terms of the suspension of a natural law or as a kind of safety device. A chaplain in the last World War said that he heard some men praying as they went over the top, when he wished that they had gone over the top without a prayer. For their prayer was a mark of a broken will, a selfish desire, and a fear of death, a whimpering of formulas for personal protection in time of crisis. The man alongside of him, who still unbroken and unbeaten, bore his gun like the Savior bore a sore scourge against the thieves, would put that whimpering man to shame. A prayer for personal safety in time of great crisis, when moral issues are at stake, is not what a man ought to be thinking about. It entails putting a greater value on physical life than on duty and on justice. The martyrs of old, who were stretched on racks, tortured and burned, were all men of prayer. They prayed for deliverance like their Savior in the garden, but they would not take it at the cost of faith, or the denial of the Christ whom they bore in their souls. That was too high a price to pay for saving their skins. So they lost their skins and saved their souls. The answer to prayer, then, is not the escape from death, but the power to face it with trust in God. And this brings us to our third point. What prayer really is. Namely, the lifting up of our hearts and our minds to God. More simply still, prayer is communion with God. It is something like you're listening to me on this radio. You wanted to get in touch with me today. You who are listening. We will not go into the question why you did, for it has nothing to do with the analogy. But I can think of one good reason why you all ought to listen to me. Lent, the season of penance. Now, a prayer is like tuning in on the radio. It is a means of giving God access to your souls. In order to tune in a radio program, you must set your dial to the proper wavelength. In like manner, in order to tune in to God, you must make your will correspond to His divine will. Once this is done, just as you listen to the radio program to which you are attuned, so now you become obedient to the divine will to which your soul is attuned. Once the wavelength of our will is adjusted to the wavelength of God's will, we get what we want. Then all prayers are answered. The program is just exactly what we wanted. Prayer, then, is not asking God to do our will. It is asking God to do His will. The purpose of prayer is not to change God's will. It is rather to change our will. We do not go to God with a blueprint of our desires and then ask God to rubber stamp them. Rather, we ask God to give us His blueprint. And then we mobilize all our energies with His grace to fulfill it. Instead of Him approving our plans, we approve His. In wartime, the proper approach is to ask God to use our collective wills and our national arms for His holy purposes, rather than to ask God to serve our purposes. We do not ask God to fight on our side. We pray to fight on God's side. We pray not as Americans who happen to be Christians. We pray as Christians who happen to be Americans. We ask God to do something for us in order that through us we might work for the betterment of the world and the restoration of the moral order. The essence of prayer, therefore, is the longing at all costs to be caught up in God's purposes. I know of a little child who at Christmas time prayed for 1,000 dolls, but she did not receive them. And her unbelieving father, who was constantly ridiculing prayer, one day cynically said to her, "Well, God didn't answer your prayers, did He?" And to which the child gave the glorious answer, "Oh, yes, He did. He said no." That was the child's way of putting what our Savior expressed in the garden centuries ago. He prayed that the chalice of suffering might pass, if it be possible, He said. It was possible. His Father could have done it. 12 legions of angels, He said, could have routed His foes. But it would have been at the cost of not redeeming man. The divine purpose mattered more than his personal safety. God said no. His prayer was answered. Not my will, but thine be done. And is not that the way we pray every time we say the Our Father? Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Do we mean it? There's the answer to those who ask such a question as this. The Germans pray to God, the English pray to God, the Italians pray to God, the Americans pray to God. On whose side is God? Those who ask that question have not the vaguest idea of the meaning of prayer. They assume that God takes sides on the basis of geography, rather than on the basis of goodness. But the answer to the question is that God is on the side of those who do His will. That is why we began a crusade among Jews, Protestants, and our fellow Catholics to pray an hour a day that God's will be done amongst us. For if we are with God, no man can be against us. Hence, if the German, the Englishman, the Italian, and the American all prayed as they should, they would all be praying for identically the same intention. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. There would be perfect unity on both sides of the battlefront. Then we would have peace. Peace on earth to men of goodwill. Prayer, then, does not so much help our conduct as our conduct tests our prayers. If we think right, we will live right. The greatest stupidity, I think, that was ever uttered was this. It makes no difference what you believe, but only how you act. Nonsense. We act on our beliefs, and if our beliefs are wrong, we'll act wrongly. Prayer comes before conduct. Live with the God of love in prayer, and you'll act lovingly toward your neighbors. Think with the Christ on His cross, and you'll be charitable to your neighbors. Your actions tell whether you ever pray or not. Not your ears. Prayer is not getting something. It is becoming something. When we become good and glorify his name, then we get not only what we need, but what we ask. And we have his word for it. Amen, amen, I say to you. If you ask the Father anything in my name, he will give it to you. Pray then that we may be victorious by being on God's side. Begin your prayer with a monologue with God, and it will end with a dialogue between you and the God who redeems you. Not only speak to God, also listen. Do not do all the talking. It is not polite. And let us pray for one reason in this holy hour: to bring ourselves in communion with a purpose, God's purpose, God's will. That is what most of us lack in our lives: a goal, a destiny, a loyalty beyond all fleeting enthusiasms. If we are unhappy, there's one basic reason for it. It is because our purpose is at odds with God's purpose, which is best for us. We are crisscrossed because we deny the value of the cross. You carry a watch, but you do not make your own time. You take it from the sky. You make your own journeys, but you do not draw your own maps. You take them from the world. You live your own life, but you do not make your own perfection. You take it from God. Therefore, pray. Pray an hour a day. God love you. O Lord Jesus Christ, who in thy mercy heareth the prayers of sinners, pour forth, we beseech thee, all grace and blessing upon our country and its citizens. We pray in particular for the President, for our Congress, for all our soldiers, for all who defend us in ships, whether on the seas or in the skies, for all who are suffering the hardships of war. We pray for all who are in peril or in danger. Bring us after the troubles of this life into the haven of peace, and reunite us all together forever, O dear Lord, in thy glorious heavenly kingdom.
The address you have just heard was entitled Prayer in Wartime and was delivered by Monsignor.
One Man's Family is dedicated to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. Tonight we present Chapter 9, Book 54, entitled Lieutenant Jack Barber Leaves for the Pacific. There comes a time in every show when the best way to tell a story is to let the audience behind the scenes, and I think this is one of those times. As those of you who've listened to One Man's Family throughout the years know, the character of Jack Barber is played by Paige Gilman, now Lieutenant Paige Gilman of the United States Army Field Artillery. That is why the character of Jack has been on the show so infrequently the last 2 years, because Lieutenant Gilman has been stationed at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, just as Jack Barber has been at Fort Sill all these months. And now, suddenly, everything has changed. Lieutenant Gilman is being shipped out to the Pacific. He's home on leave this week, and that makes it possible for us to have the character of Jack home with the family one more time before he takes up his military duties on the other side of the world. Lieutenant Gilman was 13 years old when he first came into one man's family. That was 13 years ago. And believe me when I say that to us on the show, his going away is the same as sending out our own son and brother. That is the story behind the story of tonight's broadcast. And now a little family confab with Father and Mother Barber and some of their family.
Of course, royal desserts taste more delicious. Didn't 8 out of every 10 say so?
Right you are, Grandmother. That's exactly what happened when 1,526 women told why they always want royal. Say, I've got an idea. How about a little survey of our own right here in the Barber family? What's your choice, Grandmother?
Royal desserts, of course.
Grandfather?
Yes. Royal desserts taste more delicious.
Uncle Paul?
Well, I'll take royal.
Mom?
I agree with what 8 out of every 10 said. Royal desserts taste more delicious.
Teddy?
Royal for me, too.
Okay, Margaret, how about it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of every 10 say royal desserts taste more delicious. Royal desserts taste more delicious.
Well, there you are. I choose royal, too, and that makes it unanimous.
Yes, and see if your family doesn't agree to a man that royal desserts taste more delicious. Serve them a royal dessert tomorrow, one of those swell royal puddings, perhaps. Smooth, creamy-textured, flavorful. Or a tangy, tempting royal gelatin dessert. No matter what kind, what flavor, if it's royal, they'll love it. When Lieutenant Jack Barber suddenly dropped in on his family night before last and said he was headed for active duty in the Pacific and that he had just 48 hours leave, his family closed in about him like the arms of a mother about a small child. The desire to do something for him, to be something to him, to help sustain him in preparation for this new adventure was overwhelming. But as the hours went by and they found him relaxed, cheerful, and confident, then everyone else began to relax and the household was back to normal again. And now it's time for him to go. Almost time. An Army Jeep is to pick him up in front of the house at 4:30. It's 4:10 now. In the last 20 minutes at home, he's trying to have a little private conversation with each member of his family. Just at the moment, he's up in his mother's sewing room with her.
Oh, it's too bad Cliff and Irene couldn't get down from the Sky Ranch today.
Skippy's got the influenza.
Oh, sure. I said goodbye to them last night when they were here. It's okay.
Where's Betty?
She's in the nursery prettying up the 3 daughters. She says she wants the last glimpse of my family to be something extra special.
Betty's a good wife, Jack.
Yeah.
A devoted wife and a good daughter-in-law.
It's working out all right having her and the children here with you and Dad?
It would be a very lonesome house without her.
I'm glad you feel that way. Mom, about my going out to the Pacific.
Yes, Jack?
What's that you're doing?
Just a little needlework.
What you used to call fancy work?
Yes.
Well, what I started to say is you can be very comfortable about it because it's the thing I want to do most.
Yes, I know.
I'm going out to do something I know how to do, and I'm confident I can do it well. It's cost the government between $20,000 and $25,000 to educate me to do this job. Out of sheer desire to prove that I'm now capable of functioning as I've been trained, I want to go.
Yes, my dear?
Maybe you think it's reckless and unthinking to look at it that way. Maybe you think I'm not considering Betty and the children enough.
No, Jack, I don't think that.
Oh, I rather expected that you would.
No, son. Because if you didn't feel the way you do, who would there be to fight the war? If young men your age didn't have that outlook, this nation would be in a sorry fix today.
Mom, you're amazing.
Am I?
You know what's funny? You were the one I rather dreaded to talk with alone.
I understand, my dear. Mother's getting old. Mother hasn't very good control of her emotions anymore. Mother will cling to me and cry, and I won't be able to stand it.
Oh, you're wonderful, Mom.
You'll be gone a year, 2 years, maybe even 3 years.
Yes.
Your father and I won't be getting any younger.
But you'll be here when I get back.
I hope so.
You will. All of you. I want everything just as it is when I come back.
We'll try to keep it that way. Now, hadn't you better go talk to your father? See what time it is.
Yeah, I suspect I had. Don't get up. Just put your face up here. Oh, Mother. Mother, you mustn't.
Oh, there you are.
Hello, Hazel.
I was just coming upstairs to find you.
Where's Mother?
She went to her room.
You said goodbye to her?
Yeah. Here, let's sit down here on the steps for a minute.
Have you time?
Sure. I was going down to see Dad in the library, but I'd rather talk to you first. Sit down.
A little confidential chat on the stair landing, huh?
Yeah. You know, Hazel, it's queer, but it seems like I want to talk about some different phase of my life with each member of the family. What comes into my mind now isn't anything like what I said to Mom.
Yes, I understand that.
I keep thinking of when I was a kid sitting here with you. I remember how I used to get in your hair and Claudia's whenever you had boys around. I must have been obnoxious as all get out.
Well, you had your moments, I'll give you that.
I remember how you married Bill Herbert and how Nicky Lacey followed Claudia back here from England and how Dad disliked him at first.
Oh, but he got to like Nicky. Among his favorite people.
Sure. And those wonderful summers up at the Sky Ranch. You're all going up again this summer, aren't you?
It looks like it.
Yeah. I think where I'll be.
Yes, I am.
China, India, Burma, Manchuria. Who knows?
We'll be thinking a great deal about you all the months you're away.
Mm-hmm. What do you think I'll be doing?
Jack.
Yeah?
You'll keep the letters coming, won't you?
Hey, now, I've done pretty good at Fort Sill.
Yes, but this is going to be different. Keep them coming twice a week, especially for Betty and Mother.
Well, yeah, but I'll have to remember the mail facilities out there.
Oh, yes, but you do your part and we'll do ours.
It's a deal.
Jack, do you remember the time you rented a set of full tails about 10 times too big for you and went to pay a call on your heart's desire?
Oh, boy, I was 13.
And she slammed the door in your face. She thought you were clowning.
Busted my heart wide open. Hey, you know something?
What?
Put things like that in your letters. They help.
Recollections of our family life?
Yeah. Things like that in a letter, they get a fellow's train of thoughts to working. Take his mind off what's happening at the moment.
It's a good idea. I'll do it.
Well, time's getting short.
Of course it is. I've kept you longer than I meant.
Oh, no. Just that I still got to see Dad and Paul and Teddy, and want to get back up to Betty before the Jeep gives me the beep.
Naturally.
Here, give me a hand.
Oh, you go ahead. I'll go up and talk to Mother a little.
Hey, how about a kiss?
Of course. A girl's very proud and happy to have a brother like you, Jack, dear.
See you after Tokyo.
Yeah. Go on now.
Yeah.
After Tokyo.
Is that you, Jack?
Yeah, I've just been saying goodbye to Mom and Hazel.
So soon?
Yep. They'll be dropping by for me in about 15 minutes.
So seldom you're with us, so soon you'll go.
Dad, you know I'm going to get a great pleasure out of 2 mental pictures of you.
Huh?
One of them sitting here in that big chair before the fire.
Yeah.
The other's of you out in the garden on your knees.
Yeah. Typical, I expect.
Yeah. Huh?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, what's the matter here, anyway? The minutes are slipping by, and we're not saying anything to each other.
Funny, too, because I was just full of things I wanted to talk to you about. Now I can't remember any of them.
Stage fright. That's what's the matter with us. Stage fright. Our moment is here, and we're tongue-tied.
Well, it is a pretty big thing to try to put into words all the love and affection and appreciation a son has for his father.
Huh? You feel that way?
Dad, I never appreciated the kind of a home you created for us here in Seacliff until I got out into the Army and had a look at some of the rest of the world.
I like hearing you say that, Jack. I'll remember those words and keep them with me.
Well, they're true words.
Well, then, I don't need to convert you to the idea that the family is the keystone to good government.
Well, not me.
You've got 10 minutes more in our midst, and we're talking social problems. Well, what's got into me, anyway?
Well, maybe it's hard for us to say what's inside us. Maybe we're just talking around the bush because the real things just won't come out.
Yes. Before you came in here, I was sitting here thinking about you, trying to make out what there was in your life which had brought you to this circumstance.
What circumstances have arranged it so that I'm about to jump off the Western Hemisphere and land on a battlefront some 9,000 or 10,000 miles from here?
Yes.
I don't know, Dad.
You weren't such an exceptional baby.
Hey.
Oh, you weren't. You gurgled and you hiccuped and you cried your full share. I'm sure there wasn't anything in your infancy which pointed out that you were to become a lieutenant in the field artillery.
I wouldn't know.
And in your boyhood and adolescence, I don't recall anything. Oh, yes, the policeman on the block brought you home by the ear a couple of times for pranks, but he did the same to the other boys. There was nothing in the little boy who said his prayers or the adolescent who suffered so much from calf love to indicate that you were going to grow into a man of war.
In fact, if any boy was taught peace at any price, it was me. When Paul came back from the last war with a bad leg and shell shock, the very word war was taboo in this house.
Yes, and I'm sure there was nothing in your study of law at Stanford, nor in your marriage and production of 3 daughters, which points you out as a belligerent fellow.
Well, it just goes to show, Dad. You can raise a man to peace and goodwill, but if you push him around enough, he's still going to develop into a fighter.
Yeah. I'm going to say goodbye to you here in the house. I don't want to see you drive away.
Yeah, nobody's going out.
I just can't bear to see people get into automobiles and drive out of my life. Something tears loose inside of me every time it happens.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I think I'll get up. Oh, I see Margaret outside. I think I'll go down in the garden with her until you're gone.
Sure, if you want to.
If I put my arm around you, if I touch you.
Okay, Dad. I understand.
God bless you, boy. God bless you.
You too, Dad. Well, that's life as she's lived today, I guess.
Hey, you in here by yourself?
Oh, no, Teddy.
I thought you were here with Father Barber.
Oh, he just said goodbye. He's going down into the garden.
Oh. I was going to tiptoe by and not bother, and then I saw you standing here alone.
You know something, Teddy?
What?
You've got to be one of the best doggone-looking girls I know.
Oh.
You think I'm kidding? I mean it. I'll bet you're number 1 priority with the boys in the hospital, even in white stockings.
So the Army's giving you a way with the girls, is that it?
I've always had a way with the one girl I care about.
Betty?
Who else?
She said she wasn't going outside to see you leave.
No, I'm going to say goodbye to her upstairs in her room. That's the easiest and the best. Saving her for last.
Naturally.
Well, Teddy, What do you ever hear of Wayne Grubb and Tracy Baker?
Well, we knew that Tracy was flying a P-38 and was shot down in the African campaign. He was in the hospital for a little, and then he went to flying a bomber over Germany.
Not a scratch, huh?
Mm-mm. And the last letter said he was being transferred to the Pacific Theater.
Tracy turned out to be quite a lad. Is he still in love with you?
Oh, we write regularly, but they aren't those kind of letters.
And Wayne Grubb?
Wayne's kind of gone out of my life. Oh, I hear maybe once every 3 months. He's in supply. The last letter said he might get to Manila.
And I might see him over there.
Uh-huh.
Why do you say it like that?
I don't know. I was just thinking. I suppose they wouldn't be taking you if they didn't need you.
I doubt it. Why?
I guess I keep thinking of things from a nurse's point of view.
Oh, yeah.
You've got a wonderful physique. You've got a lot to live for when you come back.
In other words, take care of myself?
Well, it's silly because, like everyone else, you'll do what's required of you. But don't be careless. You'd be surprised what percentage of soldiers are in that hospital out there because they didn't do all they could to protect themselves.
Oh, I've been trained for that.
So were they. But some of them relaxed or forgot or just didn't give a hoot. Look at them now. And it wasn't necessary at all.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean when I say take care of yourself. Go out and give them all you've got, but play them close to your chest.
And this is the girl who was running around in pigtails 5 or 6 years ago.
You grow up fast in this day and age.
Yeah.
I'm on my way to the hospital now. I mustn't be late.
Okay, I'll go to the front door with you.
All right. It's hard to realize this is happening to you.
I guess every man's called overseas has said the same thing.
Well, see you when it's over.
Hey, do I have to ask for kisses around here?
I was hoping to get away fast. I'm not used to kissing the boys goodbye. Here. Now let me go.
Yeah. See you when it's over. Yeah. See you when it's over.
Oh, Jack.
Oh, hello, Paul. I thought you were probably up in your studio.
No, I've been waiting for you in the living room.
You know, this is the queerest experience of all of it. Trying to square accounts with everyone before I have to go.
You having much success?
No.
I thought so.
I don't know what's the matter. I don't seem to be able to say anything important. Everything's trivial. So much that ought to be said. So much I'd like Mom and Dad and all of you to know before I go. And I haven't said any of it.
Of course.
You really aren't surprised?
How can a man put into words what he feels towards those who created him and molded him and watched over him? He can't. Any more than the human creature can express himself eloquently to his God. What do people do when they want to thank their God or beseech his help? They sing homely, conventional hymns. They say simple, oft-repeated prayers. They get down on their knees and bow their heads in simple supplication. They give money to charity. All the simple, homely, everyday words and gestures that have been said and done since the beginning of time. Do you think these things are the actual relationship between man and his Maker? Not at all. They're only symbols. Man is too inarticulate to express the deep things of his mind and emotion. There just aren't words for them.
But I flounder so.
Do you doubt that God doesn't know our intent when we kneel? Of course not. And in just the same way Dad and Mom know the feeling in your heart when you look into their faces and touch their hands.
But I'm not falling down?
Not at all.
I've never heard you talk of God before, Paul.
I'm doing it purposely. When a man's going out where you may be going, God's a mighty important part in your life. A lot of the men don't take him with them, but those who do are comforted the most at difficult times.
I don't know whether I can or not.
It's not something to worry about. I just thought you'd like to know that when I was in France in the First World War, I found there were times when I could talk to God, when I couldn't talk with anyone else. I don't know who or what God is any more than you do, and I'm afraid my conception of him is pretty unorthodox and unconventional. I can't go with you where you're going, and I just thought I'd like to give you something to think about if you ever get in a tight place.
Yeah. Thanks.
One other thing. Don't worry about Betty and the children. They'll get attention from all of us.
Oh, I know that. There's something else, though.
Well, let's have it.
It's about myself.
Oh?
Paul, you went through the last war. You must have some way of measuring a man. Well, do you think I can take care of the job ahead of me?
You'll have to find that answer inside yourself when the time comes.
It's not something you can help me with?
I will say this, that I've never known a good soldier yet who wasn't more afraid of being afraid than he was of actual combat.
Yeah. Yeah, we've talked about that a lot. I mean, both sessions, and it's even had some official recognition, but I have a queer kind of sensation of being inadequate. Wondering if my superior officers know my weaknesses. Afraid I'll be asked to do the one thing I won't be able to do.
What one thing?
I don't know. I'm sure there's something.
You've got a large, oversized dose of stage fright.
Dad said he and I had stage fright was the reason we couldn't talk to each other.
It's because you're still 10,000 miles from action. Once you get your feet on the ground and begin going through all the routine you've acquainted yourself with in training camps and all, why, that doubt and wonder will slip away.
You know, Paul, it just came to me. It's pretty doggone interesting, isn't it? A soldier of 1918 talking to a soldier of 1945, and us being brothers.
The old and the new, huh? Oh, by the way, it's 25 after 4.
Oh, hey.
It's only going to give you 5 minutes with Betty.
Well, we decided we didn't want too long and just make it harder. That's why I saved Betty for last, so I could run down and get in the Jeep and be gone the minute it arrived. You'll excuse me now?
If you're going to dash out that fast, I'd better say goodbye now.
Yeah, I wish you would. No last-minute stuff.
Well, try to remember some of the things I've tried to say to you. And remember there's safety and security waiting for you when you come back to us. And above all, don't worry about Betty.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, goodbye.
Bye, Paul.
Well, go on. Go on. Betty's waiting.
Yeah, you bet. See you when it's all over.
Hello?
It's me, Betty.
Is it time? Is it time yet?
Oh, Betty, you're beautiful.
You like it?
I didn't know you had a dress like that. What have you done to your hair?
Well, I dolled the infant daughters all up, and then I thought maybe you'd like to see me looking beautiful, too.
Just a minute while I close the door. Now, come here and get yourself kissed.
Oh, yes.
There.
It's almost time now, isn't it?
Almost.
Have you said goodbye to everyone else?
Yeah. Saved you for dessert.
I'm afraid your daughters are all asleep. Here they are over here.
Maybe it's better that way.
Maybe I should wake Elizabeth, Sharon Ann anyway.
Oh, no, don't. All washed and combed and curled. The darling. know something, Ben?
What?
We're a pretty lucky couple.
Oh, yes.
Just shot full of luck, us Jack Barbers.
Jack, we shouldn't brag about it.
Why not? Isn't every man that has the most beautiful wife in the world, plus the 3 most beautiful daughters?
But you're leaving us,
Just for a little. I'll be back in no time at all. Look, already men are coming home from war. Been out fighting, and now their time is up and they're coming home.
I wish you were coming home instead of just going out.
But think of the interesting letters I'm going to send you from all the interesting places.
Is that going to be as good as somebody to lie close to? Somebody to put his arm around me? Is that as good?
Betty, my darling, we had it all figured out, remember? No last minute being sorry for ourselves.
But keep your arm around me. You can do that till it's time.
Of course I can.
Oh, Jack, make it all happen quickly. Make it so that you can come back for always, and I can feel complete and whole again. Not just half a thing getting along.
As quickly as I can, Betty.
And then we'll live like a real American family should live again. I'll cook your breakfast in the morning, and you'll read the paper and go down to your law office, and I'll have the whole day to teach our children our way of life and have the house ready for your homecoming. And after dinner, we can be alone to plan our plans or go over to Mother and Father Barber's or go to a show. Everything will be so safe and sure and wonderful again.
It will, won't it?
Make it happen, Jack. Make it come true.
That's my going away promise to you.
It is?
To come back and fit into our way of life. That's my promise.
Oh, yes.
Jack,
Yes, Hazel?
the Jeep's down in front.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Oh, no, Jack.
Betty, you mustn't hang on to me. You mustn't make it so hard.
Not this time, Jack. Don't go this time.
Darling, they're waiting. Let me go quickly the way I wanted to. That's it. Goodbye, darling. Please don't look that way. Just say goodbye.
Of course. Goodbye, darling. I wish I'd been braver. I wish I'd been braver.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of every 10 say royal desserts taste more delicious. Yes, royal desserts taste more delicious. Yes, ma'am, when 1,526 royal desserts users told why they want royal every time, 8 out of every 10 said royal desserts taste more delicious. Try one and see. Ask your grocer for orange royal gelatin tomorrow. Its tangy, fruity flavor makes you think of big golden oranges heavy with juice, and it's sweetened just right. Takes none of your precious sugar. Yes, royal gelatin desserts are different. They're flavor-sealed, richer, tangier. Always get royal gelatin desserts and royal puddings, too. Take any flavor your grocer has. If it's royal, it's a real treat. You just heard Chapter 9, Book 54 of One Man's Family, written and produced by Carlton E. Morse for the makers of Royal Desserts and Tenderleaf Tea. Chapter 10, entitled What Took Paul to Washington, will come to you next week at this same time. It's iced tea time, and that means that the flavor of your tea is doubly important, because flavor is the making of delicious iced tea, richer flavor and more of it. So don't compromise with anything less. Get famous for flavor Tenderleaf Tea, the finer blend that transforms iced tea from a beverage into an event. Every glass, every sip is a testimonial to your judgment in making this flavor choice, a summer-long tribute to your taste, a daily source of gratification. Because the melting ice dilutes the tea, of course, and there's only one way to combat it. That is to have plenty of flavor to begin with. Plenty of the kind of flavor that brings Tenderleaf Tea its fame. Stock up for warm weather. Put in a supply. Make this year's iced tea season the best one so far, with more refreshing, more satisfying Tenderleaf iced tea with meals and between. Ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea, the 4-ounce size. One Man's Family comes to you from California.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in Wings of the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Brave men going down to the sea in ships have written a glorious history for the United States Navy. Over the years, they've brought new honor to the great names of John Paul Jones, Stephen Decatur, Oliver H. Perry, and Admiral George Dewey. In ships of wood and ships of iron, under sail and steam, they've served notice to the world that this land must be respected. Today, that tradition lives on in ships of steel that guard the ramparts of the sea, and in ships of silver that guard the ramparts of the sky, our first line of defense. This new frontier of the air provides the background for tonight's exciting drama, Wings of the Navy. And we have the original stars of the Warner Brothers picture, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne. It's a saga of those men of destiny who do their daily work at 200, 300, 400 miles an hour. We throw the spotlight on two of these men, two brothers, played tonight by George Brent and John Payne. They're both daredevils, and they're both in love with the same girl, which won't be hard to understand, because the girl is played by Olivia de Havilland. I think it's fitting that a story like this should be brought to you by a national theater. And we're grateful to the millions of you who have made this a national theater by your loyalty to the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. We look to your letters for guidance in producing these plays. Your comments make pleasant reading for us, not only in what you say about our plays, but what you tell us about Lux Toilet Soap. Now there's adventure in the air and a thrill in every cloud as the curtain goes up on Act One of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Arlington Cemetery, where great men of America lie at rest, is a national shrine dedicated to those whose lives were given in service to their country. On a bright spring morning, a crowd has gathered to pay tribute to the memory of another hero, William Harrington, Admiral, United States Navy. Uniformed officers stand stiffly at attention, their eyes on the speaker's platform. Among them are Jerry and Cass Harrington, sons of the man to be honored. Far overhead, a fleet of airplanes soars in battle formation, a jagged spearhead against the fleecy clouds.
And today we dedicate this monument to the memory of Admiral William Harrington. It is a small thing compared to the monument Admiral Harrington created for himself in the hearts of those who served with him. Along the coast of America and far at sea steam a majestic array of fighting craft. Mammoth battleships, destroyers, silent, deadly submarines that prowl the ocean depths. This is the battle fleet of the United States Navy. And in the skies soars an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, defying the blackness of night, breathing challenge to the fury of storm and lightning. These are the wings of the Navy. Death often rode the wings of the fleet in earlier days, but from the beginning, through sheer determination, through sacrifice of life and limb, the Navy has progressed to the point where today it can fill the heavens with the most powerful fighting force in the world. Admiral Harrington and others of his day paved the way for its existence by giving all they had to the service they loved. And today, men are giving their lives to maintain and improve our greatest safeguard against war, a great and powerful Navy. It is not only to Admiral Harrington, but to the men of the United States Naval Aviation, to those who fly today and to those who will ride the Navy wings of tomorrow, that we dedicate this monument.
Well, Jerry, I guess we can feel pretty proud.
Yeah, but it's too bad a fellow has to be gone 10 years before they start praising him.
He's not gone. He had a peculiar belief in immortality, Jerry. He believed that so long as there was a Harrington in the Navy, he'd be part of it. I guess that leaves it up to us.
Well, Lieutenant Harrington, just a moment, will you please?
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the Daily News, Lieutenant. Can we get a picture of you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Okay, Herb, over here. Oh, say, young fella, you.
Who, me?
Yes, would you mind stepping aside, young fella? We just want Lieutenant Harrington in this.
His name is Harrington, too. He's my brother.
Yeah, but he ain't news. What's he do?
He's in the submarine service.
Oh, the Hawk's got a turtle for a kid brother, eh? Lieutenant, I understand that you have designed a new fighting plane. Can you tell us about it?
Oh, it's not that far along yet.
Okay. All right, Herb, shoot it. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You design a new submarine, young fella, and you'll get your picture in the paper, too. Come on, Herb, there's an admiral over here.
Well, I guess he put me in my place, all right.
And see that you stay there. Well, I've got to get over to the field. Walking that way?
Sure. You flying back to Pensacola, Cass?
Yeah, I got to get there tonight.
Some guys have all the luck, don't they?
Hey, Cass, wait up.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya. You ready to leave?
Yeah. Jerry, this is Harry White. He's an instructor with me at Pensacola.
Hiya. Glad to know you. Say, Cass, how do you go about getting a transfer from submarine to aviation?
What? You don't?
But it can be done, can't it?
You haven't got that flying bug again, have you?
It bites me every time I see you in the air. I want to trade this sub insignia for wings.
Well, forget it.
Why?
Because I said so. You aren't the type.
What kind of a guy is the type? Does he have to have feathers?
Look, forget it. You're not going to transfer.
All right, Pop, all right. But did it ever occur to you that I might grow up someday?
No.
You might be surprised. So long. I'll see you at the field.
So long.
And that's the first time I ever heard you try to unsell anyone on flying. What's the angle, Cass?
Oh, Jerry doesn't like being a kid brother, I guess. The difference in our ages gave me a head start, so he's always trying to find a shortcut to top me. When we were kids, he nearly broke his neck trying to outclimb me, and he nearly drowned trying to outswim me.
And if he goes to Pensacola, you're afraid he'll break his neck trying to outfly you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he might be good, Cass.
He is good. But when he's competing with me, something happens to him, and he's a bust. That's why I want him to stay in the submarine service. He won't be under my influence, and he'll wind up with a record that'll make mine look like something scratched on the side of a barn.
In other words, he isn't entirely hopeless.
Ah, he's a great kid. I'd give him a right arm for him. While I was doing it, I'd hang my left on his chin at the same time.
Well, I'll see you at the field, Cass.
All set?
Yeah. I wish that brother of yours would show up. We're late.
He'll be here. Tell me some more about those big ships, Harry.
What for? You heard, Papa. You're going to stick to submarines. Oh, there he is. Cass, come on.
Hey, that can't be Cass. He's got a girl with him.
Hurry up, will you?
All ready, Harry. Bye, darling. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Cass.
Oh, Jerry, this is Irene Dale. Irene, this is my kid brother.
Cass!
Coming. So long, darling. So long, Jerry.
Yeah. See you in Pensacola.
No, you won't.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Cass.
Hello.
Hello.
Say, did I see my brother kissing you just now?
Well, I don't know. Were you watching?
Yeah, I thought it was an optical illusion. I can't imagine Cass taking time enough off from flying to fall in love with anyone.
Oh, he managed. You see, we have a schedule. He flies 6 days out of the week, and we meet every other Sunday from 3 to 5, and that allows plenty of time for aviation and romance.
Oh, I see. Here, let me look at you. I can understand, all right. You know, I just met you, but if you had a twin sister and there was a moon, I'd be asking her to share my entire fortune, consisting of 3 uniforms, a gunnery medal, and a sword.
My twin sister would be flattered if I had one.
Yeah, but I was talking about me. With Cass, it's different. He isn't human, you know.
Really?
Nope. He's just a built-in accessory to an airplane. He's got a carburetor for a heart, and it pumps blue and gold gasoline. Why, the only thing he's been in love with in the last 10 years is an air-cooled rotary engine.
Oh, yes, I heard about that affair. But it's all over now. We have an understanding.
Who? You and the engine?
Yes, we're going to divide him. Is that Cass coming? He's awfully low, isn't he?
Hey, look now! Well, how do you like that? My own brother tries to murder me.
What was that he threw out?
Here it is. It's a note.
For me?
Probably.
Let's see. If you come to Pensacola, I'll break your neck.
he mean you or me?
He means me.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Well, what do we got here?
Cadets, sir, just off the train.
Are they all checked in?
Yes, sir. 21 of them.
My report says 22. I must have gotten lost. Welcome to Pensacola, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I take it for granted you are all anxious and eager to become part of the United States Navy. Let it be understood, please, that the desire to serve is highly commendable, but not necessarily an indication that you're fit for this service. You'll all be given a thorough physical examination, followed by an intelligence test. If the results are satisfactory, you'll be assigned to barracks and your training will begin. For a certain period, you'll be schooled in the mechanics of aviation. You'll fly first to observe, then with an instructor, handling the controls yourself. When you're ready, you'll be given a solo flight, to be followed in time by an examination in instrument flying. All of these are in the nature of tests. Pass them, and you'll be with us for some time. Fail them once too often, and you're on your way out. You'll each receive a rule book. You'll be required to observe every one of these rules. You must understand that they're formulated for your own good and the good of the Navy. Their purpose is to turn out the finest flying personnel in the world. Is there anything else I can explain?
Yes, sir. When do we fly?
Oh, eventually.
Not until then.
That'll be all for now, gentlemen. Lieutenant Harrington.
Yes, sir.
You might try to round up that lost sheep.
Yes, sir. I'll take a look around the field. Hey, Mac. See a cadet around here?
Not today.
Hiya, Cass.
Hi, Harry. Have a good trip?
Smooth as glass all the way from San Diego. Hey, give me a hand, will you? I've got a passenger.
Passenger? Where?
He's on the floor.
Oh, where, Shaker?
He's been dying ever since we took off. All right, come on, kid.
Yeah, up you go. Stand out on the wing, kid.
Oh, hello.
Jerry.
Hi, Cass.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm going to be an aviator, and
Jerry!
He's out cold.
Yeah. Come on, let's get him over to the barracks. All right, now drink this. Here.
What is it?
It's medicine for air sickness. Air sickness. They're still laughing at you over at the officers' club. Well, they ought to knock your block off.
It's a fine welcome I get to Pensacola, and from my own flesh and blood,
Quit trying to be funny. I don't know how you wangled yourself into getting ordered here, but you're going back to your pig boats.
Now you're trying to be funny.
Why don't you quit before you disgrace the name of Harrington?
Look, Cass, I know what I'm doing.
Sure. So does a kid playing with a machine gun.
Whether you like it or not, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to learn to fly, and when I do, I'm going to fly the pants off of you.
Mm-hmm. I figured that was it. You don't want to be a good Navy flyer. All you're interested in is flying my pants off, and that's where you're going to be a flop.
If I do, that'll be my business, won't it?
All right. From now on, you're on your own. I'm going to pretend you're not here. And if you get into a jam, you'll get out of it yourself. I'm going to leave you strictly alone.
Is that a promise?
Yes, that's a promise. Now, come on, take your medicine.
Back on that stick to start the takeoff. You've got to get her up on the step or she won't move. I'll let you in on the secret. Hitting the water is bad for the prop.
This is what we call a gosport. It's a speaking tube that allows the instructor to talk to the student, but the student can't talk back, which is the whole idea.
I'm not waving at angels when I do this, kid. I mean your right wing's too low. Now bring it up.
Relax, kid. You're stiff as a rail.
This is what's known as a loop.
Your snap roll's ragged, kid.
Never freeze the stick.
You lose flying speed, you spin.
Turn her nose up.
And just remember this. Any landing you walk away from is a good one.
Hi, Cass.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, just admiring myself in your mirror. Somehow I don't find this outfit quite dashing enough for a Navy flyer. You know, Congress ought to do something about it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will see you when you're flying but your instructor.
Yeah, but suppose you make a forced landing in a bean patch and the farmer's rosy-cheeked daughter comes out with apple pie for the wounded heroes.
If you ever land in a bean patch with one of those primary seaplanes, you won't be interested in the farmer's daughter.
Those primary seaplanes are a headache. Say, Cass, is it hard to get assigned to the big boats?
What's that got to do with you?
Well, I want to command a big boat and take a mass flight to Midway or Alaska. That's the branch of the service with a future in it. I don't want to be a dizzy fighting pilot all my life.
That's marvelous. That's marvelous. You don't know the first thing about flying, and already you're commanding big boats.
Well, you can't stop a fella from hoping, can you?
And you can't stop him from being a dope either.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing all right. I take my solo this afternoon.
Solo? Well, you're not ready, Jerry.
Don't be silly.
Now, listen. There's lots of things I've been wanting to say to you. I've been watching your flying. You're terrible. You've been fooling.
Wait a minute. You were going to pretend I'm not here. You weren't going to give me any help or advice. That was a promise, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, okay, Jerry, you're on your own. But try to keep your neck in one piece, will you?
What's the matter? You worried about me?
No, I'm thinking about myself. Irene's coming down here next week, and I don't want anything to spoil it.
Okay. Say, how did she ever go for a guy like you?
I don't know. I can't figure it. When do you solo?
3 o'clock. Gonna watch me?
Thanks. I've got more important things on my mind. Harry, is that Jerry up there?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
I don't know. He's been twice around the bay. Coming in too fast.
Well, give him the signal.
I did. Here he comes again.
Easy. Easy now, kid. Relax. Forward on the stick. Easy. Your left wing's too low. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Look at him. He's heading for the seawall.
Up! Gun it! Gun it, you! Jerry, are you hurt? Jerry!
Sir, I wish to report a crash.
Jerry, are you hurt?
No, sir.
Oh, well, it's too bad you aren't. You deserve to break your neck.
Did anyone ever tell you that you dance divinely, Mr. Harrington?
Sure. That's the only thing I can do better than Cass.
Oh.
You know, Irene, it was swell of you folks to drag me along tonight. Not that I blame you.
What do you mean?
Well, does Cass always draw airplane designs on your tablecloth?
Oh, yes, always.
Here she is, Cass. I think I ought to tell you. She says I dance divinely.
Wait a second now.
Shh, don't disturb him. He's drawing designs. Who is he, do you know?
Dokes is the name, I think, lady.
Dokes, oh, of course. Joseph P. Dokes, the mad inventor. Naturally, I know him.
Oh, hello. I know you. You're going to be Mrs. Dokes, remember?
Mrs. Dokes. That sounds perfectly horrible. Next time a man asks me to marry him, I'm going to find out his name before I say yes.
Look, I found out what's the matter with the wing surface of my fighter.
See, Irene? That's what your life's going to be like. Instead of moonlight and roses, it'll be wing surfaces and empennage designs.
Oh, that's an old story already. You know, when we dance, Cass isn't keeping time to the music. He's counting RPMs. And to think I had to come all the way to Pensacola to play second fiddle to an overpowered flying machine.
That's all right, sweetheart. After this, it'll be worse.
Could it be? I hardly see you as it is.
You won't see me at all for a week or so. I've beefed up the center sections, and I'm taking my designs to Washington. The Navy has asked for them, and believe me, this time the plane will be accepted.
Oh, darn that plane.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't know when you're well off, Irene. Cass and his plane will be gone, but you'll still have me.
Will I?
Yeah, and I'll make up for all the good times Cass has been cheating you out of. We'll dance every night.
No matinees?
We'll play tennis and ride horseback.
Will you have any time for flying?
Don't mind him, and we'll swim.
Oh, you're going to make a marvelous brother-in-law, Mr. Cass. Can you make it a month, darling?
Nope. 1 week probation is all you get. After that, you're going to be an old man's darling again. In the meantime, let's dance.
Had enough?
I could swim to Key West.
Well, I couldn't. Come on, get up on the raft.
Give me a hand.
Up you go.
Bet my hair's soaked. What's the matter? What are you staring at, Jerry?
You? I'm going to have to put you back in the hothouse. This outdoor life is giving you freckles.
Really? Me without a mirror? Are there many?
Did you ever see a turkey egg?
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, don't worry. I like girls with freckles.
That covers a lot of territory.
I'll narrow down the field a little bit. I'll include you and your twin sister.
Told you I haven't got a twin sister.
Oh, that's right. But think how swell it would be if there was another one like you. I could really go for your sister. Do you think she'd like me?
I think she might like you a lot.
I hope so, because, well, you see, she'd be my idea of something perfect.
She wouldn't be as perfect as you think. She'd be selfish, for one thing. She'd want so terribly to be happy that she'd make mistakes. And then she wouldn't have the courage to do anything about them. Sometimes she'd be pretty disgusted with herself.
She wouldn't be that way at all. She'd have a lot of courage. She'd be generous and kind. Why, just being near her and helping to make her happy would be the greatest break a fellow could ever expect to have.
Having you feel that way would give her more happiness than she deserved, Jerry.
Look, Irene...
Yes?
Well, I was just thinking... Cass will be back sometime today, and...
I know.
He's a great guy, that brother of mine.
Yes. A great guy. Jerry, let's go back, shall we?
Sure. He might be in by now.
Hey, Irene.
There he is.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Cass. You look happy. You must have good news.
Good news. I'm loaded with it. The Navy Department is going ahead with my plane.
Oh, Cass, that's wonderful.
But wait a minute. I'm also promoted to the noble estate of Lieutenant Commander.
Oh, congratulations, Cass.
And as for you, Jerry, you're liable to be Lieutenant Junior grade pretty soon if you keep your nose clean. You've been selected, too.
Yeah, that's swell.
Swell. Is that all you can say?
Well, I'm tickled to death.
Well, then why don't you act like it? What's the matter, flat hat? You in trouble or something?
No, I'm all right.
I know what it is. The first promotion always does that to you. Drive me to headquarters, will you, darling? I want to say something to you that isn't any of Jerry's business. We'll let him walk. Maybe it'll help pull him out of his tailspin.
All right. Goodbye, Jerry.
So long.
Jerry, where are you?
Here. What do you want?
I've been looking for you. Why aren't you out flying?
I don't feel so good.
No? Well, I talked to the doctor, and he says there's nothing wrong with you.
Did he?
Yes. Looks to me as if you're just moping. Why don't you snap out of it?
Well, I'm sick of flying.
You're what?
I'm sick of flying.
Oh, you're not sick of flying. You're sick in the head. Now, all right, what is it? What's it all about this time?
I told you, I'm sick of flying.
Now, you ought to know you can't kid me. You've got something important on your mind. Now, what is it?
Look, Cass, there are some things in my life that don't concern you.
Ooh, romance is wonderful, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I recognize the symptoms. Every time you get a case of love, you go Shakespeare on me. You're Romeo, and she's Juliet, and you always wind up under a balcony. Who's the girl this time?
None of your... There isn't any girl.
Now, let's see now. It couldn't be that redhead. She's not your type. And the Spencer girl married that Marine. Now, let me see. I've been gone a week. Oh, there's only one you've seen.
Why don't you shut up? Get out of here and let me alone, will you?
Oh. I guess maybe it's serious this time, huh? Sorry, Jerry.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille presents George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in the second act of Wings of the Navy. Over on Morton Street, a cheerful postman is hurrying up the steps of the Douglas home.
Oh, here you are. Miss Joan Douglas. This little box is for you. Looks like you're getting a present.
Oh, thanks. I've been waiting for it. Gosh, I can't wait to unwrap it. Oh, it's gorgeous. Mother, come here quick. Look what I've got.
Oh, your brooch came, dear. That is handsome. Let me see it closer. Why, it's so rich looking.
It'll be perfect with that green silk jersey dress. Hooray for Lux toilet soap. Dum, da, da, dum. Dum, da, da, dum.
That's the Lux toilet soap theme Joan was humming. Did you recognize it? Lux toilet soap. And that's the answer to how you can get one of these stunning simulated cameo brooches. A brooch designed after the one worn by lovely Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. Now, here's what you do. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper, send it with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. When your Scarlett O'Hara brooch comes, you'll be just as keen about it as Joan was. The pure white head on a glistening ebony background is encircled with a delicate Grecian border design. The setting is gold finished, and there's a fine safety clasp. It's a real jewelry piece you'll be proud to wear. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how you can get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. A ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same beautiful design as the brooch, and all at amazing bargains. Remember the address: Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And remember, too, that Gentle Lux Toilet Soap has active lather. Active lather that 9 out of 10 screen stars use for their priceless complexions. Remember, on your shopping list for tomorrow, 3 cakes of Gentle White Lux Toilet Soap. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Pensacola, proving ground of Navy airmen, where fledglings try their wings. Many of them thunder valiantly into the clouds, keeping their courses straight and true to their goal, while others falter and slip, fluttering ingloriously to the ground. One of these fledglings is just coming in, his ship bouncing crazily, sliding to a stop.
All right, kid, cut your motor. It wasn't so good, Ormsby.
Oh, I know it, sir. I'm sure that... Well, I know I can do better, sir.
We don't gamble on promises, kid. Take my chute over to the office. I'll see you there in 10 minutes.
Does that mean I'm busted out?
Did you hear me? I said I'd see you in 10 minutes. Now, go on.
Yes.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Cass.
I was watching upstairs there. Kid flopped on you, huh?
Yeah, bad.
Gee, it's a shame. He was a good kid.
I know it. That's why I hate to see him busted out.
Want me to give him another check?
I don't know. Might be a good idea at that. Maybe I've got the Indian sign on him.
Okay, I'll do it this afternoon. Meanwhile, I'll go and have a talk with him.
Thanks, Cass.
Oh, don't thank me. You yanked Jerry out of his slump. If I can save a student for you, why, we still won't be even.
Wait a minute. Look, Cass, watch your step. This Ormsby kid has a tendency to freeze the stick.
Yeah?
I had to slug him once I let go.
I'll watch him.
Hey, isn't that your lady friend?
Yeah, that reminds me. I did have a date. See you this afternoon, Harry.
Right.
Cass, are you ready?
Oh, hello, darling.
I thought I'd come down and pick you up.
Well, look, Irene, I can't make it. I've got to give a cadet a special check flight. I'm trying to save him from being busted out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be through about 4 o'clock. Why don't you dig Jerry up?
No, I think I'll just wait for you.
On second thought, maybe that's a good idea.
Why?
Well, Jerry's undergoing a case of growing pains known as puppy love. You better not see him till he gets over it.
What have I got to do with it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think you're the one he's in love with.
Did he say that?
No, I'm just psychic.
Cass, listen.
No, don't let it worry you. I know Jerry. He'll get over it in a week. He always does. So just forget it, will you?
All right, Cass.
Irene. Hello. Say, you weren't going to pass me up, were you?
I'm sorry I didn't see you, Jerry.
What are you doing down here? I thought you had a date with Cass this afternoon.
I did. He's busy. I'm going to wait.
Oh. Shall we sit down? You haven't been seeing much of Cass, have you?
Not very much.
Well, he's had a lot to do, I guess.
Maybe it's just as well.
Why? What's the matter, Irene? Is something wrong?
No, except that not seeing Cass has given me time to think things over. And I know now that I almost made a mistake that would have hurt him as well as me. Jerry, I'm going to tell Cass I can't marry him.
Have you two been quarreling?
No, he's been as sweet to me as ever. That's why it's going to be so difficult to tell him.
Then don't. I mean, not right away. Think it over, huh?
I have been thinking it over. Cass was gone a week, and he's been back 3 days. During that time, I've come to realize that I'm not in love with him.
That's pretty serious, isn't it? He's crazy about you, Irene.
Would it be fair to marry him feeling the way I do?
I don't know. All I do know is that he's the finest brother in the world. He's square, and he's honest, and he's...
He's all of that, Jerry. That's what attracted me to him. But I was wrong when I thought that it was love. I can't marry him. You can't marry a person when you're in love with someone else.
Look,
Don't
Irene...
say it, Jerry, please.
It's funny, isn't it? You know how I feel, and I think I know how you feel. And we can't even talk about it.
Neither of us wanted it this way. We've both been fighting against it. Sometimes things happen to people that they can't help. But they don't want to happen. It's happened to us.
What about Cass? Does it solve anything to make him unhappy, too?
I'd make him more unhappy if I married him. Oh, Jerry, I know how you hate to hurt Cass, and I love you for it. But it can't change things between Cass and me. You figure things out for yourself. No matter what you decide, I'm going to try to live up to whatever code of ethics I have. Hello, Mac. Is Cass around?
No, afternoon, Miss Dale. Cass is up there with Ormsby, see him?
Oh, do you suppose he'll be long?
Well, he's been up almost an hour right now. If anybody can take the kinks out of that kid, Cass is the man. Holy
Mac, what was that supposed to be?
Snap roll, but it didn't come off. I'd like to see a little more altitude right now.
What do you mean, Mac?
That kid freezes the... Pull her out, Cass! Pull her out!
Mac, what's the matter?
She's going into a spin! Pull out! Pull out!
Cass! Oh, Cass!
All right now. Take it easy, kid. Shove her nose down and give her the gun, and then start pulling back.
I can't. It won't move.
Come on, relax. Better let me have that stick. Let go, kid. Come on, loosen up.
I can't move it.
Let go, do you hear? Let go of that stick.
I can't.
Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
That stick. Give it to me.
Give me that stick.
Doctor, can I go in now?
I think so.
How's he going to be, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say. That left leg is very bad. There's a chance he may never walk again. Don't stay too long.
I won't. Thanks, Doc. Hiya, Cass.
Hello, Jerry. Come in and see the cripple.
Yeah, that was nice flying, mister. Aren't you the guy who was going to give me some pointers? Of course, I realize it wasn't all your fault.
When I get up out of here, I'll break your neck. If I ever do get up.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the doc had 4 specialists in here this morning. They all voted the same ticket. I'm grounded for good.
The woods are full of specialists. They make mistakes, same as anybody else. You'll be as good as new. You'll be in better shape than Ormsby, and he's walking around already.
Now, you're not a fortune teller, and you're not a doctor, so why don't you keep quiet?
You're not giving up, are you, Cass?
I'm just looking facts in the face, and I'm not asking for sympathy.
I'm sorry, fella.
I'm sorry, too.
Sure.
Well, looks like you'll be carrying the ball from now on, Jerry.
Well, that won't be so bad. You and Dad ran up a pretty good score. All I have to do is follow the interference.
Yes, but you got to show them the way. You've got to be the best fighting pilot in the Navy.
I'm going in for big boats.
Oh, yeah, big boats. I forgot. An aerial truck driver on an ice wagon. That's what you'll be.
Yeah, well, it takes a darn sight better man to fly a big boat than it does to herd a fighting hornet.
Oh, if you weren't young and stupid, I'd argue with you.
And if you weren't old and flip-dippy, I'd argue back.
A big boat's got a crew like a submarine. When you're in a fighting plane, you're on your own. You're as near as you'll ever come to having wings. You've got the wind in your face, and you're part of the ship, and it's part of you. And the motor's a living thing, and it obeys you. There's nothing over your head but the sky, and you can reach up and touch it. And when you feel happy, you can play like a kid on a blue lawn. You loop and dive and zoom, and you chase clouds like a cat after a ball of yarn, and you... Oh, why should I waste my breath? You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do, Cass. I've felt it, too.
Sure. Get out, will you? I'm tired.
Okay. I'll be in to see you tonight.
Jerry. How is he, Jerry?
They say he may never walk again.
Oh.
He'll have to quit the Navy. You know what the service means to him.
Yes.
Irene, he's lost all that now. All he's got to hang on to is, well, All he's got left now is...
I know, Jerry. Don't worry about it. He's not going to lose me.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne, will bring you Act 3 of Wings of the Navy. And now, let's listen in on a little conversational bridge game played by 4 charming ladies.
Your deal, Mary. Before I pick up this hand, though, I'm going to ask you a question I've been dying to ask all afternoon. Where did you get that stunning cameo brooch you're wearing?
Looks like an antique to me. Is it a family heirloom?
Well, girls, if I didn't know you so well, I'd just let you keep on thinking that. But I can't help telling you what a bargain I got. This is designed after a brooch worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind. And how much do you think it cost me? Just 15 cents. And wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
When you see this handsome brooch, you'll say it's simply stunning. It's a simulated stone cameo, a pure white head on a jet background, encircled with a handsome Grecian border in black and gold. It's the kind of expensive-looking jewelry piece that looks equally well with a frilly blouse or a simple tailored dress. You'll get plenty of compliments on your style and good taste when you wear it, because there's nothing cheap or flimsy-looking about this pin. It's made, as expensive jewelry is, with a solid back and a fine safety clasp. Its simplicity and good taste will be applauded by the most smartly dressed women. So don't miss your chance to get this wonderful bargain. Here's how you do it. Get an order blank from your grocer tomorrow, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it, together with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And in a few days, you'll receive your pin. Think of it. Only 15 cents and the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces for your Scarlett O'Hara set. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. Act quickly. This is the last time this offer will be made on this program. Send in your order today. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Wings of the Navy. Several months have passed, and Jerry Harrington's training period at Pensacola is finished. The fledgling has become a hawk, serving now at the Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego. On the beach, a giant patrol bomber spreads its silver wings across the sand. Beneath these wings stands Jerry, gazing upward, lost in admiration for the power and beauty of the monster ship. He doesn't notice the man who comes to stand behind him, a man who moves slowly, leaning heavily on a cane.
If the cavalry ever got in a jam, that thing would carry a good load of hay.
Is that so? Well, Cass, when did you get here?
How are you, Jerry? About an hour or so ago. How's the boy?
I couldn't be better. How are you, Cass?
Oh, fine. I'm allowed to limp around all by myself now.
No, I'm not kidding. Is that leg coming along all right?
It'll do. So you're flying that big boat now, eh?
Yeah. Isn't she a beauty?
Not bad. Wait until my plane's accepted. We'll fly the wings off of that thing.
Don't call that thing a thing. I'm going to fly it to Honolulu.
When?
Mass flight next month. There are 3 commands vacant, and I've got mine all picked out.
Oh, still the modest boy, huh? Well, good luck.
Thanks. How about coming along, Cass? I'll bet I could swing it.
Save yourself the trouble. They don't want one-legged men in the Navy. I found that out when I went before the examining board. I'm grounded for good.
Oh, well, there are other things beside the Navy. How's Irene?
Oh, she's fine. Hadn't been for her, they'd have sewn me up in canvas long ago.
Where is she?
She's here. She's staying with relatives until they test my ship. When I get that off my mind, we're going to be married. I know she's anxious to see you. Come on up and say hello to her.
Oh, no, not right now, Cass. I got a few things to do here. Some other time, huh?
How's it look, fella?
It's in great shape, Cass. And that ship of yours will pass any test they want to put it to.
Well, keep it good and hot. We're almost ready.
Right.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, this is Captain March of the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Glad to know you, Captain.
I hope your plane comes through, Lieutenant. The Navy can use a ship like that.
Well, it's passed everything but the terminal velocity test.
If it passes that today, the Navy will owe you a vote of thanks.
Having the Navy accept it will be thanks enough. Excuse me, sir. There's the test pilot. Steve, over here.
Hi, Cass.
All set, Steve?
All set.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Well, she's in perfect shape. Take her up to 15,000 feet. Dive her at least 10 before you pull her out. Try to push the needle off the dial.
I'll try.
Give her the works. Tear the wings off if you can. I don't think you can, but try anyway.
Okay.
And if you see she won't take it, don't forget to bail out in time.
Listen, Cass, my wife's giving a birthday party tonight for the kids. I'll bring your crate down in one piece.
Thanks, Steve, but give it all it'll take. Okay, Mac, we're ready.
Looks like he's got enough altitude. Why doesn't he turn it down?
I told him 15,000 feet. He'll be coming any minute now.
Good luck, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, hi, Irene. Come down to see the test?
Yes. And to see you. Why have you been avoiding me, Jerry?
Well, I've been pretty busy and...
Don't you realize you're creating exactly the impression you don't want to create? Cass wonders why you've been finding excuses not to go out with us.
What can I do, Irene? I've
we
tried.
made a bargain, Jerry. What else is there to do but make the best of it? Let's be grown up. Let's behave as if nothing had happened. We'll meet and we'll be friends. And we'll be happy because Cass will be happy.
Okay.
You'd better watch this. It's a big moment for Cass.
How far is he taking it, Lieutenant?
I told him to bring it down to 5,000.
Coming awfully fast.
He'll be all right.
Those wings hang on at that speed, we've really got a plane.
They'll hang on.
I'd say it was less than 5,000 right now.
Well, he'll turn it up in a second. Come on, Steve. There he goes.
He's in a spin.
Pull out, Steve. Pull it out.
Turn it up. What's the matter with him? He's going to crash if he doesn't.
Jump, Steve. Jump, fella. Don't take a chance. Bail out. Bail out.
Cass, darling, please don't take it so hard. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, snap out of it, Cass. Come on. You've got another ship ready for testing?
Sure. And somewhere, I suppose, there's another test pilot like Steve, ready to die in a coffin designed by Cass Harrington, huh?
Well, how do you know it was the plane that failed? Maybe it was Steve. It ought to be a breeze to take it through that test. I could do it myself.
Oh, you could. Do you know what a pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive?
Well, I have an idea.
No, you haven't. You've got to take a cranky, unknown experimental plane up to 15,000 feet. Open your throttle and shoot yourself at the earth like a cannonball. You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives that rip and tear at your wings. You're going 300 or 400 miles an hour straight down. Then you pull back in the stick, and when you do, believe me, you pray. And the air's turned into a brick wall. And if the seat isn't stretched for 2,000 pounds, you bust right through it. And all of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. What's inside of you keeps on falling. Your blood drains. Everything goes black. You can't see, you can't breathe, and you're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. And then you might find that you're in a death trap. You try to jump, and it's too late. Something like that happened to Steve today. Does that sound like a job for a kid like you?
No, I suppose not. But even a guy like me can have faith in what his brother's trying to do. Am I out of place, Cass?
No, you aren't out of place. And I'm not giving up. Not yet, anyway. There must be a test pilot willing to take the job. Keep on trying. Offer more money. But do something before Captain March goes back to Washington and scratches my plane off the list.
I'm sorry, Cass. I know what that plane means to you and how valuable it'd be to the Navy. But there are only 6 or 7 test pilots capable of giving your ship the beating the Navy will demand before the design is accepted. I've communicated with all of them. They feel that the plane that killed Steve Connor can't be any good. Those men will risk their lives, but they won't commit suicide.
Then there isn't anything to be done?
No. I'm sorry, Cass.
Who is it?
Hello, Irene. Where's Cass? Is he here?
No, I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, well, maybe he's heard the news and he's avoiding me.
What news?
In me, Irene, you observe a man of consequence, a person of vast importance. In other words, a Navy hotshot.
Suppose you tell me what it's all about.
Honolulu, I've been given command of a big boat, and I'm going to take it on the mass flight from here to there.
Oh, congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah, and wait till Cass hears about it. Will he be mortified? After I rub it in for a while, we'll go out and celebrate, huh? What's wrong, Irene?
Nothing. Only I wouldn't plan on rubbing it in, Jerry. I wouldn't plan on a celebration either.
You don't think I meant it, do you?
Why, no, you're just kidding. Cass has changed. He's abnormally sensitive. He's always brooding. And when I try to cheer him up, he just gets irritable.
It's that plane of his, huh?
Looks as if it's going to be abandoned. And if it is, he'll lose everything he wants out of life.
Ah, it's not that important, Irene. He'll get over it, and he'll have a lot left to live for, too. He'll have you, won't he?
That isn't enough. Can you understand that?
No.
I didn't at first. I made a bargain. I accepted a job. And I believed that by merely accepting it, I had accomplished it. Jerry, I did everything I could to make Cass happy. And I failed. I'm not important to him.
That's not true, Irene. Cass loves you.
I think he does. But he's never reconciled himself to being out of the Navy. He feels that he's only half a man. That he's a failure. That plane is a symbol to him. If he puts the Navy's colors on its wings, then he'll be in the service again. He won't mind being crippled. He'll be happy. And if the plane's a failure, he'll die slowly inside. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now. You know, Irene, a long time ago, I gave up something I wanted very much. And since then, I've been so busy feeling sorry for myself that I never considered that there were two sides to the bargain. I can't come close to matching what you've done, but the least I can do is try. If there's any way in the world of putting Navy colors on Cass's plane, I'll do it.
Hello, Cass. This is Brown. Listen, we've got a man to test the plane. You better get down here right away. He'll be at the field in an hour.
You ready, Jerry?
In a minute, as soon as the doc gets finished here.
I'll be out at the ship. Make it snappy.
What do you say, Doc? How am I doing?
Oh, we'll be through in a minute. Stand still. I got to tape up your waist.
What for?
Keep your insides in place. Hold that pad right there. And draw on your stomach. You'll want this good and tight.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Better than having your insides fall out. Now put on your shirt. Put this belt over your flying suit. It'll help. It'll be a good idea to yell as hard as you can before you pull out of the dive.
Yell? Why?
Well, that'll tighten your throat and stomach muscles still more and keep your arteries from puffing up. Here, take this scarf. Keep it around your neck. When the time comes, tighten that as much as you can. It'll stop the blood from draining out of your head.
There sure is a lot to remember in this racket, isn't there?
You better remember all of it, or you'll never pull out of that dive. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Doc.
What are we waiting for, Mac? Where's the test pilot?
Now, take it easy, Cass. He'll be here in a minute.
Who is he? Is he any good?
I think he's great.
Sure. So do I.
Hello, Jerry. Say, listen, Hey, what's the idea of that outfit?
Well, test pilots have got to dress like this. It's a union rule.
You mean you're going to take that ship up?
Of course I am. I'm your pilot, mister.
Well, you can't. It's against regulations for Navy men to test planes. You'll be thrown out of the service.
I'm not in the Navy anymore.
What?
I resigned my commission.
You resigned? You mean you quit the Navy just so that... Well, I won't let you do it.
It's already done, Cass.
What about the Honolulu flight?
That was just a joyride. This'll be a lot more fun.
Don't be a fool, Jerry. You don't know what you're up against. You haven't the experience. You'll be...
Yeah, I know, Papa. Now, will you run along and mind your own business?
Will you go and take that junk off? That plane's not going up today.
Listen, Cass, for a long time I've been trying to convince you that I'm a better flyer than you were in your best day. Today I'm going to prove it, and in your ship.
Kill that motor, Mac.
No, look, Cass. I'm taking that crate up even if I have to knock you cold to do it. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Come here.
Mac, take care of this guy, will you?
Cass,
Cass.
Take your hands off. Will you take your hands off? Let me alone.
Gotta do it, Cass. I don't want to, but I gotta. Hurry up, Jerry, will you?
On my way. So long, Cass.
Jerry! Jerry!
Look at that ship climb.
Cass, I just heard about Jerry. Cass, you can't let him do it.
Well, he's doing it now. That's him up there.
If anything should happen to him, if anything should happen to Jerry,
Well, I tried to stop him. I couldn't.
he may be killed. He may be... Oh, Cass.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now except to hope.
Just about ready.
There he goes.
You know when a test pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive? Open your throttle and shoot yourself in the earth like a cannonball. This is to keep your insides in place. You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives trying to rip and tear at your wings. You're going 400 miles an hour, straight down. Put this belt on, straight down. Better have your insides fall out. 400 miles an hour, straight down. The air's turned into a brick wall. Yell as hard as you can before you pull out. All of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. Yell as hard as you can. Your blood drains. You can't sleep. You can't breathe. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. If you're lucky, you come to. If you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky.
Level off. You're out of it. You're out of it.
A great ship. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Irene, he did it. Jerry, he did it. He gave my ship to the Navy.
He's safe. Oh, Cass, he's safe.
If only you'd try to understand, Captain. The kid loves the service as much as any man ever did.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, but this Honolulu flight, sir, is the most important thing in his life. He gave it all up for me. Please hold up that resignation, sir. If not for my sake, for the sake of the old man. If he were alive, it would be awfully important to have one Harrington left in the Navy. I'm washed up, and Jerry's the only one to carry on. Please, sir.
The Honolulu flight leaves tomorrow. I'll see that your brother has his command.
Thank you.
Cass, I don't see Jerry. Do you suppose they've decided not to let him go?
Wait a minute. Oh, there he is. Jerry! Jerry!
Hi, Cass. Hello, Irene.
Are they taking you, kid?
That's my boat right over there.
Great. You know, I hate to admit this, but I'm kind of proud of you, Jerry.
Well, thanks. I've been waiting to hear you say that for a long time.
Well, I've said it, so don't make me change my mind. And remember, only one Irishman got away with flying backward, so don't wind up in Cuba.
Well, I've checked my compass. It'll be Honolulu or nothing.
It better be. And remember, the water is soft unless you hit it hard, so don't get wet.
I'll try not to. Well, I guess I better get going.
So long, kid. Good luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, Irene.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Lots of happiness to both of you. So long.
It's gone, Cass. I hope he's happy.
He will be. Tomorrow, a clipper ship takes off for Honolulu. You'll be on it.
I'll be.
Yes, you. Now that I'm cured, I'm firing the nurse. That's gratitude for you, isn't it?
Cass.
No, let's not have any arguments. I'm sending you to Honolulu so I won't have to support you for the rest of my life.
Oh, Cass. You know, don't you?
Sure. Something I should have had sense enough to see long ago. Oh, please don't think that I'm hurt or angry or that I feel cheated. Having known you for a little while gave me more happiness than I'll ever deserve.
Oh, Cass. Oh, Cass.
And in the skies an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, wings of the Navy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back for their curtain calls. In the meantime, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap have asked me to make this special announcement to the members of our Lux Radio Theater audience. They urge all of you who have not already done so to send in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch at once. This is the last time we will make this offer on the Lux Radio Theater. Now, surely you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to own the lovely Scarlett O'Hara brooch. We know you'll be delighted with this stunning jewelry piece when you see it. So note these instructions carefully. If you haven't already sent in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap from your dealer. Ask him for an order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it in an envelope with the 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. Address to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars back to the microphone.
The curtain has fallen on Wings of the Navy. And if I had my way, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne would get a 21-gun salute for their performance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little doubtful about that many guns.
Yes, I'm afraid that salute is reserved for the Commander-in-Chief, C.B.
All right, George, we'll make it 17. That's only an admiral's, but I still think you deserve 21.
You know, when we made this picture, Mr. DeMille, we were practically in the Navy for a couple of months, and we really saw what makes the flying service tick.
Yeah, the fellas that run one of those big flying boats don't spend much time in saluting. It takes both hands to handle that job.
One look at the instrument panel of a big boat completely confused me. It looked like 50 clocks, all with a different time.
That's one of the reasons it takes so much training to make a Navy pilot.
Training and a smart pupil. Mr. DeMille, we've all had a grand time coming back to the Lux Radio Theater this week, and I'd like to say one thing more. Lux soap is the complexion care I use every day, and I wouldn't be without it. And from my own experience, I know it's a soap that's really gentle.
Those words ought to be sufficient for the wise, Olivia, because Lux soap never had a lovelier recommendation. And right now, I'd like to recommend our play for next Monday night.
What is the bill, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, John, is one of the most distinguished weeks in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. A great star makes her first appearance at this microphone, Miss Shirley Temple. Our play is one that many of you have asked for time after time, with Shirley in the leading role. It's The Littlest Rebel, the story of a little girl who taught 2 armies the meaning of gallantry. With Shirley in The Littlest Rebel, we present 2 fine actors, Claude Rains and Preston Foster. And we think that makes next Monday night a night to write home about.
Well, you can't beat a combination like Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel, C.B.
We'll be right at the radio listening, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night. And happy landing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Tristram Coffin as Harry White, Lou Merrill as Mac, Gail Gordon as Speaker, Stuart Buchanan as Dr. Harper, Earl Ross as Captain Brown, Stanley Farrar as Captain March, Wally Mayer as Reporter, Frank Richards as Steve, and James Eagles as Ormsby. Here's an important announcement. Uncle Jim's Question Bee, which so many of you enjoy, will now be on the air Tuesday nights beginning October 8th instead of Wednesday. See your local newspaper or radio magazine for details. George Brent and Olivia de Havilland appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Mr. Brent will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Honeymoon for Three, and Miss de Havilland's forthcoming picture is Santa Fe Trail at the same studio. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently appearing on the screen in their production of Maryland. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap is designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture, produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, starring Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Jesse L. Lasky.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that most war agencies agree that what a soldier wants most on a furlough isn't special celebration or exciting entertainment, but a touch of simple home life. And throughout the land, American homes have opened their doors and hearts to lonely servicemen on leave. And from this friendly gesture has sprung many stimulating and amusing situations, many lifelong friendships and romances, and perhaps occasional heartbreak in the bargain. Which it is in tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, I'll leave you to find out. The play itself is from the brand new 20th Century Fox hit, Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. And our stars are Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger, all in their original screen roles. We're lucky to have them with us because John Hodiak is busy at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, working with Judy Garland and the Harvey Girls, while at 20th Century Fox, Ann Baxter is making the screen version of A Royal Scandal, and Charles Winninger is busy with the Technicolor picture State Fair. Now, if our play inspires you to fill your home with servicemen, so much the better. But there are many other things that you can do for those boys and girls in uniform, away from home. Letters, for instance, V-mail letters, full of hometown news and gossip, and packages full of little luxuries that make life easier away from home. And I think I'm right in including among those luxuries a package of Lux Flakes, letters we get from overseas, from servicemen and women both, suggest how heartily Lux is appreciated in all corners of the globe. From the burliest top sergeant who must launder his own linen to the prettiest whack who cherishes her daintiness, Lux Flakes may be the next best thing to Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. Now, on to the first act of tonight's play, starring Ann Baxter as Tessa, John Hodiak as Eric, and Charles Winninger as Grandfather Osborne.
We rolled in a few minutes ago from mission number 58. The colonel called us in and told us, "We're leaving England tomorrow, Tessa. We're coming home. We're coming home." I'm here alone on a great stretch of empty beach. I sit and I watch the waves come in. I talk to you, Tessa, just as if you were sitting beside me. So darn good to talk to you. Will you know me, Tessa? Will you know what I look like? How long did we know each other? 9 hours. 9 hours and 20 minutes. Yet I do know you. You and Grandfeathers and the kids. I felt that I knew you from the minute I stumbled in on you. Then there have been your letters, so many wonderful letters. They've taught me everything I wanted to know about all of you. I wonder if it'll all be just like it was when I left. The houseboat where you live, tied up in a corner of the lagoon with a crazy rickety footbridge going across the water to the other side. I remember how we used to fly over there every day and dip our wings, and you'd all wave your hands at us. Then there was a day we came over real low. You and Mike getting out of his catboat. Grandfeathers. Grandfeathers was puffing along the sand, chasing that little brown hen of Mary's, as usual.
Oh, darn blasted, confounded bird of prey.
Feathers, the airplane. He's dipping his wing. He's dipping his wings.
Well, wave to him. Wave.
right in my sister's egg.
Oh, that miserable hen laid it there on purpose. The minute she saw I didn't have my shoes on. Oh, sass me, will you? Why, I'll...
You what, Grandfather?
Oh, hello, Tessa.
Poor Miss Easter. Come here, honey. Did you catch any crabs, Mike?
We sure did. 14. You were going to be all ready when we got back, Grandfeathers.
Well, I would have been if that hideous hen hadn't tried to trip me with an egg.
Now, the bus is due in 10 minutes. Here, the crabs.
Tessa.
At 16 cents apiece, that's $2.24. Now, I've got a list of things to get in town.
Oh, there's the bus, Tessa. I better hurry.
Mr. York always waits for 10 minutes, and you know it. You just don't want to sell the crabs.
Tessa, dear, what'll people think if I...
You'll go straight to Bannock's Fish Market. And if he tries to...
I am not going to bandy words with a fishmonger. My pension is due today. We'll have plenty of money.
Not if we're having a soldier to dinner Sunday a week. Oh, gee. I really ought to go in town with you, I guess.
Fine. You take the crabs. We'll make a day of it.
No, I can't go. Michael will go.
Me, Tessa?
I'm trusting you, Mike. Remember, every penny counts, so don't let him buy anything foolish this time.
Sure, Tessa. Hey, Mary, find Grandfather's shoes, will you? And hurry up.
Well, Grandfeathers, looks like you and Mike's only two passengers. Say, how come Tessa ain't going to town with you all?
Oh, too busy, I guess.
The busiest little woman on this whole route.
I know why she didn't come, Grandfeathers.
Huh? Why, Michael?
'Cause she hasn't got a dress. Not a decent one.
Oh, so that's the reason. Michael, would you know a good-looking dress if you saw one?
Well, I think so. Why?
We're going to buy Tessa the best-looking dress in town.
Nah, she likes wearing pants.
Do you think you could sell these crabs at Bannock's Fish Market? Why not?
'Cause you could get a better price.
Oh, I could, huh? Well, drag 'em out, Michael. Looks like we're getting into town.
Like you wrote me, Grandfather sure had his troubles with those crabs. When he went into the post office to get his pension check, those town kids started scrapping with Mike. While he was trying to hold his own, a couple of other kids stole every one of those 14 crabs. But Michael and Grandfathers didn't know that. Yes, the boys took the crabs, but they left the basket carefully weighted down with a couple of bricks.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Michael! Michael! What is an Osborne brawling in the streets?
They started at Grandfeathers. They called us fish peddlers.
And not a truer word was ever... Come along, my boy. We'll convert my check into some real moolah.
Yes, sir. Hey, the crabs. We almost forgot them.
Oh, yes. So we did, yes.
Mr. Osborne! Oh, Mr. Osborne! Look, it's Mrs. Butterfield.
Oh, could anyone fail to distinguish that screech owl?
If those are crabs you got, I want them, Mr. Osborne.
Turn a deaf ear, my boy. Turn 2 deaf ears.
I'll be with you just as soon as I deliver my chickens. Now, don't you run away.
Walk faster, Michael.
But she said she wanted the crabs.
What that conniving female desires is a 4th husband.
She's a nice lady, though. She gave Miss Easter to marry, and...
Oh, now, let's duck into the bank and then straight to Norman's department store. With any luck, we'll shake off and get... Come on, we'll get Tessa a new dress.
Well, they bought the dress all right, but they didn't shake off Agatha Butterfield. An hour later, they were in the USO arranging to get that soldier for dinner. Door open.
Well, good morning, Agatha. Hello, Mrs. Dobson. I saw you come in here, Mr. Osborne.
The witch has the eyes of a goshawk.
If he wore a toga, Mrs. Dobson, he'd look just like one of those handsome Caesars of ancient Rome. Oh, such a cute, curly beard.
Cute and curly. I'll shave it off in the morning.
Now, about that basket of crabs.
Madam, the contents of this basket are not crabs. They're family heirlooms, worth a fortune.
Of course they're crabs, and you've got to sell them to me. I'm entertaining.
That's exactly what I shall be doing.
Is he telling the truth, Michael? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Dobson, the USO acts as liaison between soldier and civilian population, I believe.
Why, yes, of course.
I am a civilian, am I not? Well, be kind enough to have a soldier at my houseboat a week from Sunday.
Well, certainly. Just fill out this card.
Thank you.
I'll pester you until you let me buy those crabs.
Oh, then take them. Here, madam, I give them to you.
Grandfather. Oh, I do thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you.
Kindly refrain from licking my hand. Have the soldier at my residence at 6 bells, Mrs. Dobson. That will give the lad plenty of time to plunge off my private beach before dinner. Good morning, ladies. Michael, come on.
Well, Agatha,
How many boys for your dinner?
8 tomorrow night.
Oh, make it 10. There's a B-17 crew here.
Well, fine. Goodness knows with a chicken farm, I'll have plenty for 'em to eat.
Well, wait a second, and I'll speak to their pilot. He's inside.
Fine. I want to take a look at these lovely crabs anyway. So, bricks. Oh, that horrible man. That dreadful man. Oh, Mrs. Dobson. Yes? Where's the card Mr. Osborne filled out? I bet he didn't answer half the questions.
It's on my desk. Fix it up, will you, Agatha?
You bet I'll fix it up in just 2 seconds. There, you nasty old man. Soldier for dinner, that'll show you.
He's home, Tessa. Grandfeathers, and he's got presents for everybody. Colored pictures and everything. What's in this package, Grandfeathers?
A brand new sail for Michael's boat.
And in this big box.
That's for Tessa.
Lordy, just like Christmas.
Grandfeathers, you didn't.
Open it, child. Open the box and see.
It's a dress. I bet it's a dress.
Well, do you like it?
Yes, but...
Good. After all, we can't have you running around in pants with a soldier coming to dinner.
I don't think he is coming to dinner.
Tessa, why not? You said he could come.
Run along, you kids. Play outside.
Yes, Tessa. Bet y'all beat you, Mary. Bet y'all...
All right, Grandfeathers. Hand it over.
Did you say something, Tessa?
The money.
Oh, yes. Well, it's not as much as you may suppose. Prices are high.
Hand it over.
Well, here.
Where's the rest?
There isn't any rest.
Well, what happened to all of it? How much did you get for the crabs?
Well, as a matter of fact, I gave the crabs away.
Gave them away? I showed you my budget. You seem to understand we could make it this month if we were careful.
Tessa, you take things so seriously. We'll get along.
Oh, I just don't know what to do.
Oh, I saw Kenneth Norman in town today. A fine fellow, Kenneth. See him tonight like a good girl.
I settled that once and for all. All I did was to send you in town with a basket of crabs, and look what happens. You spent all the money I counted on for the soldiers' dinner.
You needed a dress.
I'll never wear it. Oh, I should have sent Michael by himself. Michael? Where is he?
Isn't he here? He said he'd see me at home. If that young rascal...
How could you be so thoughtless? No telling what's happened to him.
Why, Tessa, where are you going?
I'm going to find Michael.
Tessa, wait a minute. Tessa!
Gee, thanks a lot for the lift, Mrs. Butterfield.
How are you all doing, Michael?
Oh, we're doing fine, Mrs. Butterfield. It's a lot of fun living on a houseboat. Say, you don't need anybody to help part-time, maybe, at your chicken farm.
Luella and I manage fine. But if we ever do, I'll certainly send for you. You're a fine boy.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Butterfield.
Goodbye. And don't forget to tell that grandfather of yours never to speak to me again. Bricks.
Michael?
Hi, Tessa.
Michael, where were you?
In town. Is Grandfeathers home yet?
Yes, he's home.
Did he buy a lot of things? I tried to stop him, Tessa, honest.
Oh, I know. We just have to remember that all his life, Grandfeathers never had to worry about money or responsibility till we dumped ourselves on his hands. Now I guess it's too late for him to learn.
Yeah.
If it weren't for us, Grandfeathers wouldn't have to think much about money. Well, someday maybe we can move to a big town where I can get a job and... Hey, what's that? Your hands. They're all scratched. What have you been doing?
I've been scraping fish for Mr. Bannock. Here, Tessa.
Michael.
He paid me 45 cents an hour. I guess this won't pay for all the stuff Grandfeathers bought, but...
Oh, Mike.
It'll be kind of nice seeing you in a dress, Tessa. A new dress.
Will it? I'll wear it tonight, then, just for you. Well, let's get on home.
Yes, that's how you got the new dress, Tessa. You told me all about it in your first letter, remember? And that night you went out walking on the beach, all alone. You walked to that hotel they never finished building. Just a skeleton of a building. Relic of a real estate boom. We used to see it from the air. Lonesome, deserted sand swept. But there was magic for you in that ruined hotel, wasn't there? If you half closed your eyes, you'd see happy people dancing. Beautiful clothes. You'd hear an orchestra playing some swell number. You'd dance in the sand, like in a dream.
Tessa? Hey, Tessa.
Oh, hello, Kenneth.
What on earth were you doing? Were you dancing?
Sure.
I stopped by the houseboat. They told me you went for a walk. Why do you always come to this gloomy old place anyway?
Because they have such wonderful music.
For heaven's sake, Tessa. Now stop clowning and listen to me. How do you feel?
Oh, fine.
Good. Tessa, you know what I want to say, don't you?
I think so.
I've wanted to take care of you ever since the first day you came down here.
Kenneth, sooner or later I'll have to tell you this. I just don't
Don't say it, Tessa, not yet. Come on, think of the fun we could have. We'd go to Miami for a honeymoon, and since you seem to like hotels so much, why, we'd stop at the best hotel in Miami. Instead of that bracelet you're wearing, you'd have one with diamonds.
My mother gave me this one.
Clothes? You'd have the pick of our store. And we could live in one of Dad's houses until after the war.
And Michael? And Mary and Jeep?
We'd be better off, really. We could send Michael to school in Virginia, the same one I went to. He'd be with boys his own age. We'd get a housekeeper to look after your grandfather and Mary and Jeep. Have the right kind of food, regular hours, everything they need.
The way you put it, I'd seem selfish to refuse.
Marry me, Tessa. You'll never be sorry. Never.
Oh, I'm all mixed up, Kenneth. I want to talk to Grandfeathers.
Sure, and I know what he'll say. He told me this afternoon.
What?
That you have a life of your own to live. Tessa, you do like me, don't you?
Oh, yes. A lot, an awful lot. And I think we better start walking back.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Seems to me you sent Kenneth home awful early, Tessa.
Yes. Oh, look. Oleander Bush has got a bud.
Never mind that freak Bush. What about him?
I only loved him, Grandfeathers.
Oh, your grandma didn't love me when we got married. That came later on.
If I could only have Mary and Jeep. They're such little children.
Well, you can't expect Kenneth to fill the honeymoon cottage with other people's children.
They're not other people's children. They're my brother and sister. Do you think they'd be better off?
Well, they'd have security. Something I've failed to give them. Tessa, this is your one chance to be free. Take it.
I'm not so sure I would be free. Or if I want to be. Oh, well, Kenneth's going north tomorrow. I'll have a whole week to make up my mind.
What about the children and the plans they've been making for Sunday week?
Oh, the dinner for the soldier. Well, the best thing to do is tell Mrs. Dobson we're calling it off.
Oh.
Still, it would be nice to have a party. In case a sort of last celebration to look back on and remember. Yes, we'll have that soldier for dinner.
Can we manage it?
I don't know how, but we will.
There's one way we could manage.
Oh?
Certainly.
Grandfeathers.
Sure.
Not Mary's hen. Not Miss Easter.
Well, she'd probably be tougher than a bosun's mate, but there's no point in letting her pass on of old age.
Oh, I'd feel like a cannibal.
Well, I'd rather think I'd enjoy it. How else are you going to give a chicken dinner to a soldier?
I don't know, but it won't be Miss Easter. Well, good night, Grandfeathers. Coming to bed?
Well, a little while. A little while.
You, Tessa?
Mary, aren't you asleep yet?
Tessa, can I sleep with you tonight?
Sure. Come on over in my bed. Your legs don't hurt again, do they, dear?
They're getting better every day.
Oh, that's fine. I've got something to tell you, Mary. We're really going to have that soldier for dinner. Aren't you glad?
Oh, yes. Tessa.
Yes?
I've been remembering Mother and Daddy.
We must always remember them.
I've known for a long time, Tessa. They didn't just go away. They were hurt in the automobile. They died. Why does everything have to die, Tessa?
Because dying is a part of living, dear. For all we know, it may be the best part. It's like the books Grandfeathers brought you today. You can't tell what's inside till you open them.
Oh, they're full of colored pictures. Pink castles made out of coral, and starfish, and wavy green grass at the bottom of the sea.
Yes, beautiful things. Things you could never imagine just from looking at the outside. That's all we see, Mary. Just the outside of death. The cover.
But where did they go, Mother and Daddy?
Oh, sometimes I think they're right here with us. When Michael gave me the money he earned this afternoon, I saw Mother's goodness looking out of his eyes. And when Jeep toots his whistle and laughs, it's like Daddy teasing and having fun.
And right now with us. It's like when Mother and I used to talk. Only it's as if I were Mother and you were me.
I want to be like you, Tessa. You know so much and make everything right.
Do I, darling? Thank you.
Good night, Tessa.
Good night, dear.
In just a moment, our stars will return with Act Two of Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. Right now, I've got a question here for two of the ladies in our audience. Would you mind coming up here a moment?
Me?
Yes, if you don't mind. And you.
Oh, my.
Thank you. There. Now, what I want to ask you is, how long do your stockings wear?
Not very long, I can tell you. Why, I've worn these only a few times. Yes, I bought them last week, and they just ran. Look.
That's too bad. How's your luck?
Why, I've had these quite a while.
Do you remember when you got them?
Let's see. Yes, it was a Monday, just about a month ago. I wear them every other day. Well, I always let rayons dry 24 hours, of course.
And no runs yet?
That's right.
Heavens, I'm lucky if my stockings last half a dozen times.
How do you wash yours?
Oh, whenever I'm doing a wash, I put them in. Or if I haven't much, I use the cake soap in the kitchen. Does that make much difference?
We'll see. How about you?
Why, I always Lux mine every time I wear them.
And that's very likely the answer to your stocking problem. You see, it's been proved that Lux helps stockings last longer. A famous laboratory made a series of strain tests. Stockings washed with Lux Flakes didn't go into runs nearly so quickly as those rubbed with cake soap or washed with strong soap. In fact, they lasted twice as long. I'm sure you'll have better luck with yours if you change to Lux. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, starring Ann Baxter as Tessa, John Hodiak as Eric, and Charles Winninger as Grandfeathers. Like a bridge spanning the dark Atlantic, the thoughts of Eric Moore dissolve all distances as he daydreams of a little family on a Florida lagoon and how he came to know them.
You wrote me so much, Tessa. How can I thank you? It's as if I really had been there all that week while you planned your Sunday dinner for a soldier. You wrote me about Mary and her hen, how she saw that strange look in Grandfeather's eye. Ran quickly to Miss Easter's coop, her lucky starfish in her hand.
So don't be scared about Grandfeathers, Miss Easter. Nothing can hurt you when you've got this. You just sit on my lucky starfish when you get scared.
What are you telling her, Mary? What's Miss Easter to be scared about?
Grandfeathers wants to give her to the soldier.
What for?
For dinner.
Oh.
But Tessa told Grandfeathers she'd figure some other way out.
Mary, come here this instant.
Yes, Tessa?
You filled my wash up with seashells. Now dump them out at once.
Look, Tessa. Miss Easter's laid an egg for the soldier's cake.
Well, put it in the icebox. Michael, how many times do I have to tell you to beat those rugs?
But I did beat him, Tessa. I just finished.
A capital ship on an ocean trip on the water blue.
Grandfeathers! Is that all you've got to do?
Well, you know, I happened to find an E-string in the bottom drawer under some socks.
I thought you said you'd fix the water faucet.
I did fix it.
Oh, sure. You fixed it just fine. I turned it on. The whole thing flew apart. The kitchen just about flooded out, and you played that violin.
Now, Tessa.
What do you think this is? Here I'm trying to make this miserable shack look decent, and what do? Rip and ruin every miserable rag and stick of furniture we've got.
Oh, gee, Tessa, we've only been trying to help.
Well, don't. I'm better off without your help. Oh, what's the use?
Oh, Tessa. Dear Tessa.
Look at you. The whole bunch. I believe you're all scared to death of me.
Tessa, don't be mad at me, Tessa.
Darling, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me.
What can I do, Tessa?
You can pick up all the leaves in the front yard.
Yes, ma'am. And us, Tessa? Mike on me?
You fix the curtains while I clean up the kitchen. Then go pick the berries for the cake. And you, Grandfeathers...
I won't do a thing, I promise.
Oh, yes, you will. You fix that faucet.
Oh, you're sure. Run along, you kids. Run along. You going into town before lunch?
Yes. And don't you dare do anything about, until I get home.
You mean...
Exactly.
Oh, there's no use procrastinating the inevitable. inevitable.
I may be able to buy one.
Oh, what? A chicken? Where'll you get the money to buy another chicken?
Never mind where. Just promise to keep away from Miss Easter.
Well, then you see that she keeps away from me.
Gosh, I wish Tessa would come home. Now sit still, Jeep. I've been sitting still. All day I've been here by the road sitting still. But we just gotta say, Miss Easter, if somebody buys the berries, we'll have enough money and they won't have to eat her up. But nobody stops to buy berries, and I'm hungry. Eat some more berries. I've been eating them all day, and I don't feel good. Please don't cry, Jeep. I want to go home. Look, a car's coming. Berries! Berries! The car's going to stop. It's Miss Butterfield's car.
Hello, Berry. Jeep.
Hello. Would you like to buy some berries?
Heavens, no. Gives me the hives. Itch all over just looking at them. Say, what's the matter with him?
He's hungry.
Why, the poor little fellow.
He hasn't had anything to eat all day.
That man, that dreadful man, sending helpless babies to earn the very bread he puts in his mealy old mouth.
It's Miss Easter he wants to put in his mealy old mouth. I love her so much. We just can't eat her tomorrow.
Well, I should hope not. Luella.
Yes, ma'am?
Hand me that big fryer. It's on the back seat.
You mean this here one for the Normans?
Yeah, that's it. Here you are, you poor babies.
Tessa says we aren't allowed to accept presents.
Then I'll swap the chicken for the berries. Luella likes them.
Oh, no, Miss Butterfield. I don't relish no berries.
You like them, Luella. Here. Oh, that's plenty, Mary. Thank you. Now what's the matter with him?
Jeep? Oh, he always stands on his head and blows his whistle. That's when he's happy. He feels good now because we've got a chicken for the soldier tomorrow.
For who tomorrow?
The soldier. We're going to have one for dinner tomorrow.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Grandfather signed a card for one at the USO. We've been getting ready all week. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And thanks. Thanks again and again, Mrs. Butterfield.
You're welcome. Oh, Luella, this is terrible.
Giving away Miss Norman's fryer.
Not that. I'm thinking of that card I tore up at the USO, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
What can I do?
Miss Butterfield, you eating those berries.
Those children are expecting a soldier tomorrow.
Yeah, but they gives you the highs. You'll be itching for a month.
What did you say? They've simply got to get a soldier.
Oh, Lordy.
I'll have to tell Mrs. Dobson exactly what happened to get her to find them another one. Hand me some more berries, Luella.
Yeah.
There's Michael. Tessa's home.
Tessa's home. Take it easy, you kids. Look what I've got.
A chicken.
A chicken.
And look what we got. We got a chicken, too.
Of what?
We sold the berries, Tessa. We sold them for a chicken to Mrs. Butterfield.
But that's wonderful.
Hello, Tessa. I saw you in town.
You what?
I saw you, but you didn't see me. I was working. And look what I bought.
Don't tell me another chicken.
Uh-huh. Here. Mr. Bannock let me clean his barrels. Hey, where did these chickens come from?
He bought it with berries for the soldier.
And you bought the other one?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you get the money?
None of your business. Now, where's Grandfather's?
I'm right here. Better batten down the hatches, lads. She's going to blow a gale. Michael, stow away the deck chair.
Boy, I better.
We'll go cover up Easter.
Oh, now, wait a second, child. Wait a second. I just happened by Easter's nest, and the dear little biddy seems to have disappeared.
What?
Oh, look at the sky. It's getting blacker and blacker.
I gotta find her. I gotta find Miss Easter. Easter, where are you?
Grandfeathers?
All right, I'll be back in a minute. Tessa, dear.
Come here this instant.
Oh.
What's that you're hiding under your jacket?
Oh, this? Oh, this is my tobacco pouch.
Let me see it.
Oh, really, Tessa?
A chicken.
Dead chicken.
Oh, no.
I wanted to surprise you.
Is that chicken Miss Easter?
Does this bird look like Miss Easter?
How can I tell? It's been dressed.
Well, it's not Miss Easter.
Then exactly where did you get it?
As you so pointedly remarked to my grandson, it's none of your business. Did I ask you how you got your chicken? No. But I've got a pretty good idea. The bracelet your dear mother gave you is gone.
Oh, never mind the act. If that's not Miss Easter, where is she?
Easter.
Mary, dear, you'd better come in. You'll get drenched.
Easter, she's gone. I gotta find her.
I begged you not to do anything till I got back.
Oh, how did I know you'd all come back dripping naked fowls?
Oh, you're hopeless.
Sometimes I think you'd even steal. And if you think I'm going to tell Mary about Miss Easter, you're crazy. You can do your own dirty work and do it now.
Grandfeathers managed to avoid the mystery of Easter's disappearance till night. Mary was in bed crying softly to herself when the old man sneaked into her room.
Like for me to tell you a story, Mary?
No, Grandfeathers.
Oh, well, it's still raining.
I know.
Oh, now, young woman, when I told you that Miss Easter escaped her roost, I fear I was guilty of a slight distortion of the truth.
If you just asked you.
If I had been consulted as becomes the head of the house, things like this wouldn't happen. As it is, I've been treated like an epidemic.
Oh, no, Grandfeathers. I guess maybe Miss Easter didn't mind too much, seeing it was for a soldier. But I won't be able to eat any dinner tomorrow.
Now, here, now. Shh. Now, hold on a minute. That isn't Miss Easter in the icebox.
Oh, Grandfeathers, please don't tell any more fibs.
I am relating the plain unvarnished. This afternoon, finding myself alone, Miss Easter and I visited Mrs. Butterfield's chicken farm. I deposited Miss Easter among her other live chickens, and in exchange, I succeeded in making my way safely home with one of her dressed fowls.
Honest?
Honest. And now, since we find our galley overflowing with hens, I see no reason why I shouldn't return the purloined bird to Madame Butterfly and carry Miss Easter home again.
When? When will you do it?
Tonight. Now. And don't you dare tell Tessa I'm a chicken thief. This is our secret. Understand?
Oh, yes. Shh. Oh, thank you, Grandfeathers.
Quiet. Quiet, you gall-blasted chickens. Now, how am I going to tell who's who around here? Easter. Easter. Where are you, you feathered fiend? Come here. Can't even see where I'm going. Can't even... Oh, stow your gab. Pull in your sails. Shut up.
Who's there? Who's in there?
Ain't nobody here but us chickens, ma'am.
Luella, is that you? No, ma'am. Ain't me, but I'll get him. Never mind. Just stop. There, I see him. All right. Stop or I'll shoot. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Did I get him, Luella?
No, ma'am. But there's the chickens he must have been carrying. That's some shooting, Miss Agatha. Look here. You done plucked, clean, and drawn this here chicken all with one shot.
Hello? Hello? That you, Mrs. Dobson?
Yes?
Agatha Butterfield.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to call me.
Sorry, I got delayed. Chicken thief.
Chicken thief?
And I know who it is, all right. I found his cane.
Well, who?
Well, never mind. Now, what about that soldier? Did you find one for the Osborns?
Oh, I'm afraid it's just no use, Agatha. A lot of the boys have been shipped out, and the rest seem to have passes. But I'll try again in the morning.
Oh, please. We've got to get a soldier for those poor children. We've got to.
Well, good morning, children.
Morning, Grandfathers. Well, it's a nice day after all. Rain's gone, sun's out. In 2 hours, our soldiers should be here.
What makes the rain, Grandfeathers?
Rain is made by weathermen, my boy. Weathermen predicting sunshine.
The strangest thing. One of the chickens is gone from the icebox.
Gone? It can't be.
Well, come and look. You count them.
Well, Mary?
Miss Easter's still missing, Grandfeathers.
No, don't you worry. I encountered a little difficulty last night, but I saw her, and she just looks fine. I'll get her back for you yet.
Hey, Mary! Mike! Here comes a bus! I heard it! Excuse me, Grandfeathers. Our soldier, maybe he's here.
Did you see him, Jeeps? Did you see him? Hey, come back, you kids. Breakfast is ready.
Let him go, let him go. I want to talk to you, Tessa. Have you made up your mind about Kenneth Norman? He'll be home tomorrow.
Yes.
You going to marry him?
It is the best thing for everyone, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
Means breaking up the family.
Old families must be broken up so new ones can be built. Kenneth's got good character, fine family, money. Everything's going to be fine, Tessa.
At least everything's going to be fine today. This must be a celebration the children will never forget.
The soldier wasn't on that bus, was he, Tessa? Or the one after that, or the one after that? No, there just wasn't a soldier to be found anywhere in town that Sunday.
Well, it's nearly 1 o'clock. Where are the children?
Where they've been all morning? Still waiting at the road. Grandfeathers, exactly what did Mrs. Dobson say when you signed up for a soldier?
Well, I don't know her exact words.
Well, try to remember, dear, please.
Well, let me see. She said the USO acts as liaison between soldiers and civilians. He'll be here at 6 bells. That'll give him plenty of time. Or did I say that?
Well, if he isn't on this bus, we'll just have to go ahead.
Well, he'll be on this one, Tessa. I just know he'll be on this one.
He didn't come again, Mr. York?
Nope, not this trip, kids. Gosh, I looked all over town for a soldier. Bowling alleys, churches, everywhere.
I was going to take him out in my boat. Maybe there won't be any wind left by the time he comes.
Look, I don't know how to say this, but I just can't see you kids waiting around all day for somebody who's not coming.
Not coming?
I seen Mrs. Dobson. She said for me to tell you they just can't find you a soldier anywhere.
Grandfeather said we'd have a soldier.
I know, but there's been some kind of a mix-up somewhere.
Look, he's coming. There on the beach. That's him.
A soldier. It's our soldier. Soldier. Soldier.
Well, it's a miracle. A dud-blasted, genuine miracle.
Yes, there was a soldier on the beach. Just walking along, killing the time of day. And all of a sudden, 3 kids rushed toward him across the sand. Believe me, Tessa, he just didn't know what to make of it.
Soldier! Soldier! Oh, gosh, where have you been?
Well, hello.
We knew you'd come. We knew it, but what happened?
Happened? Nothing happened.
We can swim from my boat when we go out sailing.
Oh, we can? Who's we?
Just you and me. I'm Michael.
I'm Mary, and this one's Jeep.
Well.
We live over there on a houseboat.
Oh, now I know. You wave at the planes, don't you?
Was it you who dipped your wings over time?
Well, not exactly. I'm a waist gunner myself, but I have an in with a pilot.
I can stand on my head and whistle. You know why I stand on my head?
Sure, because it makes you feel good.
I'll go tell Grandfeathers and Tessa you're here.
Yeah. Hey, no, wait a minute.
I'll be right back.
I scrubbed all my shells to show you, and we're having fried chicken for dinner. 3 fried chicken.
Now, look, you kids, I'd like to oblige you, but this has gone far enough. Whoever you were expecting, well, I'm not it.
Oh, but you are. Of course you are. Hurry, hurry. Wait till you meet Grandfeathers. Wait till you meet Tessa. And here, see? That's a oleander bush. It's a freak. Unique. It's a unique freak. He means it doesn't know how to make flowers. Here we are, Grandfeathers, and he's here. He's here.
Well, hello, soldier.
How do you do? My name is Moore, sir. Eric Moore.
Osborne, Sergeant, Chief Petty Officer Lycurgus Osborne, retired.
Well, I don't know what this is all about, but...
Tessa, this is Sergeant Eric Moore. She's my granddaughter.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for coming. Thank you very much for coming.
I'm sorry, but I think there's been a mistake of some kind.
This is one day you won't have to think. We're going to take care of everything. Aren't we, children?
Oh, we're going to have the best time.
Well, good.
Dinner's all ready. Shall we go in?
But just give me a second. I know I'll wake up. Things like this don't happen to a lug like me. Just let me dream on a while.
Look, it's clouding up again.
But look behind the cloud. See? The sun. The sun's out full.
Yes, and look, the oleander bush has a blossom.
Well, so it has. That's the first flower we've ever had.
The buds always dropped off before.
And what a pretty color. Here, sniff. It stinks real pretty.
Gee, please. Smells.
It smells.
It must have known this is a very special day.
Yes, Tessa. A very special day.
Well, come on. Let's get aboard. Let's have our dinner. Come on.
We'll return with Act 3 of Sunday Dinner for a Soldier in a moment. You've heard us tell about those washing tests a famous laboratory made on rayon slips and nighties. Well, let's imagine you were actually at the laboratory. You might have said,
My, what lovely slips. What are you going to do with them?
We're going to wash them. Now, for this group, we'll use hot water, strong soap, and plenty of action, the way women sometimes treat their underthings.
And the others?
These we'll wash the Lux way, with lukewarm water and gentle Lux flakes. As you see, the slips are just alike, so we'll wash each one the same number of times and see what happens.
So the laboratory washed each group of slips repeatedly. And then...
Why, just look at those slips. It's hard to believe they started out the same.
Yet the only difference was the way we washed them.
Those badly faded ones must be those you did by the wash day method. Goodness, how those straps frayed. I'll never do my slips that way. The Lux twins look lovely.
And the record shows they stayed lovely 3 times as long.
Yes, and they still look nice as new. The color's bright, straps firm.
And that's how gentle Lux will leave your underthings, too. They'll stay new-looking 3 times longer with gentle Lux care. Undies lead a long life when they lead a Lux life. Now, Mr. Lasky returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll bring our stars to the footlights for a brief chat, and I think you'll want to listen in. Now, here's Act 3 of Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, starring Ann Baxter as Tessa, John Hodiak as Eric, and Charles Winninger as Grandfeathers. Somewhere in England, a soldier waits to come home. And as he waits, he puts together each fragment of remembrance and lives again the most important day in all his life. The day he found the Osborne family, or rather, the day they found him.
I soon discovered how I happened to be having Sunday dinner with the Osbornes. Just one of those little whims of fate that dropped me on their beach at the exact moment when they wanted a soldier more than anything else in the world. Any soldier. Well, we sat down to dinner. Grandfeathers had a big platter of fried chicken in front of him. At the time, of course, I didn't know about Mary's hen, Miss Easter.
Well, Grandfeathers, go ahead and serve.
A piece of white and a piece of dark for the sergeant. I hope you like fried chicken.
There's nothing finer, is there, Mary?
Please, may I be excused?
Oh, Mary, dear.
Please.
Now, we're not going to have any nonsense. Eat your dinner.
But I can't eat any dinner.
Woman, I give you my solemn word. The chickens on this platter are total strangers. It's not who you think it is.
Oh, now, why did you have to say that?
Never mind. Sit down, Tessa. I'll get her. Mary, dear, Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. Why, what's the matter? Has that horrible old man been beating you?
He's not old.
Now, child, these things happen and we must... Oh. So we haven't enough trouble. And stop scratching yourself, woman.
I got a scratch. It's nothing but the hives, and it's all your fault. Luella?
I got him, Miss Butterfield. I'm coming.
Grandfeathers, look.
Oh, look.
It's Easter. It's Miss Easter. Oh, Easter.
There you is, honey. She's just been a visiting in our coop.
Oh, so that's where she wandered to, huh?
Leaning on your cane all the way, no doubt.
What's that?
You heard me.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Butterfield.
Look, everybody, look. It's Easter.
Oh, this is Sergeant Eric Moore, Mrs. Butterfield.
Oh, an old friend.
No, a new one. The Osbornes were kind enough to ask me in for dinner.
But that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Oh, stop gushing and sit down. And sit on your hands. You're driving me crazy. Scratch.
Can't stay. We just dropped by to leave Miss Easter and a freezer of ice cream. Happen to have some extra. It's in the shade under your tree.
Oh, boy, ice cream.
Chocolate.
Oh, my.
That's just wonderful, Mrs. Butterfield. Thanks for everything. And for the chicken you gave the children yesterday.
Gave nothing. It was a fair exchange, and I've got the hives to prove it. Now, please get back to your dinner. And you don't know how glad I am to see you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, Grandfeathers, show Mrs. Butterfield to the door.
It's a pleasure. Nobody just happens to have an extra freezer of ice cream hanging around the house.
Well, I did. And what's more, see that you bring back the freezer. And don't send those poor little children with it.
Don't hang by your eyelashes till I get there.
I won't. But I may come over and give Tessa your cane. Goodbye.
Blackmailer. Well, come on, everybody. Pitch in there before everything gets cold.
Sure thing. Here we are, Chief.
Now, how about it, Mary? You changed your mind about eating dinner?
Oh, yes. Gosh, am I starved.
Yes, man. Those are the most wonderful seashells I've ever seen.
Well, I knew you'd be interested. I knew you'd want to see them.
Now I have something for you. See?
The wishbone.
Uh-huh. Let's make a wish. Ready? Okay, pull. Well, what do you know? Mary gets her wish.
Do you know what it was?
Huh?
That you'd come home safe and sound.
Well, when I do, I want you to be all strong again.
But I'm not sick anymore. And I'm not scared either.
Oh, everybody gets scared once in a while.
Even soldiers?
I should say so.
Eric.
Hmm?
Here.
Well, what's this?
So you won't be afraid. It's my lucky starfish. And it works. It works all the time. Didn't Easter come back home?
Thank you, Mary. I'll keep it with me always, and I'll never be scared again. Say, where are all the others?
Well, Grandfather's in snoozing in the hammock. And Mike's tying up his boat. Did you have a good sail?
Oh, wonderful.
And Jeep's taking his nap, because he's gotta.
And Tessa?
Oh, Tessa's in the kitchen washing dishes.
I think I'd like a drink of water.
Oh, I'll get one for you.
Oh, don't bother. I'm pretty sure I can get one in the kitchen. How am I doing?
Oh, fine. Is that the way you do dishes in the Army?
Sure.
You've washed those same cups 4 times now.
Well, I warned you before. I'm dreaming. You know, I can't get over those kids. Did you know Jeep gave me his whistle? He wants me to have it when I'm fighting Germans. He made the presentation speech standing on his head.
He spends most of his time that way.
Like my sister. She used to walk backwards when she got excited about something.
Your sister?
Uh-huh. I haven't seen or heard from her in years. Somebody told me she was in Mexico getting a divorce from her third husband. She seems out to set some kind of a record. Funny how you can drift apart.
What happened, Eric?
Well, when our folks split up, my mother took Alice, and I went with my old man. He died when I was 13. My mother married again. I tried living with him, but it didn't work out, so I ran away.
Where's your mother now?
When I enlisted, she was in Chicago. I had to write for my birth certificate.
Eric. How'd you spend your furlough?
Raising Cain in Miami, or trying to. You sure can feel alone in a town like that.
Didn't you have any friends you could have gone home with?
Oh, sure, but nobody wants outsiders around when they're saying goodbye to their folks.
You're going over soon, aren't you?
Yeah. You don't know what a difference it makes having someone to say goodbye to. I wouldn't trade 1 second of today for all the other good times I've ever had.
But we've just started. As soon as it gets dark, we'll go down on the point and build a fire and have a picnic supper.
Oh, swell. That'll be swell.
Now, come on, let's get these dishes done.
We're going to need more wood. Not half enough wood here for a campfire.
I'll get it, Grandfathers.
I'll help, Eric.
Me too, me too.
Oh, sit down, you kids. Tessa, show the sergeant where you can find some firewood.
It's a pretty long walk, Sergeant.
That's swell. That's swell.
Not much further. That's a patch of pines down the beach. Eric, about what you told me.
What do you mean about my folks?
Mm-hmm.
Some nerve unloading all that on you. I wouldn't have, except you've all made me feel like I belong to you. What a family. Tessa, when I think, what if the kids hadn't been waiting just as I happen to walk by?
We might never have met. Was it only this noon?
I feel like I've known you forever.
There's something you don't know about me.
What?
See that old ruined hotel over there?
Uh-huh.
Well, come on, I'll show you. My own special private hotel. What do you think of it?
Very snazzy indeed.
I come here all the time. Dance here. You like the music?
Boy, what a band. Well, what are we waiting for?
Some people would say we were trying to dance on sand.
Some people would be crazy.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't think it was silly. Pretending.
I'm going to do a lot of pretending from now on.
Like what?
Oh, like as if your family's mine.
Oh, you don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
Oh, yes, I do. And stay just as you are till I get back, will you?
Do you mind if we become just a little less poor?
What are you talking about? You're the richest people I know. You've got the kind of wealth nobody can take away.
What did you say?
I said you had the kind of wealth nobody could take away.
Nobody but ourselves. Oh, Eric, you've made me understand something.
I have?
You've made me see what's really important. What makes me, me. Why, without the family, I wouldn't be myself. I'd be somebody entirely different. I don't know what, if anything, I'd be building, but it wouldn't be any more important or beautiful than what grandfathers and the children and I have built together, good and bad. I certainly would be someone different, someone I might not like at all. Oh, Eric, thank you.
You're certainly welcome, but...
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Well, it's this. Your coming to dinner today has determined my whole life. I know now how I want to live it.
How do you?
Well, I can't tell you now, Eric. But I'll explain it all to you in the letters I'm going to write to you.
Hey, Tessa, Eric.
Oh, gosh, firewood.
What is it, Michael?
Mr. York is here. He's going to take us all into town to the arcade. Come on, hurry up. Grandfather says we're going to the arcade and have our pictures
All right now, folks, if you just hold those poses for 1 second.
Jeep, stop it now. Hold still.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if the old gentleman will smile.
Like this?
That's it. A very nice group. Oh, dear.
Now what?
The little girl. Is that a chicken she's got?
Oh, we've got to have the chicken. That's Miss Easter.
All right, everybody. Look straight ahead. Now, 1, 2, 3. There we are. Now, the picture will be all ready in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
I'll wait for it.
There's a shooting gallery next door, Eric.
Well, what are we waiting for? Tessa?
By all means. Come along, Harry. Jeep.
Wonderful, Mike. All right, Tessa, you're next.
Oh, no, not me. I don't even know
Here, I'll show you how. Excuse me, I'll have to put my arm around you like this, the other arm around you like that. No, don't look at me. Look down the barrel through the sight. When you're on the target like this, you...
I hit it! Tessa's got a chip! She got a chip!
Of course, she's wonderful.
Another load, Bud?
Oh, yeah, wait, I've got to give you a bill.
Oh, what's that, Eric? In your wallet?
Identification bracelet.
Why don't you wear it?
Oh, I broke the clasp. Besides, it's too small. Oh, would you keep it for me?
Well, sure.
Thank you.
Well, here it is. Here's our picture. And we're giving it to Eric.
Oh, gosh, thanks. Wait a second, what's that?
What's what?
Don't you hear him? I think they're rounding us up.
And look, army trucks. Look at all the
Personnel
army trucks.
194th Army Command, report to the field at once. All right, you guys in the truck, come on the Duggan.
Yes, sir.
All passengers and fellows cancel. Back to the field. There's a truck out there.
Okay.
All passengers and fellows cancel. Report to trophy.
Oh, no, not yet.
Yes, now. Short and snappy, Sergeant Moore. Those are orders?
Yes, sir. Well, so long, Chief.
So long, Eric.
Goodbye, Mary. And remember...
I'll remember, Eric.
So long, Mike.
Goodbye, Eric.
Grandfeathers?
Good luck, son.
Thanks. Thanks for everything. Tessa?
Goodbye, Eric.
And write. Write to me. I'll let you know the address.
I will.
Tessa, do you mind if I...
Oh, no, Eric. I was hoping you would.
Wait, in front of everybody?
In front of the whole cockeyed world.
Oh, my.
All right, break it up, sausage. You're blocking the traffic.
Eric, you think this means...
Yes, I think so. If it does, I'll have the pilot dip his wings again.
Let's go, Sergeant.
Eric, here. You forgot your packages. Cake and fried chicken.
Oh, gee, thanks. Well, goodbye.
All right, Sergeant. In the truck. Everybody, make it snappy. Come on.
Hey, you guys.
What is it?
Pass this around.
What is it?
Hey, strawberry shortcake.
Strawberry shortcake.
Here, help yourself. My girl made it. And here, fried chicken.
Fried chicken? Holy cats.
Yeah, my girl made that, too.
Hey, Moore, she got a sister?
Go on, help yourselves. Make yourselves right at home. Hey, look, here's a picture. The whole family.
Boy, what a family.
You're a pretty lucky guy, Moore.
And don't I know it. Say, Charlie.
Yeah?
Who do I see about my allotment check?
I don't know. See the captain. See Adams.
Okay. As soon as I get back, I want to see about an allotment for my family. My family.
Tessa, they're coming. Look, the bombers. Bombers, Tessa, bombers.
Yes, I see. He's dipping his wings. Come back, Eric. Come back home.
I'm coming back, Tessa. I'm coming back. Back to my family.
And now, before Mr. Lasky brings our stars back for their curtain calls, let's do a little figuring. How many dishes do you use a day? Count up the plates, cups, saucers, and glassware. And don't forget the platters, serving dishes, and the silverware. Well, if you're an average family of 4, that's over 100 a day. But do you know that if you use Lux for your dishes, you may find you need only about half as much as you'd use of your wash-day soap? Yes, actual dishwashing tests show that ounce for ounce, Lux does up to twice as many dishes as other well-known dishwashing soaps. That's worth remembering. And if you scrape and rinse dishes, especially greasy ones, as soon as they're removed from the table, you'll need even less Lux for rich, fast-working suds. Lux is thrifty for dishes. It's thrifty insurance against dishpan hands, too. For Lux Flakes in the dishpan helps your hands stay soft and smooth. Even if strong soaps have made them red and rough and ugly, they can soon be lovely again if you change to gentle Lux. Why not try Lux Flakes tomorrow for your dishes? And now, here's Mr. Lasky and our stars.
Tonight, we'll disprove that familiar saying, three's a crowd, by bringing to the footlights our 3 stars, Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger. I'm sure our audience joins in offering congratulations to all 3 of you.
Thank you, Mr. Lasky.
And I'd say you were perfect in Sunday Dinner for a Soldier for more reasons than your acting. I understand that cooking is your favorite hobby.
That's right, Mr. Lasky. I can't keep out of kitchens in my spare time.
Well, what's your favorite recipe, Ann?
What would you really serve for a Sunday dinner, Ann?
Well, if it was chicken, I'd fry it in garlic and olive oil, put it in the oven for a little while, basting it with herbs crushed up in vinegar.
Could I have a second helping, please?
How about you, John? What's your favorite hobby?
My favorite hobby? Eating.
Well, you two should really get together. How are you at the culinary arts, Charles?
Well, I'm first rate, Mr. Lasky. You come to my house next Thursday, and I'll bake you a cherry pie for Washington's birthday.
Do we bring along an axe to cut it?
Oh.
You know, Mr. Winninger was right in his element in this picture, the skipper of a houseboat.
That's right. I remember as Captain Andy in the famous showboat, Charlie climbed the mast to fame.
Yes, but my boats are always tied to land. When this war is over, I'm going to cut my moorings and head out to sea.
Well, I hope you stick around a while, Charles. At least till next Monday night, when we're bringing to this stage 2 nominees for the 1944 Academy Awards, Greer Garson and Cary Grant.
You couldn't miss with that combination, Mr. Lasky. What are they playing in?
Oh, a delightful play they selected themselves, the Columbia screen hit, Bedtime Story. In it, we follow the tempestuous romance of a husband not only wedded to his actress wife, but equally wedded to the stage. 2 loves that clash with amazing results.
We'll all be looking forward to it, Mr. Lasky. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks for Sunday dinner. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cary Grant and Greer Garson in Bedtime Story.
As our war casualties mount, as every day the fighting increases in intensity, ask yourself if you're doing all you can to help save American lives and speed the day of victory and peace. And one important contribution you can make is to preserve waste kitchen fats and greases used in the manufacture of essential war materials. Strain your waste fats into a clean can, rush them to your butcher. He'll give you 2 red ration points plus 4 cents for each pound. Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, from an original story by Martha Chevens, was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. John Hodiak appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture National Velvet. Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton, Patricia Lowry, Bobby Larson, Billy Roy, Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Ruby Dandridge, Dickie Myers, Robert Regent, Janet Scott, and Earl Keane. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Bedtime Story with Greer Garson and Cary Grant.
Flowers, flowers, a blaze of glorious color all summer long. Get in on the sensational offer by the makers of Spry Shortening. 8 packets of choice seeds for thousands of gorgeous flowers. Send 15 cents with name and address to Aunt Jenny, Box 1200, Chicago, Illinois.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Bedtime Story with Greer Garson and Cary Grant. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. An outstanding example, Lucky Strike.
At 49 American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. LSMFT. 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 Remember, year in, year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And here's what Mr. F.G. Clay, independent tobacco warehouse owner of Versailles, Kentucky, said.
I've had a ringside seat at the auctions for 22 years. Up through the years, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Tobacco that's smooth and mild. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 13 years.
Mr. Clay really knows tobacco. He has to. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. For your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From the USS Saratoga, anchored in San Francisco Bay, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, tonight we're all gathered aboard that valiant aircraft carrier, the USS Saratoga. In a few days, the Saratoga will be on its way to Bikini Atoll to participate in the history-making atomic bomb test. Tonight, it is our privilege to broadcast from aboard this great ship. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Saratoga, which is affectionately called Old Sarah, we bring you another old lady, and here she is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I must say that on an occasion like this, you could have gotten a better introduction and one with more dignity.
Well, what do you mean, Jack?
Well, for instance, since this is a fighting ship, you could have said we bring you Jack Benny, that old fighter. Or, since this ship is manned by salty sailors, we bring you that old salt. You understand?
Well, yes, Jack, I'll try it again. Ladies and gentlemen, since we're broadcasting from under the crow's nest, we bring you that old...
Never mind! I was happier being an old lady. Anyway, Don, I want to tell you something, and I mean this seriously. I've been broadcasting for 15 years and have done programs from all over the world. But today, broadcasting from the Saratoga is the most thrilling experience I've ever had.
Well, Jack, what about those broadcasts you did from New Caledonia and from Paris, France, and Cairo, Egypt?
I'll admit they were exciting, Don, but here on the Saratoga, just before it leaves for the atom bomb test, just think of it. And now that I think of it, let's finish our program, eat those steaks, and get off of here as soon as possible. I mean, don't even wait for laughs, Don. Let's get off.
Now, Jack, don't tell me you're afraid why this ship isn't leaving until next week.
That's what they say, Don, but who knows when an admiral may decide to go fishing. Anyway, don't worry about me. Let's do a good show tonight because the sailors here have been in San Francisco quite a while and they're lonesome.
Well, I don't know why they should be lonesome. I don't know why they should be lonesome at all. There are a lot of pretty girls in San Francisco.
I know, Don, but the way this town is built, you know, with these steep hills, it's so hard to get a date.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, last night I followed a girl down California Street. Just as I got to her, she stepped aside and I fell in the bay. So I spent the rest of the evening with a mackerel. Believe me, I didn't...
Pardon me, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, what is it, sailor?
I hate to interrupt the program, but Captain Ring told me to give you this note. It's urgent.
Well, let me have it. My, this is serious. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack.
Would you mind stepping a little more to the center? The ship is listing to port. Thank you, Don. Does that straighten out the ship, sailor?
I'll find out. Is that all right, Lieutenant?
I'll find out. Is that all right, Commander? I'll find out. Is that all right, Admiral?
I'll find out. Is that all right, Ensign?
Ensign? Only... Admiral, do you have to ask an ensign?
Only today. His mama's listening in.
Oh, I see. Well, look, sailor.
Yes, sir?
I'll try and keep Wilson in the middle of the ship, and if things aren't right, let me know.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, Jack, I can't believe that I could cause the ship to list. I'm not that big.
You're not, eh, Don? You look like Nob Hill in slacks. So just stay in the center of the ship.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Mary, how do you like being aboard the USS Saratoga?
Gee, it's thrilling, Jack. And this morning, Commander Entler showed me all around the ship. Gosh, it was interesting. You know, there are 1,000 men in the crew.
Only 1,000?
What do you mean, only? 1,000 is a lot of men.
To row a big ship like this?
Row? Jack, it so happens that... No, I'm not going to tell you.
Tell me what?
No, I can't tell you. It's a military secret.
Oh, come on, Mary, tell me.
Well, Jack, since you were in the Navy, they got rid of the galley slaves.
Well, I won't tell anybody. Say, Mary...
Jack, I'm sliding away from you.
Don, get back in the center of the ship. There, that's better. Say, Mary, on your little tour... Mary, on your little tour around the ship, did you learn any other interesting things?
Yes, Jack. I saw Captain Ring climbing way up the superstructure. Then I saw him crawling behind the gun turret. And then I saw him slipping into one of the lifeboats.
Really? I'll bet he was placing delicate instruments for the test.
No, he was hiding Easter eggs for the boys.
Now, isn't that nice? Captain must have a hard job every Easter coloring those powdered eggs, you know? It isn't... It isn't every captain that would...
Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear about the...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear about
How do you feel, kid?
Fine. Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear
You
about
look great, you know.
Thanks. Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear about the...
Hear about what? Hear about what, Dennis?
I better not tell you. It's a naughty joke.
Well, Dennis, people shouldn't tell you those kind of jokes.
I made it up myself.
Oh. And now, fellas...
It's about a traveling Boy Scout.
Never mind. I don't want to hear it. Anyway, we haven't time for that now. You know, Dennis, we're all here aboard the Saratoga because in a few days it'll leave for the atomic bomb test.
Oh, boy. Mr. Benny, what's an atomic bomb?
I'm glad you asked me that, kid. You see, an atomic bomb is a very special kind of bomb. It's a bomb that's atomic. Now, you see, atomic energy is composed of three different things. Neutrons, protons...
And nylon.
Thanks, Mary. Now, the scientists had no trouble getting the protons and neutrons, but only officers could get the nylon. You see, Dennis?
Oh, Jack, what are you telling the kid all that stuff for?
Leave him alone, Miss Livingston. He fascinates me.
Thanks, kid. Now, the big problem that faced us scientists was to split the atom. First, we had to use some uranium, which is better known as U-235. It was marked down from U-250, you see? That's Fred Allen walking up there. Then we put this... It's making a lot of noise on this ship, you see? Then we put this into a cyclotron. Mix it with neutrons.
And add a pinch of salt.
Mary, you use your recipe and I'll use mine. Anyway, Dennis, you mix the neutrons with the U-235, and then you treat all the elements with radar. Put them all together again, and you have the atomic bomb.
Gee, and my mother says you're a dope.
Oh, she does, eh?
My father thinks you're a dope, too.
Oh, yeah?
But I don't think you are.
Well, thanks, kid.
But they think I'm a dope.
Dennis, that's enough. Now, Dennis, let's have a song. After all, you were in the Navy. These are your buddies, and they're all anxious to hear you.
Okay. You know, Mr. Benny, last year when I was in the Navy, I sang on this ship.
I know you did, kid. It must be nice being back here again. By the way, would you like to say something to the boys before you sing?
I sure would.
Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, do you want to hear the story about the traveling Boy Scout?
Dennis.
A Boy Scout went into the woods and built a fire. Then a week later, he went back and the fire was still burning.
Still burning?
Don't you get it?
Get what?
He spent the afternoon in the woods with his old flame.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Traveling Boy Scout. Go ahead and sing.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
You've got your fat announcer off center again.
Don, keep your seam on the beam. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's have your song. Come on.
Lovely day will lengthen into evening. We'll say goodbye to all we've ever had. Along where we have walked together, I'll remember April and be glad. I'll be content. You loved me once in April. Your lips were warm, and love and spring were new. But I'm not afraid of autumn and her sorrow, for I'll remember April and you. The fire will dwindle into glowing ashes, for flames and love live such a little while. I won't forget, but I won't be lonely. I'll remember April, and I'll smile. The fire will dwindle into glowing ashes, for flames and love live such a little while. I won't forget, but I won't be lonely. I'll remember April, and
That was I Remember April, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by Phil Harris and as Makes You Wish You Were on the Enterprise Orchestra. And now, fellas...
Wait a minute, Jackson. Wait a minute. I heard that.
Oh, hello, Phil. How are you, kid?
Listen, Jackson, there's a time and place for everything, and I wish you'd have a little more respect for my musicians, especially in front of all these guys.
What?
My boys done their bit. In fact, more than half of them were overseas.
No kidding, Phil. Where were they?
Alcatraz.
Alcatraz? Phil, are you crazy? Alcatraz is a prison.
Then how come my boys all got discharge buttons?
Let me see those buttons. Well, now, isn't that cute? A little file. How nice. Anyway, Phil, I don't care where they came from. You've got a great band. I'm only kidding when I pan them.
I'll say they're great. You know what, Jackson? I'm always tickled to death when I get back to San Francisco. I had my band here the first time at the St. Francis Hotel 20 years ago.
No kidding.
That's right, and Frankie, my guitar player, is the only boy that's still with me.
Well, what do you know? Say, Phil, how come Frankie's been with you all these years?
Jackson, if I had on you what he's got on me, I'd be the star of this show.
That I can believe. But listen, Phil, you won't be the star of this or any other show until you learn to come to rehearsal on time. What happened last night?
Wasn't my fault, Jackson. It was so foggy I got lost.
Oh, don't exaggerate, Phil. The fog doesn't get that thick.
It doesn't, eh? During the war, they used to launch the victory ships from the top of the mark.
Now you're being silly.
No shade, Jackson. That's where I always go to get launched. Hit me on top of the head with a bottle of champagne. I'm sailing today.
Phil, can't you stay in dry dock for just one night? Stop using the fog as an alibi.
But, Jack, Phil's right. Between the fog and the hills and this is some town.
Well, what are you talking about?
Well, last night, some silly jerk followed me down California Street, and when I stepped aside, he fell in the bay.
What are you laughing at, Livy?
2 hours later, I saw him at the Bell Tavern dancing with a mackerel.
That was my girl. So stop calling her a mackerel just because her eyes are on the side of her head. And now, fellows.
Every time a dance lasted more than 3 minutes, he had to throw her back in the water.
Mary, cut that out. And now, fellas.
Oh, Mr. Benny, the water's coming through the porthole.
Well, tell the Admiral to get the ship in the center of Don. It's easier that way. Anyway, Don, watch it. We don't want anything to happen to the ship before she goes out for the test.
Say, Jack, when are they going to unload the Saratoga? You know, take all the equipment off.
Mary, they're not taking anything off. This ship is going to the test fully equipped. From the airplanes on the flight deck down to the dishes in the galley.
Jack, do you mean to say that they're leaving everything aboard just as though she were going to battle?
That's right, Don.
Even the supplies in the ship's store?
Everything.
Even those lucky strikes that are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw?
Yes, Don.
But, Jack, don't they realize that Lucky Strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco?
Of course they do, kid. Of course.
Well, all I can say is, if it's in the interest of science, I'm sure those little Luckies will be glad to do their part.
Good, Don. Good. Very good, Don. Very good. Don, you're a hero. Now, if you'll turn around, I'll give the seat of your pants a 21-gun salute. Oh, Phil, how about a band number? You all set?
Yeah, say, Jackson, before I forget it, you want to go to the ball game with me tonight?
No, thanks, Phil. I went over to Oakland, saw the game Friday night with Mary. And who do you think I saw there?
Mary.
She was with me. Now, guess again.
Lefty O'Doul?
No.
Casey Stengel?
No, you'll never guess, so I'll tell you. Remember the little guy who always sings?
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him, and they're all red hot. Tasty little hot dog and some pop. Just the way you like him, and they're all red hot.
Hot roasted peanuts, a munchy, crunchy bag of lunchy. Get your hot roasted peanuts. No! Ice cream cone. Get your dreamy, rich, and creamy double-decker ice cream cone. No!
Pickle in the middle with the mustard on top.
Yes!
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like it, and they're all red hot.
Everybody's living like a lord, eating Coney Island smorgasbord.
We're sick of chicken and we're tired of steak.
Well, nothing could be better than the weenies I make.
Once we start to eat them, we can't stop.
With pickle in the middle,
sizzling off the griddle. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top.
2 hot dogs, please.
A couple puppies coming up. Would you like it maybe baseball style?
Baseball style? What's that?
3 bites and you're out.
No, we'll just have the regular hot dog.
Okay, what kind of mustard would you like?
Well, what kind of mustard's in this jar?
Hot and cold.
Wait a minute. How can you have hot and cold mustard in the same jar?
Stick your finger in, it's cold. Stick your tongue in, it's hot.
Oh, well, just give them to us plain. We only came over to hear you sing anyway.
Oh, thank you. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him and they're all that hot.
Everyone that eats them wants a lot more.
Better than a lobster tomato.
I don't care for coffee because it goes to my head.
I let Nelson Eddy keep his sharpening bread.
We can gobble hot dogs till we drop.
With pickle in the middle, sizzling off the griddle.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. We like the mustard on top.
Yes, kids? Yes, that's who Mary and I saw at the ball game Friday night. And now for our...
Mr. Benny, here's a telegram that just came for you.
Telegram? Thank you, sailor. Well, listen to this, kids. Congratulations on your first anniversary as an honorary admiral in the Nebraska Navy. Signed, Governor Griswold. Gee, I almost forgot about that.
I remember it, Jack. You got the commission from the governor of Nebraska.
Yeah, Jackson, I remember it, too. It was a year ago this week.
Yes, sir.
And boy, were you a ham.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. Remember how...
Mary, it's over now, so let's forget it.
Hey, pardon me, Mr. Benny, but this sounds interesting. If it's anything about Navy, the boys would like to hear it.
Oh, it was nothing, sailor, nothing.
Nothing. Come here, sailor. I'll tell you all about it.
Mary, he doesn't have to sit on your lap.
You use your recipe, and I'll use mine. Here's what happened, fellas. You'll love this.
Dolphy.
It was a year ago this week, and I happened to call Jack's house to tell him that butter was getting short and he should stop using it on his hair. So
Hello, Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, and radio, and will be the center pole at May parties for 10 cents a turn.
Hello, Rochester. Rochester, I'd like to speak to Mr. Benny, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. I wouldn't want to disturb the Admiral now.
Admiral?
Haven't you heard? Mr. Benny is now an Admiral in the Nebraska Navy.
In the Nebraska... Oh, I get it. He's been made an Admiral in an imaginary Navy.
Yeah, but he's taking it seriously. He made me sew gold stripes on his blue serge suit.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Rochester, how many stripes did he make you sew on?
I don't know, but you could cut the sleeves off at the elbow and he'd still be a full Admiral.
You mean he really thinks it's on the level?
Yeah, when the milkman came this morning, Mr. Benny looked at him and said, "What are you doing in summer uniform?"
What did the milkman do?
He turned to his horse and said, "Stop laughing, he hasn't paid last month's bill yet."
Well, Rochester, tell Mr. Benny I called and that I'll see him later.
Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Doggone, ever since Nebraska made Mr. Benny an Admiral, he's been upstairs working out fleet maneuvers. I better get him away from that bathtub before he messes up the whole room. Oh, Mr. Benny. Say, boss. Oh, Admiral.
What? Oh, it's you, Rochester. Glad to have you aboard. What do you want?
Your breakfast is getting cold down on the lower deck.
What have we got for breakfast?
The whites of 2 eggs.
What happened to the yolks?
Don't you remember? You scrambled them and stuck them on your cap.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't leave now. I'm about to engage the enemy. Now, watch. The enemy fleet is over here.
Boss, don't splash the water on the bath mat.
Quiet. Now, I swing my carriers around like this and bring my destroyers over to this side and encircle them. There you are, Rochester. Now, if you were the enemy and I had you surrounded like that, what would you do?
I'd pull out the plug and ground every ship you got.
Rochester, that was brilliant. Starting tomorrow, you're an ensign.
Thank you, sir.
Now go to the wireless room and send this message to Admiral Nimitz. Dear Chester, bathtub maneuver successful. Sided soap sank sane. Signed John Paul Benny.
Aye, aye, sir.
And that, fellows, is exactly what happened a year ago this week.
All right, Mary, you glad now you told him?
Oh, Jackson, you're not mad, are you?
Of course not. To prove it, I want all of you to come up to my hotel room for a fish dinner tonight.
What are we going to have?
Mackerel. When I catch them, feed them, and dance with them, I'm not throwing them back. Play, Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to read a farewell message that was written by Captain M.S. Sheehy, the former chaplain of the USS Saratoga. It was written in behalf of all of the men who have had the privilege of serving aboard this ship. Here it is. Dear Sarah, this is a love letter because you have been the great love of thousands of us who have paced your flight deck and boasted of your proud record. 19 years ago, Sarah, with bands playing and admirals standing stiffly at attention, you were grandly launched upon your career. For most of those 19 years, you sailed a peaceful course. Then suddenly, out of that peace, came your courageous dash to Pearl Harbor, where you assumed your responsibility. Soon you were standing alone, the only American carrier between Tokyo and San Francisco. We'll never forget Guadalcanal, Bougainville, Rabaul, Nauru, and Tarawa. We'll never forget those 26 strikes on the Marshall Islands and your last engagement, that rendezvous with the kamikaze. You staggered, fought back, landed your combat air patrol. And the next day, 123 of your men were buried at sea off Iwo Jima. That was a black day, Sarah. But we, your boys, remember the other days as well. All your gay parties, the celebrations given for every 1,000th landing. The squadrons coming home like weary birds. The glory of dawn patrols. The long chow lines and the Sunday services. We remember how our hearts lifted when every plane took off and how they sank when we counted the missing ones. To us, Sarah, you were more than a ship. And so we, your boys all over the world, want to say farewell. You are going to perform your last service for your country. Perhaps that atom bomb will put you in Davy Jones's locker. But you won't be lonesome there, for the old Lex and the Wasp and the Hornet and the Yorktown and your little sister ship who died so gallantly, the Princeton, will be there to welcome you. And we men of the Navy want you to know that wherever your hulk may be, your spirit, the spirit of the USS Saratoga, will go marching on and on and on.
At 49, American.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, know that fine tobacco means a fine smoke. And remember this, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Year after year, these independent tobacco experts, present at the tobacco auctions, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank Captain S.C. Ring, Commander D.M. Entler, Lieutenant W.B. McCarthy of the 12th Naval District, and all of the officers and men aboard the Saratoga for inviting us up here today for this special broadcast. It was a great privilege. Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
At almost exactly 5 minutes of 1 o'clock, the parade got underway. Perhaps the last phrase is not a precise expression of the fact. There was no reliable observer who actually saw the parade get underway. Let us be meticulous and say that in the very near neighborhood of 1 o'clock that day, the parade was marching up Fifth Avenue.
Today's Columbia Workshop program, The Parade, was written by Margaret LeWorth, based upon a story by Morris Markey, which appears in the December issue of McCall's magazine. The special musical score was composed and is conducted by Robert W. Stringer, and the workshop director is Richard Samville. We remind you that 5 years ago, the United States was precipitated into war by the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Now, The Parade.
Time, early December 1946. The place, Recorder's Office, Police Headquarters, 18th Precinct, New York City. It's 9 o'clock in the morning.
All right, now quiet. How many of you really saw this thing? I saw. Well, some of you say it didn't happen. Well, now, wait a minute. Now, see here. Either there was a parade in this city yesterday or there wasn't. Now, we're going to get the facts. Officer McShane?
All I know is I got orders.
When?
About 8 o'clock in the morning, right after I come on duty. I got orders to cut off all traffic coming down the avenue.
Who gave you those orders?
A couple of guys in a squad car. I don't know all of them, but those fellas acted like they knew what they were talking about.
And then what happened?
I cut off the cross-street traffic, and about 1 o'clock it began.
What began, McShane?
The parade, I'm telling you. They marched up Fifth Avenue like they always do, from downtown right on up.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes, madam.
I was in the park with Tommy, my son, officer. He's 4. He loves parades. We never miss them, and we didn't hear a thing all afternoon.
Well, that could be, ma'am, that you didn't hear anything.
What do you mean? If there was a parade, you could hear the band.
There wasn't any band.
A parade 60 blocks long up Fifth Avenue, and you couldn't hear anything? Now, McShane, this is a serious matter.
He's crazy, Your Honor. I've been selling flags and buttons for parades in this city for 25 years. I heard nothing about no parade yesterday.
Order!
Excuse me, officer.
Yes, what is it? Oh, Your Reverence. You have something to say about all this?
Yes. Yes, I have. There was a parade yesterday. I saw it.
So did I, officer. I saw it with my own eyes.
Order!
I'd like to testify, too, if I may. I saw the parade. So did I. Heaven help me, so did I.
This requires some investigation. A city of 7 million people, a mild and sunny day, crowds out on the streets, and no one agrees whether there was a parade or not. No one, that is, but Timothy McShane, Traffic Squad B, and 4 witnesses, 4 unknown people from the city's masses. Perhaps it would be wise to go back to yesterday morning and the 4 witnesses who were so sure. You, sir, in the blue suit, what is your name?
My name is Benton, Philip Benton. I saw the parade. I can't tell you who was parading. All sorts of people. Yet in the sun and haze, they looked the same. My business? I manufacture machine parts. I'm president of a company. I have 1 son. I had one son. We were sitting at home one evening about 5 years ago, my wife, my son, and I. We had a little apartment then on the west side. We were listening to the radio.
According to dispatches from Honolulu...
Turn it off, Philip. Turn it off.
All right, dear.
But this is important, Mother. Don't you realize it's war?
I've listened to all I can. Oh, Harry, your new suits came this afternoon. You can take them back to college with you tomorrow.
Mother, I'm not going back to college tomorrow.
What?
Well, I didn't quite know how to tell you, but I guess it's better to get right to the point. I signed up with the Marines this afternoon.
Harry, you didn't.
Well, that's quite a step to take, son.
Well, there didn't seem to be anything else to do.
You might have talked to us. You might have at least finished this year at school.
All the fellas will be in it. Besides, well, I thought you might like me in a Marine uniform.
I can't talk about it.
Son, I'm proud of what you've done. And I'm not letting you down. About the only thing I could do at my age is make machine parts. But I've already been in touch with Washington.
Oh, good for you, Dad.
They're going to get the best machine parts in the country if I have to make them by hand. That was 5 years ago. My business grew during the war. A lot of things happened. You know how it was. Then the morning of the parade. We were living on Park Avenue by then. My wife was having breakfast in bed. I was at the window.
Philip, you look worn. You need a vacation.
Do I?
You've been working too hard. What's the good of making all that money if you can't spend it?
Sometimes I wonder.
You are in a mood. Why don't we take a trip? Bermuda or Mexico or Acapulco might be nice now.
I can't get away now.
Work, work, work. Don't you care anything for me? Especially now that...
Oh, of course I do.
Where are you going?
Out for a walk in the park to think.
Get back, sir. You can't cross the street now.
Why not?
The parade's coming up this way.
What parade?
I don't know, sir. I just got me orders. I'm roping off the streets now.
You blame many parades, if you ask me. Tying up the...
I'm only doing my duty, sir.
That's how I came to be there when the parade passed. For it passed. I know it passed. I saw it.
So put that down. Philip Benton, business executive of Park Avenue, saw the parade. Next witness?
My name's Gloria Lacey. It was Gloria Dugan. That is, well, I guess I'd better start at the beginning. It was 2 years ago, in a little town upstate. It was a spring evening. I can remember how nervous I was standing there in that strange house.
Do you, Peter, take this woman, Gloria, to be your wedded wife?
I do.
Do you, Gloria, take this man, Peter, to be your wedded husband?
I do.
I pronounce you man and wife.
Oh, Pete.
It's all done, baby. For better or worse. You're mine and the whole Navy and every Nazi submarine and the drink won't keep us apart. I'll be back to you, baby. Don't forget that. I'm coming home to you, Mrs. Dugan.
I'll be waiting, Pete.
$2, please.
And that's how it started. It was romantic, too. Pete had only 3 days, but it was like seeing the whole world for the first time. After he left, it was sort of sensible to come to the city. I got a furnished room and a job as a waitress. It was kind of tough. I guess lots of girls know how that was. Then, one day, I guess you ain't interested in all that. I'm not the only girl who... You wanted to know about the parade, yeah? I ain't apt to forget it. Eddie came to me in the flat that morning, and we were drinking our coffee, me and Eddie.
Love me a little kid?
Sure, Eddie, sure I do. Only you think my being with you wasn't enough. You gotta talk about it all the time.
Sure, I gotta talk about it. And if you don't like the idea...
Eddie, put me down on the floor, you big bully.
Okay, baby, okay. Give us a kiss first.
Why don't you save that muscle for them cars you knock apart at the garage?
Listen, I'm the best mechanic in Hoboken. And a lot more reliable than the Navy.
Leave off that.
Well, did he come home to you? Just took a powder, don't kid me. Where are you going?
Out for a walk. I gotta do some marketing.
You're sore.
No, I ain't sore, Eddie. I ain't sore.
Miss, move along.
I got a ride on this sidewalk.
But not in the gutter. The parade's coming through in a few minutes.
A parade? Gee, whose parade?
I don't know, miss. Move along.
Oh,
move
not
along.
me. If there's a parade, little Glory isn't going to miss it. No, sir, I'm staying right here. That's how I come to see it. I was standing right there on the edge of the curb. I could have touched him, only I couldn't. I could only stand and look at him, like my eyes were frozen in my head. I could only stand and look at him.
A court of law wouldn't consider that conclusive evidence, but we'll add it to the testimony. Gloria Lacey, waitress, saw the parade. Next witness?
My name is Joe Shaw. Yeah, I saw the parade. Nobody's going to tell me different. I guess you might begin back about 10 years ago. Me and my brother Clem, he's my younger brother, were living in a rooming house together. We were sitting up one night figuring things.
Not bad, Joe, for the first 6 months. If we finish the year like this...
Chicken feed.
I'm glad to get it.
Sure. You're always satisfied with small-time stuff, but I'm out for big time. Now, what's the first trouble? Too much competition, huh?
There's enough business for everybody, Joe.
Not for me.
I don't want to do business that way.
Look, Clem, you want to marry Sadie, don't you?
You know I want to marry Sadie.
You got a chance if you play ball with me.
And if I don't?
Start a business of your own, then. I'll give you back half of this. I don't need your share now. Go on, get out.
Okay, Joe. Let's go over the figures. Maybe you know better.
That was Clem. No head for business. But he had a way of making friends, so he stuck it out. We got along pretty well. Had a nice little business. Sort of essential, too. Hardware is. When they started the shooting, Clem enlisted. Tried to talk him out of it, but you couldn't tell him anything. I was doing my part, running the business single-handed with almost no help. You know how that was. The parade? Oh, yeah. The parade. That morning, I went to see Sadie. I used to go see her regular like. Thought I ought to.
Is that all you can give me this month, Joe?
Business ain't so good, Sadie.
Everybody says times are better. I know Clem always says...
Clem ain't running the business now. You can't get supplies. The help want more money. It's all I got.
Well, thank you, Joe. It was only that Clem always said the business would take care of us.
Do you want the money or don't you? I got things to do.
I want it, Joe.
Keep inside the lines there. Stand back. Hey, where are you going?
Downtown.
Well, what's the crowd for?
Haven't you heard about the parade?
What parade?
The parade up Fifth Avenue. It's already started. They'll be along here any time now.
I didn't hear about it. I don't hear anything now.
I can't help that. Stand back.
I see him.
Stand back.
I see him coming now. Look, they're coming along. But they don't make any noise.
They don't make any noise at all. What is it?
So we know Ben Shaw saw it. Yes, that will go into the evidence. Ben Shaw was there, too. Now, are there any more witnesses? Oh, yes, the gentleman in the Oxford cloth coat. Do you want to testify, sir?
There was a parade. I saw it. As God is my witness. But I guess I'd better tell it from the beginning. My name is Claude Cartwright. It began 20 years ago, early summer. My friend Charles and I just graduated from the Theological Seminary. One afternoon, we went to call on the bishop to receive our appointments. I remember it as if it were yesterday. Charles walking with his head up in that big stride.
Where do you think we'll be sent, Claude?
I don't know. You might get a mission.
Not after what I said to the dean. What was that? We ought to make Christianity work at home before we take it abroad.
Radical, my boy, radical. How do you like that?
You can guess. Claude, let's make a pledge. Just between ourselves.
What kind of pledge?
We know what we want to do. We know there's a lot of good in people if you can find it. There's a way to help people. Let's pledge never to become too satisfied.
I'll pledge that, Charles.
So I ask, as your bishop, only that you both go in humility to whatever task the world calls you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, Charles, you first. How would you like a church big enough for that fine voice of yours?
Where is it, sir?
St. Paul's needs a new assistant.
St. Paul's?
Splendid opportunity.
That means I'd have to do just what they wanted.
I might remind you the church is quite old. You are quite young.
Yes, sir. I might as well say it.
Say what?
I didn't become a minister to step into old shoes.
Indeed.
I don't want a big church that's all wrapped up in paying mortgages and holding parish teas. I want to help people find a way of life, whether they come to church or whether they don't. I want to give them strength to live, not hope to die.
Very commendable, no doubt. And you think St. Paul's isn't large enough for your point of view?
No, it isn't. It isn't.
I didn't see Charles for many years. He went from one poor parish to another. When the war broke out, he was still a drifter. I heard he signed up. Then I lost track of him. We all had heavier duties in those trying years. Oh, yes. Parade. That's what you asked me about. Parade. Well, that morning I was at my desk.
St. Paul's Rectory. Oh, yes, Mrs. Townley. Yes, Dr. Cartwright's right here. For you, sir.
Thank you. Yes? Good morning, Mrs. Townley. Ah, yes. Yes, of course. I quite agree with you. This morning? Oh. Oh, yes. Yes, I can arrange it. I'll be there within an hour. Cancel my appointments until this afternoon, please.
The boys' club, too?
Mrs. Townley is giving the church a new chancel rail. I don't like to offend her.
Sorry, Your Reverence, but you can't cross this street now. The parade's coming any minute.
I didn't know there was a parade today.
Oh, they've already passed 42nd Street.
I'm afraid this is going to tie me up rather badly.
I'd let you through, sir, but I have me orders.
It's all right. Quite a crowd.
Yes, sir.
Is At the parade coming now?
Yes, sir.
Look at them. Look at them, officer. Look. Their faces. Their faces. Their expressions. They're smiling. Oh, God. They're smiling.
Is that all the testimony? No, we could go on indefinitely. The city is full of people who say they saw it. But surely that is enough to convince you that something took place. Mr. Benton, the executive, Gloria, the waitress, Ben, the salesman, and no less an authority than the Reverend Dr. Cartwright. Yes, there must have been a parade. But it was unlike any parade New York had ever seen before. It started downtown, no one knew exactly where, but there it was. No flags, no bands, nothing but men. Just men, column after column, line after line of marching men, their feet striking the pavement in exact rhythm.
Why can't you hear something? Why don't they make some noise? Why don't they make some noise?
Not a sound. You thought you heard marching feet because you wanted to, but when you looked away, if you could, the city was as silent as if the parade went on.
Why do they look like that? Why do they look that way? Let me out of here. I want a drink.
On they came, men in brown, men in green and drab, men in white, such as the fleet orders at Pearl Harbor and such faces. Men in patched blue denims, dirty, torn, some of them badly stained. It might have been oil. And then it happened. The first unusual incident. It was Gloria, the little waitress, standing there on 28th Street watching them pass. Suddenly she ran into the street, caught at a marcher, a boy in blue denim.
Pete. Oh, merciful heavens, it's you, Pete. It's you. Pete, don't turn away from me. Listen to me. I played a lousy trick on you, Pete. You know it now. Oh, Mother Mary, make him hear me. It wasn't any fun, Pete. You know it wasn't. But I was alone, and you didn't come back. You were gone too long. I didn't know that... Oh, St. Agnes, make him hear me. Pete, forgive me. Forgive me. Look at me. Look at me.
There were those who said he lifted his hands and touched her cheek and smiled at her. But the tide of the march was too strong, and she was cast aside like a leaf from a swift current. By this time, crowds had gathered all along the way. Rich and poor, fashionable and shabby stood together. One thing was odd. In contrast to the serene faces of the men, the crowds looked white and stricken. Everywhere along the line, people broke from the curb to cling for a moment to some marching figure before they, too, were swept from the current.
Mommy, hold me higher. Higher. I can't see any parade.
Hush, Jimmy. Oh, hush.
It was just below the library that Joe Shaw was standing. You remember he just left his sister-in-law, Sadie. Now, Sadie would have thought his face quite gray. He sagged a little. He twisted his derby in his hand. Suddenly, he, too, broke from the crowd toward a marcher in dirty drab.
Clem, it's you. You've come back. Oh, don't stare at me like that. I'm admitting it. I was a dirty rat. I robbed Sadie of your share of the business. You know I did. You know it all now. But I'll make it up. I swear I will. I'm paying her back today. Ain't that okay, Clem? Don't look at me like that. Don't.
Joe fell back against the curb. Someone helped him up to the sidewalk, but it seemed the marcher's stern face relaxed. He smiled slightly. The parade reached the cathedral now. It is usual for parades in New York at this point to pass a reviewing stand filled with important people, but there were no dignitaries today, no important people, just crowds filling every foot of space, men and women, and the children who couldn't see it. It was here that Philip Benton, the factory owner, was standing. Something had gone from his assurance. His eyes behaved curiously. Suddenly, he broke from the crowd. He hurried beside the marchers, trying to keep pace, but it seemed he was losing ground.
Harry, my son. Oh, my son, it is you. You know what I did now. I sold you out. Yes, you and the rest with you. I wanted to help at first, but the money was too easy. Forgive me, Harry. I forgot.
There wasn't much more that happened. The parade was slowing down. The ranks of men were gathering deeper and deeper. As the tide of them backed up and filled the great avenue, an elderly man in Oxford cloth was seen kneeling on the sidewalk. The crowds parted a little for him. He seemed to be reaching toward a tall, gaunt, gray-faced marcher.
Charles, in the name of all things holy, give me your pardon. I broke the pledge we made. I have lived a worldly life. I sought to please vain people for my own vanity. I let faith go while you kept it. I turned from you, and all these like you because it was easier. Charles, hear me. Don't turn from us now. We need you, Charles. We need you.
But the crowds closed in, and no one knew if Dr. Cartwright saw the gesture of benediction from the hand of the tall gray marcher. Now the avenue and its sidewalks were a solid tide of humanity, and the men had stopped marching. They stopped before a big bronze monument that shows other men with fixed bayonets wearing the stiff hats and puttees of 1917, but men whose bronze faces bore the youth and the strength of these. Now they stood quietly, the men in blue and whites and dirty browns and tattered green, men as far as you could see. How many? There were those who knew the number to be 382,532. A hush had fallen upon the city. Even the birds were quiet in the still, warm sunlight. No face stood out, no voice commanded. There was no leader, only the quiet. The waiting, white-faced crowds, and the rows upon rows of silent men. Then it filled the air. The voice from nowhere.
We come to you as fragments of an hour, the relics of momentous dreams. We come to ask a question. Was it a tawdry dream you dreamt, and we? An idle fancy fit now for cynic jest? From our peculiar place of meditation, we think no. A loud and ringing and echoing no. But then, our answer is of small avail. Remember well that men have died this year, last year, 1,000 years gone for liberty. And always there were those who did not die, who in revulsion toward the bloody scenes, the pains and deprivations of the fight, cast out the hard-won grace of liberty and soiled its name with greed for selfish gain. We come today because we nurse the fear that you, in terror of your own dark thoughts, have draped forgetfulness upon the very things which yesterday gripped every decent heart and sent ourselves upon the fields of war. It would be idle now to name, to spell as maxims in a copybook each thing for which we fought upon these fields. Perhaps, when as we fought, we were not sure ourselves. But now we truly know. We fought against the crime and curse of greed, greed that charts our latitudes of fear and builds an even viler crime, injustice. Oh, it is the right of man and of each nation to seek out profits from fair enterprise. But neither man nor nation has the right to profit from humiliation of another, or cast indignities to bolster up a purse. We shall not come again to march your streets in massive ranks and startle out your eyes. But singly and in good while, we shall return to look into the reaches of your souls. And we shall ask those times another question. Men long ago set out upon the paths which we have trod and reached the same dark end. With their last breaths they lifted up a cry, fitting, yea, sweet, to die for one's own land. Our question, is that true? Think well your answer.
You have just heard The Parade by Margaret LeWorth, as based upon the story They Passed This Way by Morris Markey, which appears in the December issue of McCall's magazine. Today's musical score was composed and conducted by Robert W. Stringer, and the workshop director was Richard Sandville. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.